Welcome to Talking Heads on USA Global TV, starring the one and only wonderful Dr. JACALYN. It's a prestigious place where world-class influencers and experts meet, and where you'll find the most trusted advisors and coaches for all things in life and business. Visit usaglobaltv.com to sign up for our newsletter. Get the value you need and be first in line to learn about events and giveaways and other valuable content. Connect with us. Email Dr. JACALYN at usaglobaltv.com to talk about how you can become part of USA Global TV. That's USA Global TV, where the doctor is always in.
Welcome to USA Global TV and Radio for our anniversary celebration. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for being with us for the last year. So much has happened. We have grown so much. We have a new intro, as you saw. We have a new logo. We have people from all over the world who are part of our platform, whether it's as team members, as guests, as sponsors. It's just been so rewarding, and I have so much love in my heart for each and every one of you who are taking this journey with us. Thank you so much. First off, today we have an incredible, wonderful person backstage who's going to be entertaining us with fabulous music. It is our DJ and also our team member here from Wild at Heart. It's Big Scott. Welcome from Wales. Nice to have you with us.
Hello, hello, hello.
So nice to have you.
Can you hear the music in the background? Starts off nice and mellow.
That's what I need, a little
That's what it's all about. So yes, I'm really excited, JACALYN, and many congratulations on your first anniversary.
Thank you. Thank you.
There you go. There's the music.
There it is.
While I'm looking away, so just to let viewers know, because it's the first time I usually do radio, so nobody can see me, but I'll be looking this way when I'm talking to the camera and the people, and when I'm talking to you, I'll be looking this way, and when I'm looking down there, I'll be playing the music. So back to Dr. JACALYN.
Thank you so much, Big Scott. Tell us a little bit about You and I Radio. Tell us about your platform and how people can find you.
Right. As you can see, t-shirt, You and I Radio. We do have a merch shop. You can check us out on all the socials, or you can go to YouandIRadio, as it says in the screen.com. We've probably got a player that you've never seen the likes of before, a good colleague of mine. We designed it because he's a gamer. So literally, when you get to the website, what you're getting there for is the music, and the music is right in front of you. And whenever you're looking around, the screen has got little different buttons to press. That all comes to you, so the music never disappears. So when you hear something, you look at the screen, you see the picture, and what I want you to do underneath, you can like it or dislike it. And then also, like Dr. JACALYN, when we did our show, she went away, she listened, she heard about half a dozen artists, and all I ask you to do is, when you listen to an artist, is share the love. You know, when you share the love for them, you share the love for You and I Radio, and it stands for Unite and Inspire. So that's what we're about. We're streaming 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We've got different shows at different times. It's all about, it's a global community radio network for inspiring and independent artists. There's a lot going on for the mainstream, but we need to do something. We are doing something, and we're slowly progressing and building. I've had a hiatus for a couple of years because I've had a couple of personal health issues and stuff, but 2023, I'm up and running. I've just signed with BMI. So I'm going to see what it's like from an artist's point of view. It's all right being a presenter and a DJ and whatever, but I need to sort of go on that journey with you, so then I sort of know where you are. So I'm learning alongside you. So if you've got any tips and advice, I also give tips and advice. Go to our YouTube channel, Big Scott Radio or You and I Radio. We're going to be going through our archives. I've been going for about, I think it's coming up to about 10 years now, but I only put the radio up in 2013, I think it was. So what I'm going to be doing, hopefully, is going back through the archives and seeing, are they still around? Where are they now? And adding them to the database. That I'm updating the database because the music's been on there. But if you like and you want to hear something completely different, any hour of the day, youandiradio.com.
Thank you, Big Scott.
I hope that was brief.
Yes, that was
fantastic. I could go on for hours. Yeah.
Well done. You can reach out to Big Scott at bigscottradio.com. You can also email him at big.scott68@gmail.com. Very nice. Right. Thank you. All right. Our first, I don't want to say guest because he's really star of the show, is Mr. Al CINI. Mr. Al CINI is going to be co-hosting with me for the next however many hours. We'll be stopping around 4 o'clock Eastern time today. And Al, as I say all the time, it's amazing that you meet somebody in a parking lot of another television station and you're talking about a real estate deal. And the next thing you know, here we are together, still cranking out new content on the Business Talk Show and on our reunion shows and now on this anniversary show. He's been such a mentor to me and such an incredible coach, an amazing friend. He's also the voice of USA Global TV and radio. That's his voice that you hear on the intro. Let's bring him out and find out what he's been up to. Mr. Al CINI, welcome.
Dr. JACALYN, it's been a year. You look a year younger. I look 10 years older.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. And congratulations to you too. As you know, you've been here the whole time. You've been here. I say this with love in my heart when we had 2 cans and string and we were rapping with Dr. JACALYN, and it's been an evolution.
But you know, honestly, I mean, there are a million podcasts out there. There are people podcasting all the time. From the very beginning, Dr. JACALYN, among them all, outstanding as you are, you had a brand idea. You've gone with that brand idea. The brand has evolved. It is not like any other podcast experience anywhere on the internet. It is unique and special, and I think you should be congratulated for that.
Well, thank you so much. I laughed this morning when I got up because, you know, and I've shared this before, it's just me and there's no one to celebrate with. So I'm celebrating with all of you. I feel like you're here in my virtual studio with me. So I really do appreciate that. We do have some comments, and then I want to have you share a little bit about some of your memories of this journey and then also the work that you do, Al. So let's say hello to a Facebook user. Happy Sunday from sunny St. Martin. Hello, I think that's Maria. Yeah. And celebration. Wonderful. Thank you. And happy anniversary, USA Global TV. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. CINI, let's hear from you. Tell us about some of your favorite memories, if you have any, of our last year together, and then we'll talk about your work.
They're all favorite moments. I mean, I can't remember a bad time on the air with you ever, or behind the scenes for that matter. I mean, you're wonderful to work with. You are, I mean, what people may not know about you because they watch your persona on television, on streaming video. What they may not know about you is that you're very focused, you're very organized, you're very buttoned down, and you are you have a kind of a way of setting a standard and driving that standard, and you do it with a kind of a velvet hammer. I mean, that's kind of a delicate way to put it. So when you are unhappy, you have a really, really very polished, very kind of adorable way of letting people know you're not happy. and so all my favorite moments are really wrapped around those days when things may not have gone exactly the way we planned, and you knew why and I knew why, but you know what, you're always there to make lemonade out of the lemons. So that really, more than anything, and you keep adding great people to the team, and Big Scott is an example of it. Every one of the voices that you add, every one of the team members that you bring on has their own unique voice and their own unique approach, but somehow USA Global TV has a way of combining and blending all of that into something really unique and unusual and different. And every new person we've welcomed has added to it, and Big Scott is no exception. We'll be talking to a bunch of the people who make everything at USA Global TV and radio so special today, and that's what I'm looking forward to. Now, I guess you asked me what it is I'm doing for a living.
Yes.
Pretty much that. There are teams out there, groups of people out there that are, I mean, we've heard the expression, boy, they're a dream team. And what we've learned in developing ProFit for Teams, which is a team building experience, in 4 hours, what we'll do is help a team realize the dream that it shares, and then build the team around that dream. And what it really takes to make a dream team, a team of people that are clearly living their dream, is some kind of an articulation of that dream that they all have. And the best way to get that is from them, not to give them the dream, but to learn from them what they see their dream as. And ProFit for Teams is a structured process that takes a group of people and listens to everybody, gives everybody a chance to articulate what they believe is their shared dream. We share all that universally with everybody on the team. And then in the workshop, we work together to line up all those dreams so that we're all having one dream. What we found in our research is that when you take a team and you build it around the dream that they share, you get terrific results. Not just externally in that the team becomes more efficient, let's say, and more effective and more productive, but also internally, because people really want that sense that what they do for a living has meaning. And that sense of meaning and purpose is something that naturally falls out of the process. So as always, in your generosity, thank you for this opportunity to say a little bit about that. And I really appreciate that. And I'm excited about what will be a long haul today, but I think it'll be a great time.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Alan. And I just want people to know that you have taken your Sunday, that you could be doing any number of things, and you will be here with me, just like Big Scott. And I really appreciate that, because we don't get a lot of time to ourselves. And when you take a day that's supposed to be a day of rest and you are working, because this is work, folks. This is, I mean, we love what we do, but we are working. So I really want to thank you, Al, and thank you, Big Scott.
It's our pleasure.
No, it's not. It's a pleasure. You know, it's nice to show people. As I say, I'm relatively new to your network, so I'll do my bit to help, and that's what I'm about. I want to unite and inspire people from all different denominations, from all different parts of the world through music, because whatever race, color, creed, denomination you are, the one thing that we share universally is the love of music. You know, so some of us, it's religious music, and some of us just go with the flow. And over my life, I've been introduced to different types of music, and I had a database full of music that I hadn't even listened to. You know, I can listen to my radio station now, and there's music playing that I didn't even know that I had on my station, because whenever I've done other networks, I could only play one song or maybe two songs. So if they sent me an album with 12 tracks on, they never got the light of day. So now they're all on there. And it's all for non-gratis. It's all about sharing the love. And I want a non-profit side, but I also want to make a network similar to what you're doing here, Dr. JACALYN. And that's uniting people that are really have that passion for music and sharing it, and prepared to do the hard work and the research, because this bit is the fun bit, you know, and there's not many people can do what we're doing. It's literally unscripted. Now, I've had experience with that. I got invited to a company, a radio station in Manchester many, many years ago. And they used to pay me to go over once a month to do a broadcast from them. So I would get there on a Friday afternoon. He would have interviews set up from sort of Friday evening right the way through till Sunday. And I think the longest one I ever did was about 4.5 hours, just one-on-one person with their music and a couple of backing tracks. So it's the best way to learn presenting, I think, because then, you know, I was a little bit nervous earlier on. I haven't done it wrong, but nervous energy is good energy. Turn it into good energy. So I'm going to be doing that by playing music for you guys in and out. And happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, USA Global TV. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much, Scott. I think what the world needs right now is some love. What do you think?
Love and laughter.
I agree with that. Do we have enough time this morning to get to a little bit about Big Scott? Because I have a question for him.
Sure. Yeah. Big Scott.
Okay. All right. Big Scott, this is a question for you. I've had this experience myself. Some of us have music coursing through our nervous system all day. Some of us. But it's unusual. Most people don't.
Yeah.
So have you ever had anybody in your life complain, what are you humming and why are you humming so loud? And would you please stop humming? I can't hear the TV.
Yeah, it's like those people that on a dance floor, they can dance out of rhythm. I cannot do it. I was talking to my daughter about it the other day. If you try and dance off the beat, if you've got rhythm, you'll get into the rhythm irrespective. But you've got some sort of switch that doesn't work if you can constantly dance out of the beat. You know what I mean? So but musically, I think everybody's gifted. There's a Bobby McFerrin. I don't know whether you know him. He's a British artist, and he did a science talk, and he said every single one of us is born with the pentatonic scale within us. And he stood there with a room full of scientific people, and started in the middle on one note, and then all he did was move to the left and to the right of the stage, and within about 25 seconds, he had everybody in harmony, to the point that he didn't tell him any more notes, and he was literally off in the wings, and everybody was hitting the highest notes and everybody was hitting the lowest notes. So it is medicine. Music is medicine. You know, we have songs that lift us up. There's songs that make us reflect. There's a song that as soon as you hear the first beat, you want to dance like an idiot. Do you know what I mean? It covers every base of mood. And believe it or not, at the moment, there's 100,000 tracks being uploaded to social media every single day. Wow. You know, so nobody in existence would ever be able to hear the plethora of music that's being created, because today's technology, we're all in our studio. We can do it. I've got all the setup here and with Apple and technology. So it's opening the floodgates of music creativity is opened, and get in it, do it. You don't have to be making it for money. You can be doing it for fun. It's like singing is, I'm going to be getting into singing this year, but that's a different thing. There's got a little secret going on. So all I'll say is I'm trying to BMI, and I've already got one track that's been recorded. So yeah, so music uplifts me. And as Dr. JACALYN, when I was in hospital, I was actually presenting from my hospital bed, and the people in the room loved it. And then the nurses and the doctors would come into the room. And then I'd have the waiter, the porter would be saying, "Oh, my son or daughter's at college. If I give you a CD, will you please pass it on?" And it's just, music is around you. Creativity is around you. I can guarantee you, if you've got 5 friends, somebody there is musical or creative. And if it's not them, it's probably you.
Wow. It's a great point. Thank you, Big Scott.
Really right.
We do have some comments, but Mr. CINI, would you like to share anything about the musicality background you have in your family?
Well, you know, my father sang at Connie Corleone's wedding.
Wow.
That's a big deal. He was, my father was Al Martino, the singer who was selected for playing the role of Johnny Fontaine in the first and third Godfather movies. So yeah, that's his background. And one of the things I learned is that music is a part of it, and a big part of it, obviously, because the product really is music. But in order to make music through your whole life, you've got to be organized, disciplined, focused. Mm-hmm. And every moment that appears, all the spontaneous moments are actually very practiced and very carefully prepared, because I remember my father's commitment to the quality of his results. And I remember him, you know, when I'd visit him, when we'd spend time together, I remember him working very hard to make sure that everything came off exactly the way he wanted it to. And that's a lot of it. I think there's a lot of more work involved than what Big Scott does is harder than it looks. And it's to his credit that he makes it look so easy.
Very nice. Thank you. I love the love that's coming out today.
It's all fabulous. About the love. That's what the airwaves are about. Yeah. We're in the Tinternet world, but we're in people's front rooms. We're in people's ears. We're in people's eyes. Do you know what I mean? So enjoy it, embrace it, and you know. So I'm here to have fun, and I'm going to enjoy talking to these people alongside you, JACALYN, because as I say, I'm a newbie, so I'm going to meet all these guys, and I'm going to ask them. I like playing devil's advocate, so I'm going to ask a few questions here.
Right.
I love that. I love connecting people. And we have some comments. And by the way, we love comments, so please keep them coming. From Edward Hancock over on YouTube. Hi, Scott. Still, what is that? Chuffed?
It's still chuffed. Yeah, so that's excited that you occasionally have flowers for freaks on you and I. Edward, your music. And this is one thing I forgot to say to you guys. I do live broadcasts, and I haven't since the pandemic, but every month I would highlight at least 3 or 4 new acts a month, and everybody that I've highlighted on either my radio network or when I was with Radio Cardiff or whatever, their music is on UNI radio. So what he's saying is I've got a machine that sets up and says, oh, so-and-so's playing, or so-and-so's just played. So the artists forget, because it's got to be a symbiotic relationship with new artists and radio presenters, producers, etc., etc. We're not just one-hit ponies. If you strike up a nice relationship, give us the music the way we want it, be up to date with your social media, take constructive criticism and stuff, and it's friendship. You know, don't forget, every time you're releasing something, I want UNI Radio to be one of the first people that you send it to. Do you know what I mean? So rather than, I'll be a little bit controversial, but rather than blowing smoke up of certain corporations in the UK that are doing as much as they can for the rich people, You want to be staying with the independents that are helping you, like You and I Radio, like Oystermouth Radio. There's lots of syndication. There's an underground network. I started on pirate radio station, and internet radio has just basically made pirate radio more legal. It's a lot cheaper. It's a lot more effective. Anybody can set up in their house. You know, if you've got these days, if you've got a laptop, some headphones, and a basic microphone, and you've got internet connection, you can broadcast from anywhere in the world. So, and it's learning to embrace today's technology. And if you're not sure, contact You and I Radio. Contact myself. I've helped and mentored people for free over the last, well, all of my life. But I think sometime this year, if you want to book a one-on-one, you can make a donation for my time. How's that? I'm not going to set a fee, but the information that I can have and help you with, I'll let you put a value on it. It's like a pay-to-play in-card. And this is the sad thing about music. Independent music venues are dying. You know, in Cardiff, some of the best ones have way gone. And the people that used to frequent them, they're lost. They're running around, and nobody's really putting money in their pockets to pay for a proper, decent, independent venue because it's expensive. And in the beginnings, emerging bands don't make lots and lots of money. So it's a passion project, but we've got to take it beyond that. And the independent music scene globally, we have to unite, because it doesn't matter where you are in the world, we're all feeling the same things. But fall in love with your radio presenter, your local radio network, and do what they ask. Because if you do it all right, take that time to make sure that everything's in place before you start sending stuff out, you'll go a long, long way, especially with today's technology. Utilize today's technology and be best buddies with your presenters like me. So, Edward, I'll always play your music. I've got Big Love Festival happening later on in the year. So I've got a smaller stage, but if you're interested, give us a shout. We do acoustic. We share the love.
All right. Thank you so much, Big Scott. We also have some other comments. Let's see. From our friends in Uganda. Hello. Nice to have you with us. I love this TV. Well, we love you too. Thanks for being here. Exactly. And also, Scott, good voice.
Good voice.
There you go.
Thank you very much. Should we make a bet on how many times we're going to hear that today? We'll do a little back time bet. We'll have
10. I'll say 10.
You reckon 10? Okay.
10.
What, in 4 hours? Ooh. Okay.
That's my bet.
What we should do is we should do it's a shame we can't do it. I'll do a little online poll and see who wins.
Well, we could try it.
Yeah, we can see it. So yeah, make a guess, and we're gonna have thousands of people just going, nice voice, nice voice, nice voice, nice voice. Yeah. But yes, thank you. I'm embracing it this year. You know what I mean? So.
All right, thank you. We have some guests backstage, and we're going to bring out Mr. Philip Sykes first. Yeah, cue the music.
Great. Here we go.
Come on out, Philip Sykes. Hello.
Hello, Philip.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to whoever's wherever you are in the world. What a joy.
It's so nice to have you here. And for people who have not met you before, this is Philip Sykes. He is the principal and founder of the British School of Excellence. And we do a show together on Fridays called The Power of Etiquette and Manners. And etiquette and manners is so much more than what people first thoughts that come to your mind is for posh people. It's just about opening doors or pulling out a chair to help someone. It's emotional intelligence, it's kindness, it's respect. You can learn so much from Philip. He has an incredible group of people who have graduated from his Train the Trainer program. And I'm really just so grateful that you are on this platform with us, Philip. And welcome. And here's your 15 minutes of fame. Please go ahead.
What a joy. What a joy. Well, Dr. JACALYN, Al, I know the amount of work and effort and energy and sleepless nights you have surrounded yourselves with in getting USA Global TV to where it is today. And it seems, I don't know where the last year went, but it felt just like the other day I was on the same show when we first sort of launched and got moving. And it's just been the biggest joy to engage not only every Friday, but have the ability to connect with you, Dr. JACALYN. We chat a lot behind the scenes. And as an organization, I feel that this is what life should be all about, is that we should be doing as much as we can. And it's just very much, you know, what Big Scott was sharing, and Al, you know, you've shared throughout your journey and career, and Dr. JACALYN, you've shared this massive commitment. And, you know, really at the end of the day, life is too short. And I think we've got to move on, and we mustn't, you know, waste time with grudges. We need to laugh. We need to apologize when we should. We need to, you know, we need to make those changes, and we need to love deeply, and we need to learn to forgive quickly. And life is far too short to navigate through this world with no direction and being unhappy. And the more we surround ourselves with amazing people, that gives us such a dynamic opportunity to elevate off those people's energy, those people's knowledge, their guidance and steering. And this is what life is all about, in our opinion. And as an organization, the British School of Excellence was very much founded on giving people that leg up, giving them those tools, those quintessential tools to take themselves to the next level. Every single one of us has the ability to make a change in our lives, but it's up to us at the end of the day. And many a time on our program that we run every Friday, as Dr. JACALYN mentioned, 10 a.m. US time, 3 p.m. UK time, we bring in amazing, amazing guests, incredible people from all over the world. And we dive into some books. And one of the little books that I've shared on numerous occasions, and I think it's very apt for where we are right now, is this is a little book which was given to a gentleman in 1860, and his name was Mr. Powell. I've got it all inscribed here in this gorgeous little pocket book. And this specific book is Etiquette for Gentlemen, but they would have been produced for ladies and for people who were coming of age before they went and engaged on a social sort of level, and it gave them this guidance and steering. And what I love about this beautiful book is it starts with, and it's entitled Etiquette for Gentlemen, the Gentleman. High birth and good breeding of the privileges of the few, but the habits and manners of a gentleman may be acquired by all, and that could be a lady. Nor is their acquirement attended with difficulty. Etiquette is not an art requiring a study of a lifetime. On the contrary, its principles are simple, and their practical application involves only ordinary care, tact, and sagacity. So for any of you out there who are looking to take yourselves to a completely different level, and you think etiquette and manners is not something that you're familiar with, or you've always looked at it as something that only sort of belongs to a certain ilk or a certain type of person, you couldn't be further from the truth, because etiquette and manners open those doors that, as Clarence Thomas said in one of his quotes, it's some of the best education in the world cannot. And fascinating conversation we had on Friday with a lady all the way from Pakistan who had degrees and doctorates and education longer than both my arms. Most fascinating woman, incredibly well educated, as I just said. Right from a young age, she became a professor. And something she made very clear on that program was that you can have the brightest people in the world. You can have incredible people that are so sharp, but if they don't have those quintessential wonderful tools to connect and engage with their fellow human beings, they will fall down, and they will fall down hard. They will not move in the direction that they thought they were going to move in, because they felt they were so bright and they didn't need anything at all. And there's that wonderful phrase in this world: if you want to be a hermit and go and live on the top of a mountain, you better understand etiquette and manners, because if you get a sort of sneaky visit from someone, you need to be able to connect and entertain with them. So etiquette and manners, as in the grand scheme of things, and Dr. JACALYN alluded to this, is not just yes sir, no sir, and a list of rules and regulations. Not at all. This is about our emotional intelligence, our emotional connection to one another. Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. Think about how important it is that we connect on a very dynamic level. And when we connect, are we present? Are we actually making an effort to spend quality time with that individual? Or are we being interrupted by our mobile phones, or being interrupted by someone who wants your attention and keeps interrupting you, or you're just not mentally present? You know, Dr. JACALYN, you brought to the forefront on this journey the power and importance of listening. And this is a very much the makeup behind etiquette and manners, because when we listen and genuinely listen with all our senses, we can then take on board what people are sharing with us, what they are saying, what message they're trying to get across. We pause, and then we can interact accordingly. So if everyone looks at this from a holistic approach, think about how we connect with people on a daily basis, our loved ones. How do we approach our loved ones? Do we allow our mood to dictate our manners? So you've had a really busy day at the office. You've had a few curveballs thrown at you, and you get home with a bear like a sore head. Do any of your family deserve to have you coming across with negativity and being brash and abrupt and aggressive? No, wrong answer. Think about your mood. Is it dictating my mannerisms? How can I realign myself before I walk through my front door to reconnect with my family, with my friends, with the people that matter most to me? So too often do we take out our aggression and our negativity on people that are close to us. I'm still trying to find out why, but maybe it's that familiarity. Maybe it's that I feel so comfortable with this person, they're not going to get rid of me because I behave like that. Well, it only takes a few sort of moments in life, or someone has it just a little bit too much, and they tell you to take a long walk off a very short pier, and then you can't understand why. Where did I go wrong? What did I do wrong? So every single one of us has the opportunity to check in with ourselves, to really understand the power of our emotional intelligence, the power of our etiquette and manners. And a lot of people sort of often turn around to us and say, give us an understanding of what manners are all about. What is etiquette all about? Because a lot of people misconnect those. They think it's all posh. And, oh, etiquette, it sounds very, very smart, you know. Etiquette is actually to label, to stick. It started in King Henry's, King Louis XIV in Paris. His gardener got so fed up with the way people behaved. These were people of high society. They were walking across the gardens. They were picking fruit. They were not walking through doors without knocking. They were making noises in places of worship. And it was the gardener who went to put these placards around the palace. Please do not walk on the grass. Please knock before entering. Please be quiet in this place of worship. And the etiquette is to stick. It's a label. That's where this already all started. And the British, we so believe, brought this into the United Kingdom. Now, just big caveat, the world over, we all need etiquette and manners. Don't for 1 second think that we here in the United Kingdom have got it all polished and worked out. I can well assure you, far from that. So if you think about what good manners are, it's really about courtesy, politeness, and it's about respecting others and yourself. If you think about good manners, it's considering the feelings of other people and being the kind of person that others will like and respect. And I truly believe, we truly believe, that if we are respectful to others, you are far more likely to be treated with respect by them. And if you show good manners everywhere you go, then you are far more likely to encourage others to behave in the same way toward you. They elevate. Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. Good manners, it's about being a good human being. It's about being thoughtful, kind, respectful. And then we move into what is etiquette. Now, etiquette is defined as possibly a set of rules or guidelines or possibly customs. And it's about controlled, accepted behavior in different parts of the world. We've all got different rules of engagement wherever we go in this world. Okay? Different customs, different beliefs. We need to understand and be able to compromise and fit in to that world and those cultures. And one thing that does not go amiss is manners and etiquette are very, very similar and very, very aligned. You know, they're almost what we would call bedfellows. They are bedfellows. Manners needs etiquette and etiquette needs manners. And as I just said, you know, manners are very much those guiding principles of respect and social interaction, whereas etiquette is that unwritten code of exact rules. Manners represent your inner self, whereas etiquette is what and how you portray yourself to the public. One represents that way of acting, and the other is how you treat others. So our message from the British School of Excellence is very much, we're on a massive growth spurt as an organization. We have got country partners developing globally at the moment. Just last year, we had Oman come on board. We had Lahore come on board. We have potentially, we've got Bahamas coming on board in the near future. There are a couple of states in the USA that have shown some really, really great interest. And yeah, we are on a growth. We really are. And we want to help as many children out there as possible. Dr. JACALYN and I have got a sneaky little idea up our sleeves, which we're going to start working on for the future of USA Global TV. But we as adults have I believe, the principle and the duty to be shepherds, to guide our youngsters so that we can protect the future and we can build and grow off the back of what we can guide them and steer them on. So that for me is huge when it comes to how we show up every single day. And as an organization, this is what we're focusing on in the coming, this coming year. We're building our Train the Trainer platform even more dynamically. We are coming up with some fantastic e-learning programs and courses that will be low barrier to entry price-wise, but will give you the most unbelievable value. So that is what I would want to share with all of you from the British School of Excellence. And this is not possible without the most incredible team that we have in our organization. And it really is a big shout out to Orsa, to Leanne, to Emma, to Sheila, to Cindy, to all of those incredible people behind the scenes that make this organization very possible. And along with a lot of our guest coaches and people that come on board. So a big hug to all of you. Dr. JACALYN, a huge happy anniversary for USA Global TV. And I can assure you, you're not short of friends, that's for sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I really enjoyed our times together on Friday. And as you mentioned, we are, on WhatsApp behind the scenes, working on future collaborations. I don't know if you want to. Yes.
When do you ever sleep?
I actually sleep very well, by the way. I have my watch tracking my sleep. I have a sleep app too. I go to sleep usually 11 o'clock and I get up around 7:20. So that's pretty good, right?
Good routine. That's a pretty good
8
routine.
hours. Yeah, that's all you need.
Yeah, my watch tells me I'm doing a good job. So, Philip, I do have you have an upcoming program in February with Felicia. I have the show tile for it if you want to talk about that a little.
Yes. So what happens in February? What is the big day in February that everyone loves to celebrate? Or the most people love to celebrate? Anyone going to give me an idea?
Valentine's Day.
Boom. We've got this incredible woman who came through our program, Train the Trainer. It's just incredible, Felicia Kay. And just phenomenal what she does. She coaches people all over the world, not only in relationships, but in guiding and steering them and how to up-level themselves and take control of their lives. And Felicia is going to be the star of the show. We are connecting together, coming up very shortly in February to celebrate this amazing day, Valentine's Day, but also to take a bit of a deeper dive into connecting on a more dynamic level with our loved ones. And how do we, again, show up and how do we respect one another in the sense of, do we understand each other's love languages? Do we understand one another of what we love to do, love to enjoy doing? Do we listen to one another correctly? Are we hearing our partners correctly, or do we steamroll one another? And so the show, the Valentine's special is going to be a really exciting and enjoyable one. It really and truly is. And dare I say it, they're all unbelievable and enjoyable, but this specific show with Felicia, she's a complete expert in her field, and it's just going to be amazing. And I tell you something, if Felicia ever does open the door to her personal life, it has not been an easy journey. It's been actually quite extraordinary how this woman has just developed herself into this dynamic. It's like watching a butterfly come out of a cocoon, and she really is that dynamic.
Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to producing that. It's very exciting. We have some comments. Let's put these up. From Enoch. Sykes, thanks for the show and the work you're doing.
Absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure.
And also from Push Child Foundation Uganda, respecting is the best in all.
Completely.
It's a great
and
Phil,
over.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, Doc.
That's okay. We have one more comment from Edward. Rad as heck, man. Mad respect. We'll keep in touch. X. That's to Scott. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely check out their music if you've never heard of them before. Flowers for Freaks. Absolutely amazing. Sort of 60s retro, fun-loving bunch of lads.
Flowers for Freaks. Will do. Thank you, Edward. Al, over to you.
I wanted to say, Philip, that I want to magnify something you said, amplify it if I could. It's about expressing respect for other people, which is the best way of engaging them and enlisting their support for what you're trying to accomplish. I mean, nobody's going to want to help you unless through your mannerisms, through your behavior, they see that you're looking for ways to help and honor and respect them. And so I think what you offer by way of training is exactly that kind of deep learning that people need to learn how to build the kinds of relationships in their lives that help them get what they want by helping other people get what they want. And that whole idea of reciprocity. I mean, you're reminding me a little bit of I have a colleague that I work with, Lisa Manioki, who's been on the platform before. I think you've met her.
Yes,
She has a system called Presence Intelligence that breaks it down into 9 things that you can improve about yourself, from your appearance and your writing and your speaking to the way you interact with people. And, I just think that kind of training, we call it soft skills training, but these are the hard skills it takes to succeed. This is what you really need to know, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hardcore skills. I love the fact that you emphasize that. It's soft skills. It sounds wimpish. Trust me, these soft skills should be called hardcore life skills. And Al, you've hit the nail on the head. And it's exactly the same as with our coaching and guidance. It's understanding the benefits. If you incorporate these tools, it's just the same as you were saying, Al, with your organization, and about really taking on teams and building them from the inside out and giving them the ability to have ownership, and that brings us all together. It really and truly does. And I think this is a core ingredient in life. And with all due respect, it actually is not untouchable. It's not rocket science. It's just taking the initiative to jump out that airplane and build your parachute on the way down.
That's great.
Yeah, fantastic.
And I do also have to say, Dr. JACALYN, whenever you introduce Philip on the program and I'm there, I find myself straightening my tie a little bit, pulling my jacket down, checking to make sure that my shirt is buttoned properly.
Al, I'm getting a lot of jip from my 18-year-old daughter and my wife. They're saying, Philip, maybe you should start to loosen up a little bit. And I'm sort of on the fence on that one. I've been doing a few lives going out just to the audience and that sort of thing, sometimes with a nice white shirt, open collar. And so it's finding that rhythm and that drum beat. So, Al, you're always polished. And so is Dr. JACALYN. And it's just a joy. It is. How do we show up every single day? And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen out there, you've got a very short window to make a good impression, a very short window. And if you show up correctly attired, with the right sort of attitude and the right sort of body language, the right sort of approach, bang, that one opportunity can change your life for the rest of your life because you showed up in the right frame.
Yes, I completely agree with you. And I love how you're always dressed so well, Philip. So if you can tell your wife that we like it. We like to see a man in a jacket and a tie. Same thing with you, Al. You always look nice. When I think of etiquette and manners, I think of Simon McDonald, who's backstage. We're going to bring him out. He is always so polished and so well spoken and so well dressed. We're going to bring him out and have him just engage in the conversation, and then he can share about what he's doing. Come on out, Mr. Etiquette and Manners. Hello.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, USA Global TV and Dr. JACALYN and radio, of course, and everybody on screen. Happy birthday to you. And I'll drink to that.
Woo! You heard it here, folks.
Are you lubricating your windpipe and vocal cords with scotch, Simon?
Yes.
Excellent.
Well, the sun is over the yard arm here in Scotland. It's a wet, miserable day. We're going to get frost and ice and snow and everything tonight, and so that's it. So I know it's early morning for you, so it would probably be looked down on in your part of the world, drinking at that time of the morning. But then it's evening in other places as well. So for all our friends around the world, and I know the ones in Australia that are looking, I know the ones in South Africa are looking, I know the ones in Texas, I know the ones all over the States and in France and everywhere. Welcome. It's lovely to see you. We need you.
Thank you so much, Simon. And Simon is one of our expert correspondents on the United Kingdom news and culture. He also was our celebrity chef on the United Kitchens with Ricky. And I just really value your friendship and your expertise. He's a celebrity chef. He's cooked for 3, 5, 10, I don't even know how many presidents, but a lot, and the Queen. May she rest in peace. And he's writing a children's book, which I hope is going to be out sometime soon. He's also a TV presenter and broadcaster, and he's here to share with us what he's doing with the fisheries. He's the chairman of the fisheries there in Scotland, and so much more. I don't want to steal your thunder. So, Simon, tell us about the work that you're doing.
Oh, wow. How could I top that? Your checks in the post, Dr. JACALYN, that's all I can say. Yeah, no, I lead a busy life. I love life. It's great, you know, and it's a pretty short time that we're here. So, you know, you give it your best shot every time. And, you know, and the sky's not the limit, especially when there's still footprints on the moon. So, you know, you go for it. If you want it, you get it, and that's it. But yeah, I enjoy life. It doesn't matter where I am. I travel all over the place. Yeah, I have cooked for a few people. I've cooked for 3 of your presidents. I've cooked for most of our royal family. But one of the greatest shows I ever did, or series I ever did, was United Kitchens and USA Global TV. It was such a good, fun, relaxed, easygoing show. And I think it was one of the few live shows I've done where there hasn't been a blooper somewhere down the line or something's gone wrong. When you're cooking on television, I mean, you really are laying yourself open to any issue and any problem that will ever come your way. And believe me, they do. They come piling in. You know, you could be dropping eggs, you could be dropping a whole bowl full of stuff, burning your fingers as I did, or another time when I did one of the big morning programs in the UK, and I was blitzing a champagne sauce, and I put the blitzer thing into the sauce, and it just went all over the place. Co-presenters got covered in it, the studio got covered in it. Oh, it was fun. But at the end of the day, once we scraped up what was left of the food, it actually tasted quite good anyway. But no, I love it. And Philip, I mean, you know, just before it came on there, I suddenly found myself sort of adjusting things and making sure the shirt buttons were done. Are my shoes polished? No, I haven't got them on today. But they not my shiny ones anyway. So yes, you do. You set a precedent, and yeah, and it's really appreciated. Yeah, and these levels of etiquette and manners, they're so important. Really opens doors. And if you're going for a job interview, for example, the decision is made up within the first few seconds, and appearances do count. They really do. So if you're going for a job as a welder, don't wear your best business suit. It's just maybe not quite the done thing. But at the same time, don't go along as if you've been welding for the past 10 hours and you've got sort of holes in your jersey and holes in your shirt and burns here and there and so on like that. But go dress sensibly and give it your best shot, and be polite, because politeness attracts a politeness as well.
Fabulous. Thank you. Thank you. That was really beautiful. Philip, I know you have to run. Anything you want to say to Simon?
No, yeah, I just so nice to see you again, Simon. We obviously had the privilege of connecting midway through this last year, and it's such a joy to see you again. And yeah, as they say, what do they say with a lovely tumbler of whiskey? Isn't there a wonderful Scottish word that you, it's cheers, or what do you say? You say...
Slange Maha. That gives me another excuse.
And Burns Night is coming up, right? Burns Night is coming up in the near future. Is that correct?
Yes, that's a bit like the Whiskey Olympics over here. It is quite an event, but it's a global event. Everybody claims to have rights to Robbie Burns, and the Burns Supper. There's a huge etiquette that goes around that with the order of things as well, and but it's great fun for all.
Absolutely, but yeah, it is. It's something I'd love you at some point to share with this amazing audience, because they'd be intrigued by Burns Night. But I just love what you said. You know, if you go for an interview because you're a welder, show up at least wearing something half decent, and you know, fit yourself into and always up level yourself. Take yourself seriously, because that is how you will get noticed. And I love it. And you know, everyone makes an effort in this world, and when you do make an effort, it definitely pays dividends wherever you go in the world. And so just something as simple as, you know, getting ready to go on an aircraft. A lot of people now just put a tracksuit top on and a pair of trackies, and they stroll in, and they want to be comfortable for the flight. That's I totally get. But just make an effort to maybe wear a blazer, an open collared shirt, and a nice pair of trousers, or as you call them in this US, pants, and then change once you're on the aircraft. But it is incredible how it gets picked up and noticed. And these are the little bits of attention to detail that I think life is lacking in so many parts of the world.
Absolutely. I mean, days gone by, people would wear their best suit and their best clothes to go flying. I suppose it's a bit of well, when they pick you up after the crash, at least you want to be reasonably presentable.
Absolutely.
But it is, when I fly, and I fly frequently. I mean, this year I've been Boston, I've been Barcelona, I've been Mallorca, I've been in France. Where else have I been? I was in South Africa just recently, and just got back just before Christmas. And I do make an effort to dress reasonably when I'm flying. I wear a nice jacket and my trademark cravat and so on as well. It's important. These things do matter. Sometimes it even gets you an upgrade as well, which is even better still. So there we are. Yes. Oh no, dress for the part.
Absolutely. That's
great.
Love it. I love it. And Al, where did you stay when you were in South Africa? Were you staying with friends, or were you staying in a nice hotel? Where were you?
Oh, granddaughter's wedding. So in Wellington, just outside of Cape Town, and there for about 4 days. Fantastic. Left here, it was -5 degrees, which is be about 27 degrees Fahrenheit. Arrived in Wellington, it was +37 degrees centigrade, which is about 106 Fahrenheit. So it was a bit of a culture shock. So had 4 days there, then a couple of days in Constantia and Cape Town, which is just such a magical city. And Constantia is just a beautiful, beautiful area. Had sailing friends there as well, so stayed at their place. And then had 4 days in Knysna. And Knysna and the Garden Route has got to be one of the most magical areas in the world. It's like Scotland on a vast scale, that drive between Cape Town and Knysna. It's a stunning place. I lived there, had the privilege of living there for 5 years, and running business and doing consultancy work there. And it's great sailing country. I'm passionate about sailing. But it's just such a friendly country as well, if you mix with the right people. But it's a wonderful, wonderful place. And I never forget when I first arrived in South Africa back in 2012, and I met somebody in Knysna who was quite into Scottish culture and so on. And I said, well, this is fabulous. I said, I can almost feel Scotland here. And then later I discovered there's probably more Scots in South Africa than there are in Scotland anyway. But yes, he said, oh, of course, in Scotland, you're so proud about the heather on the mountains. And I said, oh, you bet yourself, yes, because, the heather is, it's really of national importance to us. So he said, in Scotland, you've got 45 varieties of heather growing wild in Scotland. He said, but you come to Knysna, there's 98 varieties growing wild here. So it's put life into perspective a bit. So yeah, South Africa, a fabulous place. But at the end of the day, my heart is in the West Highlands of Scotland. It's where the hills bow down to the sea. You've got the sea lochs, magnificent wildlife, great characters, very laid back people. It's a wonderful, wonderful place to be. Can be a kind of wet at times like today, and snowy like tomorrow and icy. I've got to drive down to Glasgow starting out about 5 o'clock in the morning. Not really looking forward to it. It's going to be very icy, the run.
It's very good to see you, Simon. I love hearing these sort of travel stories, and yeah, just thanks for pointing all of those wonderful traits and qualities out. I know Al and I were talking, and Dr. JACALYN, how important it is to show up in the best light. So thanks to every single person that makes time and effort. And I just would really want to encourage all the people out there listening to what Dr. JACALYN puts together, and the representatives that come on to co-host with her. This is gold. These shows are absolutely golden, and we can take away so much for a little bit of investment of one's time.
Thank you so much, Philip. And thanks to the British School of Excellence and all the value that you bring to each and every person who watches our shows or listens to our shows. Because as I mentioned before, the people graduating from that Train the Trainer program, to your point about the person we interviewed, Her Excellency, doctor, professor, I mean, the things that she's accomplished, and she's very young. Amazing.
Yeah.
And that's
Simon, if you're coming London way, I'd love to see you.
Yes. Absolutely. You come to the West Highlands. Bring a bottle. Make sure you're well wrapped up. But, I mean, let's not forget, we're here for one thing. It's a very, very important issue as well, and that is that this show with Dr. JACALYN at the helm has just worked wonders over this year, and I can't believe it's just a year. I mean, I remember back at the beginning of the year, it must have been then it was Philip Cham who had invited me to speak with you and join the show. I mean, that man is an absolute legend, an incredible person, but what he's introduced me to is a family. And, you know, and Dr. JACALYN, you really have just worked absolute wonders in a remarkably short space of time by producing such quality efforts and you know, just colossal efforts that you've made in keeping this show all together and keeping us all together as well, and giving us a lot of fun. Yeah, I love coming on this show every Thursday afternoon. We come on. There's, you know, ourselves, and there's Dan, and there's Ian Pelham Turner and Helena CHARD as well. And it's just like sitting in the family room and chatting away. There's no script or anything. We don't know what the heck we're going to say when we start. We don't even know what the heck we're saying halfway through. But oh boy, is it fantastic fun. And it's down to you and CINI as well. I should not forget you and your great efforts in bringing this incredible television channel together and putting it on a worldwide platform. It is the best.
Before we leave the subject of manners and etiquette and just general human quality, I do want to point out, aside from how neatly dressed everybody is, you, with the smile behind the drink, Simon, and with your facial expressions, Philip, you tell everybody, I love what I do. Let me explain what it is to you. You can love it too, and it can change your life. That, I think, is what makes you all so much fun to talk with. I love doing it every chance I get on this program.
Well, you know what? You all have just hit the nail on the head about it's a community. And that's what gives me so much joy. I can't even tell you how many times I'm in tears because I think...
Now you're going to cry again. Now, come on.
I know, no crying online. But there are people from all over
the
world they're now friends, working together, getting together, sharing ideas. And it's such a gift. And I have to thank each of you, because what people don't know, and we've said this in the very beginning of the show, is there's so much that goes on behind the scenes that the public has no idea about what we're doing to make this all happen. And again, people are dedicating their time to come and share their expertise, their education. And I couldn't do it if it weren't for all of you and the rest of our fabulous team members. And let's not forget our guests. We have new people coming to the platform, sharing their stories. We've got our top fans who are filling up the comment section. I really do appreciate that. And of course, our wonderful sponsors. So I want to welcome our next person onto the show, but let me just share some of the comments. We have somebody from LinkedIn, George Adongo. I don't know how to say your last name, George, but thank you so much for being here. Congratulations on anniversary. Anybody want to try George's last name?
Ochieng.
Ochieng.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Push Child Foundation Uganda, we love her so much. Thank you. That's very nice. And Philip, one for you. Would like to partner to you, Mr. Sykes, the British School of Excellence. What are the tools? So we'll put up Philip's contact information. You can reach out to him, and I'm sure he'd be very happy to hear from you. And you can also go to their website, BritishSchoolOfExcellence.com. All of their courses are actually there. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Big Scott is back in the house with us. Philip, I think you have to leave us for now.
Simon, always a true pleasure. Al, a massive pleasure. Big Scott, lovely to have cast eyes on you. And
hello, I'm back. And you know, I was listening to what you lot were saying, you know, what goes on backstage. We'll say that after Philip's gone. Nice to meet you, Philip. What you were saying was absolutely awesome, being a true Brit.
Yeah,
a little bit of respect and manners goes a long, long way.
I've taken your details and I'll be having a look at your website and connecting. And Dr. JACALYN, enjoy and I'll have an amazing, amazing day.
You're being
Hi,
Harley.
Hi, Harley. Hi. How are
Hello,
you?
hello.
So nice to see you.
You too.
Your
Okay,
dad
great.
Great,
says
start them
wonderful
at any
things about
age in USA Global TV.
Here we
It's
go.
great.
Sign him up.
You know what? I really feel like while Harley's here, I would love to just quickly run our new movie trailer for Listening Lazies, our new song, because I'd love to see what Harley thinks. What do you think about that,
Let's
Philip?
see this. Let's see this.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Okay. So just a quick background. We, Mariska Duprie from New Zealand and I have written a book, and that book, we're writing 2 books actually we've written, and they both are #1 Amazon new releases. As of today, the second book, the one that just became available yesterday, is a #1 new release in 3 categories. It's on the right-hand side, Lady Ella's ABCs of Listening. And Mr. Al CINI plays the role of Testadora the donkey. And Crystal is played by Dr. Madeleine Chan. I am the ladybug, Lady Ella. And Doug Lawrence is the lioness, Olivier. And Mariska is the swallow, and the swallow's name is Penser. And it takes place at the School of Joy. So Lady Ella, the ladybug, traveled from Gentle Farm in the first book, which is pictured here on the left. And she is now at the School of Joy. And at the School of Joy, there's a talent show for all of the animal characters. And there is a poem that Testadora, aka Al CINI, reads during the talent show, and we turned that into a song that is available for purchase, and we put together a music video. So let's take a listen and a look to Listening Lazies.
When we speak, we don't hear. It's abundantly clear. Listening lazies creeping, and nobody's gonna win. Look someone in the eye. If you don't, they surely will cry. You don't hear a word I say, 'cause you always look straight away. Listening lazies drive people crazy. Listening lazies making us blue. Listening lazies, communication goes hazy. Listening lazies, listening lazies. Da 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 da. Listening lazies drive people crazy. Listening lazies making us blue. Listening lazies, communication goes hazy. Listening lazies, listening lazies. When you interrupt your friend, you will surely have to make amends. Lady Ella knows the way to help you listen better every day. And what's that?
It's listening lazy.
Ba-da-ba-ba. Listening lazies drive people crazy. Listening lazies making us blue. Listening lazies, communication goes hazy. Listening lazies, listening lazies. Listening lazies drive people crazy. Listening lazies making us blue. Listening lazies, communication goes hazy. Listening lazies, listening lazies, listening lazies.
A big thanks to La La Music and also Dr. Madeleine Chan, Mariska Duprie. And of course, I have to thank our phenomenal book coach, Mr. Red O'Loughlin, who is going to make a major entrance in just one moment. I want to find out, Harley, what did you think?
It was good. Very good.
Thank
Who's
you.
it harder? They're paying more money.
Yeah.
Nice, yeah.
Good. It was absolutely brilliant. I think that song will be going round in my mind for the rest of the day.
It is kind of catchy, isn't it?
It really is. Yes.
Absolutely gorgeous. Hey, lovely song. Hey, listening lazy. Hey,
There we are. We're going now.
get that track.
Well, thank you so much for staying around to listen. I appreciate it. And I wish you both a wonderful day. Let me just bring out Mr. Red O'Loughlin first so he can make his entrance. Da-da-da! Book coach extraordinaire, strategist, friend, and somebody that you want to know. So get to know this guy. Mr. Red O'Loughlin, there he is.
And we got him.
Congratulations, Dr. JACALYN.
Ah, great. Look at you. Fantastic.
Woo, you look great.
Well, let me get my headphone on so I can hear better.
Okay. We'll take you off for a sec. Okay. All right, Philip,
right.
thank you.
All
Thank
of
you,
this,
Arlie.
everybody. Wave
Bye-bye for now.
Great seeing you, Philip.
everyone.
Happy dream.
I will.
Bye. All right. I'm going to welcome next, as we start our new hour, JENETTA Barry and the Epiphany process. Let me bring Red back up. Red will be commentating with us, and you'll have your 15 minutes later on today. But let's bring out JENETTA Barry. JENETTA is somebody who is also extremely involved in our platform. She is over in Kenya, in Africa. She goes between there and London. She is the co-host of our show, The Art of Creating Mental Health Wealth, which is an amazing show, and the timing couldn't be any better because people are struggling with mental health, and they are able to use the arts, the performing arts, to express themselves, to get their feelings out, things that they had pushed down in their life. It gives them a reason to sing, a reason to act, a reason to be. And JENETTA helps people all over the world who might be struggling with suicidal thoughts or self-harming. And she's also an author. She's an elevated listener. She's one of our expert presenters on Talking Heads. She's the TV show host of Global Adventures. And I know there's something else, but I can't remember. Let's bring her out. JENETTA, my head is spinning. What did I miss?
Women's prerogative.
Thank you. I knew there was something. She stays up till midnight to do a women's prerogative with us. So thank you. How are you today, JENETTA?
I am so well and so delighted to be here because I was reflecting as I was sitting in backstage. This time last year, I was sitting in my studio in Oxford going, oh, it's so cold. And now I'm sitting here with perspiration pouring down me, trying to look really kind of chic. And it's like, you're really hot.
I love it.
So there's the difference from last year and this year. And I also wanted to say, Simon, I was giggling so much because every time we traveled out of Nairobi by air when I was a child, my mother had to have a brand new outfit because she would not travel without the latest thing she'd got, acquired, made, or whatever. So I was, the imminent plane crash. Oh, that's why she did it. Anyway,
yes, that's it. I mean, we all remember our mothers would always get on to us before we went out anywhere. Now, have you got clean underwear on? Because, if you go to hospital,
I just love it. I just love it. Anyway, it's been such a pleasure to be actually part of everything backstage and listening to you. And I too feel what we've done through you, Dr. JACALYN, in this last year has been phenomenal, and just been such an honor and a pleasure to grow everything. Having started many years ago on a journey where my greatest life test of losing a 16-year-old daughter to suicide because I didn't have the communication skills. Being on this platform, which is so much about listening, was a no-brainer. And having walked the walk to get through this greatest life test when I actually had planned ending my life 3 times was a work in progress. And when I got through the other end, I realized how there was such a gift in this greatest loss. And don't get me wrong, that loss is there with me for the rest of my life. But at the same time, I've been able to accumulate where in having that loss, so many precious things have happened. And that actually, when I draw my last breath, the legacy that's going to be left because I lost a daughter to suicide takes my breath away. And this platform has played a big part in creating that mental health legacy. We had World Jenny's Day on the 10th of October, and it platformed here for 16 hours with Dr. JACALYN producing behind the scenes, and Dr. Madeleine Chan and myself presenting with so many of you on the screen today, and having been on earlier, all co-hosting and supporting. What an amazing day. It changed conversations using theatre and the arts. And that is why it's such an honor and privilege to be here today with you all, celebrating this first year, being able to share with you that whatever you're going through, there's always an amazing side to it. It doesn't mean that the difficult, challenging side will go away. It just means it's learning how to manage it. And that's what I had to learn. I had an aha moment. I call it my crossing over moment, when I realized I had stuck myself to this label of being the mother of the child that killed herself after we had an argument. And that was my lifelong label. And it felt so overwhelming. I was in such a black hole, and I just couldn't see a way out until I was crossing a road one day, very dangerously, because I certainly wasn't present, certainly wasn't communicating, and I certainly wasn't listening. And I got halfway across that road and fortunately didn't get hit by traffic, and realized that I'd forgotten I still had choice, and it wasn't my only label. And that I could reinvent new labels because of that label. And that's when I got safely somehow over to the other side of the road and decided to start studying and researching and finding accurate ways to get through this. So I had to walk the walk and talk the talk. And there were times where I wondered if I could ever get through it. And there are still times where it still challenges me, but not to the extent where I don't want to go on, or I'm overwhelmed, or I can't communicate, because that challenge is a lifetime thing. But what it has created is the ability for me to help thousands of people online for the last 15 years, internationally online, through the most dire circumstances, through terrorist attacks, through self-harming and not eating, and big challenges. I've been able to help people because I've walked the walk and talked the talk. And then the two charities attached to that have been birthed through my greatest challenge have been that we put on a theatrical production here in Kenya. And by the way, jumbo to all my East African people. There's so many, Mr. Cheng, Uganda, welcome. It's wonderful to have you all here today. And it was with great pleasure that we were able to birth Insight Theatrical Production in Nairobi, Kenya. And then it had such an impact, it was invited to be performed in Europe. And we're looking to franchise it internationally through World Jenny's Day, which is the other charity that's part of the Epiphany process. So what does the Epiphany process do? It enables you to take that conflicting internal conversation where we over-logicalize and often overly emotional, and the two often have arguments with each other, especially at 3 o'clock in the morning, where you've logicalized everything in the day with whatever you're challenged with, and now suddenly you wake up at 3 and your emotions are going, I don't care how logical you are, I'm scared, I'm overwhelmed, I'm not good enough. There's a whole war that goes on. And the Epiphany process allows you to take those conflicting conversations and bring them into manageability, not eliminate them, because they do serve when you can manage them. And that is what this process does. It's very, very accurate. And then, it's no coincidence that this week, Dr. JACALYN and I in the Art of Mental Health Wealth show, we're talking in people's value system. And when you can manage that internal conflicting conversation, suddenly you find you're listening differently. And then you're listening to how the person values or sees the world, and suddenly you're able to talk in their language. That is what the epiphany process does. And then, of course, that goes on into World Jenny's Day, where we use that day. Jenny died on the 10th of October, which is World Mental Health Day. So every year, we have a celebration of mental health wellness using performing arts and the arts from artists all around the world. It was phenomenal this last 2022 for 16 hours online with Dr. JACALYN and USA Global TV. And we're doing the same with USA Global TV this year. And we are also having a gala evening with celebrities, top celebrities who are going to be part of World Jenny's Day. They're starting to come in. It's just, my heart is full. And my heart really, if I could say to you, through my greatest life test, I am living my life on purpose. This is where I am supposed to be because of what happened. And so I'd like to invite you, if you'd like to find out how to communicate so clearly, accurately, specifically, talk to me. And also, we've just launched a corporate package where we help entrepreneurs and business owners to start speaking differently and communicating differently and listening differently through the use of the epiphany process. So if you'd like to know more about it, if you'd like to know more about the certification program that the epiphany process has as well, I would love to chat with you. And you can get hold of me at JENETTA, JENETTA, at theepiphanyprocess.com. And if you want to know more about the epiphany process, it's theepiphanyprocess.com. If you'd like to know more about World Jenny's Day, either how to participate or support, back up, be behind the scenes, or just be there on the day, the epiphany process, the worldjennysday.com is where you get more on that. And again, just such an honor and pleasure to be here. And I'm so excited we've done this year. So many amazing people co-hosting. This is one amazing platform. If you want to learn things and know things, if you're not here, you're square. Get here. Thank you.
Thank you, JENETTA. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're going to have a chat. I want to bring Big Scott back out.
Hello,
Hi, Big Scott.
hello. See, change of position with the camera. Just do my head in.
I see it. We love it.
And if anybody was wondering why I disappeared, technology being the best, as we all know, my computer that I spent days on sorting decided it was going to throw a wobbler. But luckily, I had one in a backup. So always have a backup. And if this one doesn't work, I don't know what we're doing. Are we in the mood for some music?
I think we are in the mood for some music. Yeah. Before you play the music, I just want to bring out KENDLEY Davenport, who's backstage. This is the hour that Kenley's going to be presenting as well. But I'd like to just have him engage in the conversation with us. He's the Chief Success Officer and CEO of Sales Leader Roundtable, and he's joined our team. He went directly from being a guest to an elevated listener to hosting his own show with his partner, Jim. Let's have him come out and just chat with us. Welcome, KENDLEY.
Hey, glad to be here and happy anniversary. Great seeing everybody this morning.
Thank you so much. Tell us where you're joining from.
I'm in the Metro Washington, D.C. area.
Fantastic. You're close to Mr. CINI in New York.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yes, I've been enjoying everyone's conversation backstage and looking forward to engaging and learning more from everyone today.
Well, thank you. I know this is your first time with us, and this is all about caring and sharing and getting to know everybody. So what I would urge everyone, whether you're on the platform, you're watching, reach out to these people, connect with one another. You never know where it's going to go. And that is what is so important to me, is that we do support each other and help promote whatever it is that our missions are. And a lot of times we're going to find that there's some cohesion there and really a great reason to collaborate with somebody. So thank you for that. I'm going to turn it over to you, Big Scott, and then Kendley will have you present. But Big Scott, let's have some music. What do you say?
Well, I think this one is quite appropriate. This is What the World Needs Now is Love by Burt Bacharach. So we'll be back in exactly 4 minutes and 14 seconds. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
Sing along if you know the words.
World needs now.
Do you know what?
Love,
I think this is
sweet
the
love.
so we're all going to have to sing along.
I think there's a 7-second delay between us, though, depending on where you are in the world. Does anyone know the words?
I've got them here.
Oh, his voices.
Enough to cross
till the end of time.
needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing.
There's a slight delay. That was a good trumpet impersonation. Who was that? All together now. Needs now is love, sweet love. It's the
only thing that says just too little of what the world needs now is love, sweet love. But
everyone. Enough for all of us. It's abundant and it's all around you.
It's love, sweet love.
I ain't in that moment. And that's a little bit of Burt Bacharach. We all need a little bit of love in our life, or a lot of love. There we go. A nice musical interlude there, courtesy of me and UNIRadio.com.
Thank you so much, Simon. Oh, sorry. I'm bringing Simon back. Thank you, Scott. I'm bringing Simon back. He's coming back. He's not there. Okay. Thank you, Big Scott. I'm bringing Simon back. That's what I should have said. So we also have Doug Lawrence backstage. Let me bring Doug out. I don't like when anybody is backstage for too long by themselves. Doug, how are you today?
I'm doing great, thanks.
Fantastic. Doug is also one of our team members. He's an elevated listener. He's featured in the new book, Lady Ella's ABCs of Listening, and he's done it in honor of his granddaughter, Olivia. What was the feedback from her?
So far, so good.
Okay.
So far, so good. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Great.
We're going to get to your presentation a little bit later. Right now, we're going over to Kendley to tell us all about what you're doing on this platform and off of this platform. And a big welcome to you for the first time being on our program here. Thank you.
Well, thanks so much. I appreciate that a lot, Dr. Jacqueline. And wow, it's so fun listening to you guys while I was backstage. And you guys are such entertainers, so I'm looking so forward to hopefully learning from you guys along the way as I tune into your shows and see how you run your platforms and engage with the world out there in front of us. We're excited to be a part of the global USA Global TV radio family, and so we're pretty stoked about it. And this is really an extension of something me and Jim Debo, who's my co-host, who's not able to be with us today. We really see this platform as an extension of our Sales Leader Roundtable, which is really a peer-to-peer professional development network, and where we really concentrate on leadership ideas, thoughts, where we get to explore and learn and share from one another. You know, it's our premise that you learn best when associate with other peers and really tackle the world's and life's issues together and sort of get lots of diverse perspectives, get lots of different ideas, people from all walks of life, from all around the world, from all types of industries that allow you to bring a really unique perspective to the whole process of leadership and then of sales acumen, being able to figure out how to stand out in the crowd. You know, it's a noisy marketplace out there, and people are all trying to move their products and services forward. And it's our goal to give back to our community and make sure that they have these experiences to draw upon. So we're pretty excited about what we've been able to do with this upcoming platform. We're excited. We start out, we're newbies, as you all guys know, and we're going to learn as we go, but we are really planning a monthly program for now. It's going to be always on the first Monday of each month at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the U.S. We have some unbelievable guests lined up, and some that we're working with. We haven't got them sort of locked in yet, but we have really some big names in the leadership and sales leadership marketing space around the U.S. and the world are going to be joining our platform. Our first show we're going to be announcing next week. We're going to always promote about 2 weeks out, start a major promotion of our upcoming guests. But our first guest we'll announce next week. But I can tell you the topic. The topic is really about some of the techniques and some of the thought processes required for hiring sales people in this a recessionary economy. What are the things? What are the 5 things that are critical that a sales leader must have in order to navigate a recessionary economy? And so we're pretty excited about diving into that. We have an expert in this field, someone who has taught to thousands and thousands of companies. They have millions of people in their database. They use data as a way to assess this process and to make sure that you have all the tools necessary to be successful. So we're pretty excited, Dr. Jacqueline, about what we got going. It's our hope and our vision is that the Sales Leader Roundtable is really a place where we get to create the best place for great sales minds to gather and grow. And we're hoping to be the catalyst for sales leaders' impact on the people and revenue results for which they're accountable through this peer-to-peer experience that we do on our monthly Sales Leader Roundtable sessions. But our television show, our streaming TV show with you guys will be more about a focus on diving much deeper than we're able to do in our sessions each month. So we're pretty excited about it. And I'm so sorry that Jim Debo couldn't be here with us today, but we have a whole lot lined up. Our March guest, I can tell you, is all about execution. You can have the greatest strategy in the world and understand where you want to go in life, but if you can't execute against it, you don't understand the tenets and the fundamentals, the solid execution, you're just not going to get there. And our guest, we're going to have two guests, actually, a co-guest that run a very international company that really focuses on this and have thousands of clients that have been very successful employing some of their techniques and methods. So we're pretty excited about the process, Dr. JACALYN.
Well, we're excited for you. That's fantastic. I've got everybody on mute, so if you want to unmute yourselves, that would be great. And we can engage with Kendley. And just, it amazes me how quickly it all turned around. You were a guest one day, and the next day you're hosting your own show. So it is exciting.
Well, I really so much appreciated your platform, and certainly also learning how to taking your courses and learning how to up my game a little bit. One of the key things for great leadership is about listening with empathy. If you really cannot understand people and connect to them the way they want to be connected to and see them for who they are, how do you lead them? And so we're really going to be getting into these subjects quite deeply, and subjects like that really help people become stronger leaders, and then hopefully use some sales acumen that we'll also be discussing to help make their businesses stronger.
Great.
Well, your program sounds really exciting, especially with the caliber of guests that you're bringing, and also the caliber of professionalism and expertise that you and Jim have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Al, were you going to say something?
From the business talk show perspective, the number one problem facing especially startups, entrepreneurs, people trying to launch a business, but the number one headache for most small business owners is the sales function. They get the services worked out, they get the products worked out, they get production worked out. They don't know how to get the word out. And that is, I think you're going to make a real contribution there, Kendley. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Al. One of the life cycles of any business, you're in that startup phase, and then you get to a place where you have to learn not to be dependent on yourself. And this is what you just mentioned. A lot of entrepreneurs have a hard time letting go and scaling up because they can only do so much. And that's really a leadership capacity issue. And that's really what my business is about, but also what we're trying to do with the Sales Leader Roundtable is build leadership capacity. And if you have good capacity, if you have great self-awareness about how you impact the world, how you impact things, then that will really help you become much stronger. And ultimately, that's what makes your business engine go.
I wanted to say the timing couldn't be more perfect, because there are a lot of entrepreneurs out there who've been doing things certain ways in the way they sell that has been very successful. And now suddenly with COVID, it's been a whole game changer. And having programs like yours is going to be so helpful for those solopreneurs out there who are feeling very overwhelmed on how to redefine and present themselves. So welcome. It'll be wonderful to have you.
Appreciate that. Nice comments. Certainly, solopreneurs have to learn how to balance what we call business development and finding their next customer with doing the work, because that's their issue. They get so wrapped up in doing what they have great passion around and what they really know well, and they spend their whole day doing that, and then the day is gone, and then they haven't thought about, or where's my next customer coming from when this engagement ends. So very, very important aspects for particularly for solopreneurs to figure out.
Definitely. Kendley, I know you alluded to this a little. Could you just share the format of the show so that people understand what a roundtable is and what they can expect to see and hear?
Yeah, thank you for asking, Dr. JACALYN. The roundtable is really, I have a co-host. His name is Jim Debo. Jim, in his own right, is a fantastic business coach. He has a very large business in the Midwestern part of the United States, really well known for what he does. And so what we're going to be doing is bringing guests on, and me and Jim will be sort of having this open discussion with our guests about a particular topic. It is really about zeroing in on our guests and how they have experience the world and the work that they do, how their expertise is impacting the people that they come in contact with, and learning about both the pros, the cons, the pitfalls. It's really about an open discussion between really me, Jim, and our guests. And occasionally we'll have co-guests, because I already know in our March session we've lined up 2 guests that are part of the same organization, but they bring a different perspectives. They've approached it differently, but achieved similar success. So that's what we love about these conversations, is we get to bring a lot of diverse perspectives to the table, and that allows people to make it their own. We're not about training. We're not about, we're going to tell you what you need to do and then you go out and practice it. It's what we're trying to create is a little bit of experiential process through an open discussion, so everyone has a chance to really make it their own. And our audience that is listening, our hope is and our plan is that you can get 4 to 5 nuggets that you can take back to your daily life and execute against. And certainly if you want to know more and dive deeper, you'll be able to contact that guest and figure out how you might be able to engage further with them that you think it might help you or your business in some way. But our hope is that each session, our 40 to 45 minute session, lends 4 to 5 really cool, what I call golden nuggets that you can write down and go implement yourself in your business very quickly.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing that, Kenley. And for people who want to get in touch with you, what's the best way?
Well, it's always just me in general. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'm pretty active on LinkedIn pages, like probably most of you. But also in the banner there, I'm at info@salesleaderroundtable.com, and that way you're catching me. And or you can reach out to me on LinkedIn, and my business address is also, and contact information is easy to find and clearly outlined there in the process.
Thank you very much, Kenley. Please do reach out. Everybody on the screen, please reach out to Kenley, and everybody watching, please go over to his LinkedIn and connect. That would be fantastic.
Dr. Jacqueline.
Yes.
I
I'm going to do that right now.
With
Can
the
I want to
USA
follow up
Global
I'm sorry.
TV and network, you have a couple of people from the East Coast. I'm from Texas. You're from Florida. We have England. We have South Africa. We have Canada. So for a 1-year anniversary, you have a pretty good representation of the global aspect of your program.
We absolutely do. Jeanette is in East Africa, though. I just want to clarify that. And Big Scott's in Wales. Doug's in Canada. So we do have a global platform. It's very exciting. And Simon's still not back at his post yet. So as we move on to the next hour, Al, did you want to say something?
Just really quickly, it sounds like this is normally what somebody who runs a for-profit business would want to listen to. But I want to amplify what Jeanette, I think, was hinting at. If you're running a not-for-profit, these skills are maybe even more important for you than if you're running a for-profit business. So I think the audience has to include not-for-profit business leaders. I think they really need this kind of help. Good work, Kenley.
Hey, thank you, Al.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Al. I was going to comment. One of my personal biggest clients today is a nonprofit. So nonprofits have to survive just like a for-profit business. So they have to figure, it's just not about collecting funds, but you'll find that most nonprofits actually have a revenue generation arm. They have a portion of their process for which they generate fees. They generate income other than philanthropic income. So yes, many of the things we discuss in terms of leadership and sales acumen can be applied across almost any industry. We're mostly B2B. We don't focus on B2C as much, but many of the leadership aspects are true across any platform.
Thank you, Kenley. A question that I have for you, we have some nonprofits that have been commenting that are outside the United States. Would this be good information for them as well?
I believe so. I have some international experience in my resume, but it was in a very specific niche industry across mostly Europe. So I have some inkling of how business is conducted in that industry. But I'm not that strong about how nonprofits might be different in Europe or other parts of the world than they are in the United States. But I still believe leadership is leadership, no matter where you are, no matter where you live, and no matter what you do. Leadership can happen even in your family. So leadership techniques work. and it's really about being aware of them and understanding their impact, and then you learning how to incorporate them in your everyday work.
Absolutely. I thought that was the answer, but I thought let's just get it clarified so that people know that wherever they are in the world, they should tune in. And tell us again, the first show is when?
It's on February the 6th at 4 p.m. Eastern time in the U.S., and we can't wait to get started.
All right, fantastic. That's 9 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. It's 10 p.m. Central European Time, and I don't know the rest of the time. So
it's midnight in East Africa.
Thank you, Jenetta. You'll be up for that because you're used to it now from a woman's prerogative.
or you can see it on recording in the morning.
Well, this is true.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. You can go over to our YouTube channel, USA Global TV, and you can check it out there. Kenley will have a playlist. Kenley and Jim will have a playlist, Sales Leader Roundtable, and all of their shows will be there. So look forward to setting that up for you. Okay, Jenetta has to leave us for now. Jenetta, it's been a pleasure having you with us. I'm just going to spotlight you again and put up your banner, let people know who should reach out to you and how they can connect with you.
Oh, thank you, Dr. JACALYN. Basically, anybody who is feeling challenged and feels they cannot communicate their wants or be understood or understand others. And I believe all of us at some time in our lives, at least once, if not more, go through those times where you think, how am I going to communicate? How am I going to get this over? Whether it's in your business or your private life or your social life or home, wherever. So if you'd like to know how to communicate effectively through the most difficult of challenges, and if you'd like to know how to talk to your employees, because we've just brought in a new 5-suite product for that, because so much is not said in companies when you're working from a place of fear or extreme judgment. So many of your people working around you and even maybe your clients are keeping quiet because they're picking up that fear and judgment. So if you'd like to know how to communicate accurately and clearly and specifically from your heart so that people are very clear and new ways and solutions come up, then you can get hold of me at Jenetta, JENETTA, at theepiphanyprocess.com. The website is theepiphanyprocess.com. And I would love to hear from you. And whether it's for a one-on-one or to step into a group session where we work internationally online, or whatever you'd like to do, come and have a chat and we'll custom make it for you. And thank you, everybody. Lots of love.
Jenetta, one thing before you go, can you tell us about what's going on in the metaverse?
Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Yes, I can certainly tell you that. Wow, so inspiring. And I'm so sorry that USA Global TV takes so much of your time, because it would have been an honor and pleasure to have had you there. But on Thursday, we had the launch of my very own virtual office on the metaverse. It was absolutely amazing. There's a place called Your Global Village on the metaverse where there are 20 of us who have merchant houses on an old kind of like medieval square. The graphics are amazing. And as you step into my office, which they launched on Thursday, it was full of symbolism. So they had the Epiphany process, a beautiful round wall with like Swarovski crystals on it with the Epiphany process logo, which is a person going, whoa. It was amazing. And then it showcased where I could sit with a group of people. It showcased where I had a little bit of a place to be able to do work with USA Global TV. There's a camera up there. And also a place that shows, we had a bike ride through a game park last year to fundraise for World Jenny's Day through a Kenyan game park. So people were bicycling past cheetahs and all sorts of things to fundraise. That was up on the wall together with Insight Theatrical Production on depression and suicide and solutions and World Jenny's Day. And it was is amazing. It still is. And one of the wonderful thing is that it's being designed. So if I wanted to, I could take every piece of that and have it in actuality as an office.
That's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. I think that's something that people are not aware of, the metaverse and how you can have a virtual office and collaborate.
Yeah, I was
Big
just doing
Scott?
some research then. I was like, what's this about? So what's your link? What's your link, Jeanette? How do we find your metaverse, or is it invite? How does it work?
It's just about to go tonight. If you look at my website tomorrow, you'll find it there. It'll go,
Okay.
It's going up tonight onto my website, theepiphanyprocess.com. But I've been collaborating. I've got Columbia who are wanting me to talk. They do a lot of medical side. They want me to talk to doctors and nurses who lose patients. The collaboration is amazing, and I really do suggest you chat to me. Get hold of me again at JENETTA at theepiphanyprocess.com, and I'll guide you there. But it will be up tomorrow.
Cool.
Thank
I
you,
should be
Jeanetta.
jumping into that alter universe sometime soon.
Anybody want to ask Jeanetta a question about anything or a comment before she goes?
No,
Okay.
she's got to rush off. Let's just let her go.
All right. See you later,
Lots
my
of
friend.
love.
Lots of love. See you tomorrow. Bye. Okay, we have a number of comments from people. I haven't been able to keep up. Let's see. Well, we have Dr. Chan in the house. What does she write? Hey, Big Scott, you were amazing. A true shining example of a global, world-renowned DJ, and just love your show, You and I Radio. Keep the love vibes flowing.
We do our best. We do our best.
And Dr. Chan is the one who actually brought you to this platform, and you
Yes.
were on the film and
Little-
music show.
Do you want a little anecdotal story about that? I've got loads of anecdotal musical
Sure.
stories. So I used to be on a community radio station, Radio Cardiff. Maddie was supposed to be going on to somebody else's show, and they didn't turn up. And I fully script my show, so there's very little spare time. And I managed to squeeze her on, and she was on with Rocco, I think it was. And we did the interview. It was like really, really good. Afterwards, they came up and said, "Oh, you should come over to Malta." And I was in one of those crazy times in my life, and using the F word, I just said, "Bugger it." I found out I think a flight from Cardiff to Malta was about £60 return. And Maddie said, "Well, look, get yourself over here. I've got somewhere for you to stay," which was cool. So I said, right, well, we were chatting, before I was going towards the plane, I said, is there any sort of, find out if there's any local music events. I want to try and find some local musicians and stuff while I'm there. And long story short, that transpired into, we did a live broadcast from the Black Pearl pirate ship, which was used by Robin Williams in Popeye. And then there was a new club opening, I think it was called the Electro Lobster. So we did a broadcast from there, and then we did another broadcast from a pub called Reflection. So my week of just having R&R turned into me and Maddie hastily throwing together, and a few other great people, because that's what I love to do with music, is unite people. The music industry is quite hard. So yeah, we were the first people to broadcast off of a pirate ship in Malta. So I was quite impressed with that, because I've got that little pirate element in me. I started on pirate radio, so it was only the perfect place to be. So that's how I met Maddie, and that's how we're still connected to this day, because we know where each other is, and if we need positivity and commitment, then just drop me a message. That's what it is.
Thanks, Big Scott. I love hearing about how people got connected. And you can see Big Scott every Wednesday on our men's show, Wild at Heart, that is hosted and moderated by Roland Friedel. It's a panel of men from around the world who get together and talk
Real,
about
authentic, uncut.
Uncut. Exactly. All right. I'm going to bring back Simon. He's in the house with us. Welcome back, Simon. You're on mute, though.
Nice to be back. Yes, it's
Simon,
cold here.
Meet Kendley and meet Doug. I don't think you've met them yet, have you?
Hi there. No, I haven't. That all part of the family. They're, meeting my long lost relatives now.
And we've also got one of our other guests backstage. I'm going to bring him out, but let me share some more comments. I'm not able to keep up with them. Let's see. CINI, you're looking dapper in the bow tie and sounding wonderful, from Dr. Chan. What do you have to say to that?
It's because I'm not singing. Thank you, Madeline.
You have a beautiful voice, Al. Stop. Dr. JACALYN, you are, I don't know, something amazing. Love, the love keeps shining. Thank you.
Oh, very nice.
She's my soul sister for sure.
Really nice.
All right, backstage we have a legend in the broadcasting industry, and he actually reached out to me a year and a half ago. I don't even know. I think how he found me, we'll find out. But he has been keeping me going with all kinds of incredible strategy, ideas, leadership, and I just value him so much. He is one of our expert correspondents from the United Kingdom, along with Simon. It's Mr. Ian Pelham Turner joining us from London. Hello, welcome.
He's a magician. Wait for it. There he is.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I think myself as a stress doctor these days. So many people are coming to me with all sorts of problems and potions and stress-related things, and it's wonderful because I look at all of you today, and what a great gathering of people, experts, great broadcasters, and well done, Dr. JACALYN, because in reality, what you've done is nothing short of amazing. I've been 56 years as a journalist, 12 years in television, and when I look at what you've done, it is absolutely phenomenal, and I love what you've done, and I know Helena will probably be on shortly as well. We're doing some new things. We're looking at some new things with you. And this year, I think, is going to be your year as well, because we could be doubling our capacity on platforms and the values. And I'm just saying, I've lit up so well this afternoon. I like to use this new lighting system. I look younger, I think.
You look great. You look great. Ian, I have to let people know that you actually came up with the name of our channel. And I will always be grateful to you for that. And Ian and I will talk on WhatsApp for an hour at a time. We've got some wonderful strategic plans that we're putting in place to grow the platform, not just where we are, but other places with other people. So round of applause for Mr. Ian Pelham Turner. Thank you so much.
Oh. You're going to make me shy now.
Never.
Ian.
I noticed that the English time seems to be an hour adrift of the Scottish time. Your clock just is registering, just after 3:45. It's actually 5 now.
Yeah, I was just looking at your back wall, Simon. It's like, who put all your pictures?
Let me tell you. Let me inform you. The reality is that none of the clocks in this room work, but they look so good, and I have no idea how that one works. There's another clock on the mantelpiece. I've no idea how that works, but it fits in so well with the actual style of the place. So I've styled it like some sort of 1940s, 1950s abode, because it fits in with the character of the flat as well at the same time. But no, you're quite right, Simon. The time zones, are a bit askew, but as you so rightly said, at least both of these clocks are right at least twice a day.
Absolutely.
And it's the perfect setting for a crime. You could go out and do a crime at this time and then say, look, I've got video footage. I was in the house talking to these people.
Ian, I want to have you talk a little bit about the work that you're doing. I'm going to wait till Helena gets here. Excuse me, but we have a clip from Daisy. If you could give an introduction to Daisy, because you actually brought her here to the platform, and then we'll take a look at her clip.
Well, Daisy GEDEON again is the most remarkable lady, and I'm surrounded by remarkable women. I have to sort of say, and Daisy, I first met a few months ago, and was very inspired by her. She's an award-winning documentary filmmaker, and basically she created really what's behind happening with Lebanon over the past 5 years. It cost her over $2 million of her own money to actually create and produce this film in the first place. It's won 20 awards. And so I'm going over to the Lebanon with her to work with her a week at a time. this year to actually try and highlight what are the values of the Lebanon, because like all these countries, the branding of the country sometimes is that nobody wants to go there, no one sees the value, and there's a lot of issues with the countries, and that's quite right. I'm not denying the issues, but I'm also looking at what is the potential for the future as well, and that's what I love doing. I see from the outset, as soon as I met you, JACALYN, I could see the potential in what you had. I could see the future for you as well. And I think, the values that you bring, to people right across the world now, as I say, is absolutely amazing. Daisy is just the same. She's phenomenal. She's like a powerhouse. Every few days I get these messages from her saying, what do you think of this? What do you think of that? And so we're going to work together, perhaps over the next few years. It's dependent on her, on how we can actually change the values of the Lebanon, how we can actually perhaps create a new political environment within the Lebanon itself as well. But more than anything, how we can, create inbound investment into the country, which it sorely needs. And people shouldn't forget that in reality, Beirut was known as the Paris of the Middle East for many, many years. And so we're going to look at trying to recreate that formula at the same time. So as I say, she's, she was telling me about times when she was filming, and she was surrounded by 7 bodyguards when she was out filming during some riot situations. And there she was. She was leaning out, trying to get the best footage she could, and the bodyguards were almost pulling her back. At the same time as bullets and goodness knows what else were flying past her head. So she's like a GI Jane, from the movie. She's one of those people who really wants to make a difference in the world, and especially with the Lebanon itself.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Let me go ahead and pull up Daisy's.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
One of the great things to come out of the Lebanon is their wine. The Chateau Moussard is absolutely outstanding. One of the finest wines I've ever tasted.
Everybody write that down. You want to say that again, Simon?
Chateau Moussard. I mean, it really sounds very French, but oh, wow. That is an absolute stunning wine.
Is it a red or a white?
It's a red. Yes.
Red.
Yes.
All right. Thanks for sharing that. This is a show that Ian, Helena, Al, and I do with Daisy. We just started. It's called Talking Peace Around the World. And you can see this show. What are we doing? The first Monday of every month? Al, Ian, anybody? I think that's it. Okay. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah.
We can hear you.
All right,
I think so, yeah.
All right, let's take a look at Daisy's video clip. She couldn't be here today. At the time, I think she was in Australia, and she was leaving to go to Lebanon. They had a farewell party for her. So let's take a look.
Hi, my name is Daisy GEDEON, and I'm a Lebanese Australian journalist, filmmaker, entrepreneur, humanitarian, and human rights activist. And it is my absolute honor today to be able to congratulate Dr. Jack and Al CINI on the 1-year anniversary of the USA Global TV and Radio Network. Congratulations, guys. I know it must have taken incredible courage and persistence and consistency and a huge amount of work to get this off the ground and to keep it going for a year. And now you're charging into your 2nd year. I'm so proud and so honored to be part of this welcome, congratulations, and to be part of a friend group that knows you and knows what you're doing, and to be able to join you. I know that we've started to work together, and I have seen the love and the labor that you are injecting into the work that you're doing. And I can't thank you enough for supporting me in my mission and giving me a platform, as you have done hundreds of others around America and around the world who would probably find it difficult to have their voice and their opinion heard in the way that you allow us to share what is true to us and important to us. And for me, being able to work with you now, both of you, Dr. Jack and Al, on the Talking Peace program that we're doing has been a wonderful insight into how we can bring our voices together around the world to try and bring peace to the world, bring awareness to how important it is for everyone to be involved in the peace mission. And the other work that I'm going to be doing, it is my honor to be able to bring to your platform a program from Lebanon, where I'll be returning next week to continue my mission to help save and promote the plight of Lebanon and the people of Lebanon, who have been enduring the worst economic, political, social, and justice crisis in human history. No other country has, sadly, and I don't wish it on any other country, endured the calamity of catastrophes that Lebanon has endured over the last 5 to 7 years, all at the hands of a leadership elite that do not seem to have the will or the desire to bring harmony and rights back to the Lebanese people. So my mission will be to continue the work that I've already started through my documentary, Enough, Lebanon's Darkest Hour, which was released a couple of years now, and to enlighten, educate, and awaken the world to the situation in order that they may join us in allowing the people of Lebanon to have their rights returned to them, restore the human basic rights of the Lebanese. And this is a global issue. It's not just a Lebanon issue. There are people all over the world that are demanding and calling and pleading for their rights. What I hope to do is, through my work, bring attention to issues all over the world using your platform and many others, I hope, to be able to alleviate the crisis around the world. So congratulations again, and thank you so much for this opportunity to participate and be involved in your platform and to share a mission of peace, justice, and truth for all. Thank you so much.
You're all on mute, guys.
Wow, what a powerful message.
Yeah, very powerful.
Very powerful, sobering as well.
One of the most gratifying parts of the peace show, the show that we do about global peace, is that we get to try to give a voice to the people who are caught in the middle of so many power struggles all over the world. Ordinary people who have nothing to gain, who are caught between the people who are struggling to gain power over everybody, and how impossible it is for them to live normal, regular lives. And, my heart goes out for the people of Lebanon, people of too many African countries, the people of Armenia, the people of Ukraine, who are just trying to be people. And they're caught in the middle of these struggles everywhere. And if we can do any little thing, and Ian, I think it's wonderful that you brought Daisy into the family. And I think it's such a great subject to explore, because if we can do anything to just make people aware of how many people are suffering, I feel like we've done our job.
Yeah, really good points. Sorry, Helen is backstage. I just want to bring her out so that she's not backstage by herself. Helena Chard is one of our expert correspondents on the United Kingdom. She also has been working with Ian for, is it 12 years now?
Yep.
Yeah, 12 years. And she is not
only has to prove it.
She is not only an expert correspondent here, but she is a legend in the broadcasting industry as well. And she's also one of the photographers for the royal family. She's a correspondent for the royal family in Britain. Let's bring her on. She has other things that she does too, casting. She's going to tell us all about it. Welcome, Helena.
Great.
Hi, good to see you.
Hello.
Hi, nice to see you as well. So right now we have our 3 expert correspondents from the United Kingdom all together, and it's not even a Wednesday. What do you think about that?
Excellent.
Is it not?
Sure.
Damn it, wrong day. Adjust my calendar. I think my calendar is working for the same time as Ian's clock.
Yes, I think that, or it's the Scotch. I'm not sure.
Could be. Yeah, no, there's still some.
Ian, would you
Yeah,
like to
definitely.
comment about Daisy and what she just shared? And then we'll go over to Helena.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, she's an amazing lady. Quite honestly, it's going to be a joy to work with her. She's been a journalist for I think 20 years as well. So, so we sing from the same hymn sheet a lot of the time on things that are necessary to do. You know, we're both big risk takers. You know, in the work that we've done in the past, and I think. Hopefully we will create some incredible footage over the next year, perhaps even more than that, to try and promote Lebanon and the values of Lebanon and the values of Daisy as well across the world.
Thank you so much, Ian. Just to let everybody know, I'm putting everyone on mute when someone's speaking, so that if you can take yourself off mute afterwards, that would be great. Helena, thank you for joining us. It's nice to have you here today.
Lovely to be here. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'd love for you to share a little bit of your background, and then I'm going to have Ian share about his. For people who I guess have been not watching television, or they've been living under a rock somewhere, can you just share a little bit about the work that you do and the things that you're passionate about?
So I've got loads of things I'm passionate about, and I basically do lots of very creative things, which creates this 360 degrees happiness in my heart. I, years and years and years and years ago, I mean, I started with really about journalism and good news, and there was very, very little positivity in the news. And I decided, do you know what? I've had enough. I'm going to go and search out loads of fantastic, inspiring people and stories, and let's just try and flip things. This was a long time ago, and this was years and years ago. And in fact, I've worked on various different shows, and this is something I brought with me. And then obviously working with you, Dr. JACALYN, and your platform too, is something that you also do. So it's like great meeting of minds. And everybody needs a powerful story. Everyone needs news to infuse. I mean, we all know about journalism 24/7, and it's not necessarily anything to lift us. And I'm looking for uplifting news, real news, not really it's still got to be real and constructive. So I've spent a lot of time sharing lots of stories, giving platforms to people that, you know, maybe wouldn't normally have a platform, but have so much to share. Because we know that obviously giving this inspires people come together, people talk, it's empowering, and this creates change, positive change. So that's one of my main things that I've worked on. Are you there? I'm not too sure whether everybody's there. I've just got this very quiet. Oh, you are.
I put everyone on mute.
Myself.
Yeah, no, we put everyone on mute.
I see, I get it. So that's one of my biggest things over the years that I've worked on, and it came from a place of, you know, with journalism, feeling quite bogged down with it when you're researching and everything was just so negative. So now to be able to do this news to infuse and to share it, and it's empowering for everyone, I think is really positive, and it just brings people together. So different groups of people, and I love it when different groups of people can then work together and create change. Also, one of my big passions is the United Kingdom and the royal family. I'm very, very interested and passionate about bringing tourism into the UK. So I've done a huge amount of work where, with my royal photography, alongside Ian on occasion, we've created big photography exhibitions and taken them around the country, and brought in I guess lots of financial sides of things as well, but it's really to promote the UK, and have really enjoyed doing that and seen the value in it. We just at this moment, with cost of living crisis and lots of things going on, obviously with the royal family, goodness me, to have people appreciate the UK and see what we have here and value means a huge amount to me. So that's something that I work on. And I'm very, very. I love my roll photography. I haven't done as much recently, I have to say, but it's lovely to share that with everyone. And there's lots of stories there. I'm also a great mental health advocate for mental health wellness, and that's something that I work with quite a few different organisations and individual people as well, to help anywhere I can. I'm a strong believer in giving, because it's that ripple effect. And I do think that it makes people feel special, and people then carry it on. I mean, just in a very simplistic thing today, I had a friend who has made this huge batch of marmalade jam. Marmalade, we have the toast here in the UK, and I just, and there was a little pot for me, and I went to pick it up, and it was made in a lovely vase, and it said "made with love." And it was a very simple gesture, but how lovely. Because I took that away, I picked it up, took it away, and thought, how lovely to give that. And it's just small things. I just think that everyone can give. There's too much anxiety in the world, and there are so many extraordinary people that give all the time, and these are the people that should be, we should share their stories.
Yeah, got it. Just going what you were saying there about good news doesn't sell. Excuse me. I did a journalism course many years ago, and we had Martin Lewis come in and do a talk, and he was of the same philosophy. He was trying to do a magazine or a feature and saying, but good news doesn't sell. But it's nice to see after like 20 odd years that somebody is good news can sell, and it's, as you say, it's the news that you're picking. We don't care about we feel inferior. Somebody you tell us about somebody winning a lottery or whatever, but if you're telling really good, happy stories, I think we all need them, especially in today's society.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. We seem to have lost a few people. So Ian, we didn't actually hear directly from you about the work that you're doing, and I would love for you to share the story about how you and Helena started working together as well, and then have Helena tell us how it really happened. No, kidding. No.
Yay! They've got you, Ian. They've got you.
I think, quite honestly, I would describe myself as that I've had 56 years of great luck. All the way through my career, luck has followed me in every move that I've ever made. I was very fortunate. I learned how to push a button on a camera, and that seemed to work for a long time. And then I started writing as well, and that seemed to achieve a few things. I think probably one of the biggest events I ever photographed when I was a commissioned roll photographer was I did William's first baby shoot, Christmas baby shoot with Charles and Diana. And when William was getting married in 2009, basically ITN, which is our big sort of one of our independent news networks in London, came to interview me on what it was like to photograph William at that day. And CNN saw me from there, and I started doing a bit of anchor work for CNN. NBC picked me up from there, and before I know it, along with Helena, we've worked with all the major networks in the world, and I think we hold probably one record in Britain where Helen and I, during the time that Prince George was being born, about 8, 9, 10 years ago now, I'm not quite sure how old he is now. Basically, we talked to a hotel, the Athenaeum Hotel in London, very famous 5-star hotel where a lot of extreme large personalities stay quietly as well. They're quite a big hotel for Americans. And we said to them, what are you going to be doing for Prince George? They hadn't decided. We created an event for them. And over a 6-week period, we created £12 million worth of equivalent of publicity for them. We did 68 television interviews, major TV interviews with all the major networks in the world during that time. And we created 100 pages of newsprint right across America for them as well. And they had the most successful summer ever for American stays and American vacations coming into London, who then came to stay at that hotel. So it worked very, very well. And yeah, I mean, Helen and I, bless our hearts, you know, well, I mean, we you know, sometimes we give up each other grey hairs, but on the other occasions, we work extremely well together. We're greatest of friends as well. And sometimes we have different opinions, and we hold strong different opinions in some cases, which is good because, you know, I'm not saying that I'm right about anything at all as well. It's just an opinion that I have. And so, you know, for the past 12 years, we've really focused on the royal family. We've really created a project at that time called Royally Rich, which we're going to reinvent this year. And we could be coming to America, you know, later on in the year to actually do some events similar to the type of events we do in London. Just talking about the royal family, talking about, you know, our experiences with the royal family, and having a really nice British royal afternoon tea as well. So, you know, if that's sent any Americans salivating, that they can come contact us via JACALYN as well, and we look to sort of do something like it. So, as I say, it's been an incredible life that I've had. You know, I'm still enjoying it. You know, I'll be 72 in April, and I'm working just as hard now as I did when I was 16.
Tell us about your coverage of Prince Philip.
Oh, Prince Philip. Well, when Prince Philip died, I got, again, because I'm one of the few people left standing, I would say journalists standing, who remembers him, you know, and goes back in the days. And I was doing interviews across the world, and everybody was saying, isn't it sad for Prince Philip to go? And yeah, and it is, you know, I get that. But he wasn't my most favourite royal, I have to be honest, in any way, shape or form. And you know, I've been working for about 72 hours doing interviews across the world. And then I was doing one for one of my favorite other channels, apart from USA Global TV, which is channel 7 and 9 in Australia. And they were doing a prelude to the thing. And so I came on about 5 minutes, or I was watching about 5 minutes before I was due to go on, and it was a very uplifting. It was, you know, it was one of these. They are so good, the Australians, again, at doing breakfast television. It was really funny, uplifting, everything. And I'm listening to all of this, and I thought, if I start really talking about, you know, the doom and gloom of you know, Prince Philip dying, all this other thing, it was going to kill the mood of the show as well. So they said that there was going to be a 90-second show reel, and I thought this was going to be on Prince Philip. And so the show reel started, and it was a 90-second show reel on me. And I'm thinking, oh my God, you know, where have they got all this from? Anyway, so I then come on the show itself, and the Australians, and there's normally about a 4-second delay, you know, from me speaking to them reacting. So they said, you know, good day, you know, you know, Ian Turner, and what are your memories of Prince Philip? And I said, well, in reality, good morning, thank you for having me. This is 2 o'clock in the morning, my time, by the way. I said, the biggest thing that I used to do with Prince Philip is that every time I had an assignment with him, I would check my life insurance policy beforehand, because, you know, we did one shoot, for example, where he was due to, he was really the co-founder of the World Carriage Championships, which is carriages driven by horses. And so I was asked to photograph this as an event. And he told, or I was told via his equerry, he's going to come charging down a hill. You can get, and you'll be on the other bank, so you'll get some sort of great pictures. You'll come through a stream, so you get all this water splashing up and down. It's going to make some great pictures, and then he'll come up your side of the bank. So I thought, great. So I was stood on this not very wide pathway. So he came down the hill, sure enough, and there was him looking very aggressive, and then he was splashing through the water, and he's looking even more aggressive, and then he's coming up the hill the other side, and I'm thinking, this guy's not going to stop, and it looked like he'd got some death wish towards me, and the only way I could get out of it was to dive into a thorn bush, and as he passed me, he muttered something at me as well, like it was my fault for getting in his way. So I learned with Prince that as I say, normally when I did some events with him, it was I always check the life insurance policy beforehand.
Thank you for sharing that story. Let's bring Helena back. Sorry, Helena, you'd fallen off there. Any questions or comments for Ian?
I have a question for Ian and Helena.
Okay.
Here in the United States, we have so many royal families. We have the Obamas, we have the Bushes, we have the Clintons, we have the Kennedys. How do you manage in the UK with just one?
I'm just going to say, Al, you've missed out the Kardashians, haven't you? The most famous royal family of the lot. I was watching this program. Is it true they're all billionaires now? Including the youngest one, who was the youngest billionaire ever. She was a billionaire at 22 or something. So I'll let Helena answer the main part of the question. Do you know what? As we know, we've discussed what's been going on recently. I think one royal family is enough over here. Don't you think?
Yeah, we couldn't have it. Yeah.
All I can say is a Freudian nightmare. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about, but definitely a Freudian nightmare. Absolutely ridiculous. But on the good, let's put the right socks on. But it's just like, hey, we have got the most amazing history as well, and things and the most beautiful palaces, and there's so much to talk about and to share. And I feel so thrilled and happy to, I suppose, put the royal family on a platform and to share that. And I know there's lots of people that are with me on that. I think it's something really great that we have in our country, and I do think it's something that makes our country great. So please, let's just get a summit out the way and get all these silly little nonsenses out of the way, and let's carry on with what makes us so great here in the UK. And let's just enjoy the royal family. I mean, we're lucky to have what we have, and I hope in the US as well that you can. I presume, I don't know, maybe I'm being a bit presumptuous, that you can see that it's a fabulous thing that we have in the UK, and long may it continue. We don't want any silliness getting in the way, is how I feel.
Thanks, Helena. Do you think that's this whole thing with Harry is going to blow over, so to speak? Because I just read something else that there's more information coming out. I mean, where is it going to stop?
Oh, it's going to be like that for the next 12 months, and then somebody else will be the next seed to feed on, So I try and stay away from the mainstream. They're a family at the end of the day, and they all have issues. Harry's a little black sheep, and he's decided he wanted to go away and do what he wants to do. So fair play to him. Do you know what I mean? So I did catch a little bit of his interview the other day, and I saw a lost boy who lost his mother, and I did that about 13 years ago. So I know exactly where he's standing. And when you need that love and loyalty, especially from one of our highest establishments, it's yes, stiff upper lip and everything's brilliant, but we live in a society where we all need a bloody cuddle. Do you know what I mean? Whoever our mum and dads are, we all need a cuddle. He's just lost his grandma. He's lost his granddad. I've been there, and I can feel for him in that scenario. He's at an age where he's exploring. He doesn't know what life's about. He's going to rebel, but he's a boy at the end of the day. You know, so just let them get on with it. You know, get them out of the fisheye. And I think that's what needs to be done. You know, the royals, yes, they are very important for our country, but we don't need to highlight every little thing. And some things are done for money and some things are done to clean the slate. But is he doing it to clean the slate, or is he doing it for finances? Who knows? I'm not going to quibble that, but I love the man. He's a lovely young man, you know, at the end of the day. I've never met him, but I think we'd have a right laugh if we got together.
Thank you, Big Scott. I'm getting some feedback, or like a radio or something. I don't know if anyone else hears it. No? Okay. Doug Lawrence, you're there in Canada. Anything that you'd like to share about any of these topics or what's going on there?
I actually watched part of the interview last night and found it to be quite interesting. And I actually sympathized with what he's going through, having gone through some losses myself, and you know, still kind of wandering around trying to sort everything out. So I can definitely sympathize with him.
Thank you. Helena, Ian, anything you want to say to Big Scott or Doug?
I just think we should all just take loads of ayahuasca, because obviously this is the way forward. What can I say?
I agree.
We'll all have our epiphany, and then we will all just go out and say what we want to say, but hopefully we'll be a little bit respectful of our people around us. You know, good luck, you know, good luck to Prince Harry, Meghan and family, and let's hope that things can be resolved for everybody. You know, we've got lots to celebrate here, and we've actually got the coronation coming up in 4 months' time, which is going to be fabulous. We've got to, you know, well, I am in mood. I know friends are, and acquaintances. We've got lots to celebrate, and what we cannot afford is there to be nonsense going on. We can't have Harry and Meghan, you know, clouding the coronation, which is the most amazing time in history, and it's going to be great fun and lead to really positive things. So hopefully the summit will take place. The summit involving the people that obviously need to talk, and we can just like move forward from this, because it's sort of, I think, blurring people's visions. It's become a bit of a everyone's taking sides, and everyone's forgetting about, I think, moving forward. I have a lot more to say, but I think keep it simple. I think I'll keep it on that.
Thank you, Helena.
Yeah, if I could add something, because there's so many wonderful people in the UK, and every one of them is a reason to visit the country. I mean, the coronation, I think, is a great reason to pull a trip together and go out there. But when you get there, the reason why you want to go to the UK is the people, and many of the examples are right here on this program. I mean, these are great people to meet. They're representative of a wonderful country, and you want to go there and get to know them. And for Helena and Ian, and maybe Big Scott, if he's up to it, sometime over the next couple of weeks, somebody please explain to me what the House of Lords does.
Good luck with that. They have cheap breakfasts, drink lots of wine, and tell lots of lies.
I think, Al, it does just as much as the House of Representatives does, you know, at the moment.
Helena and Ian,
finding a leader.
I wanted to know how is it determined who will cover the coronation? I mean, is it possible you both will be there covering it?
Very possible, of course.
Perfect.
I mean, we're not. I mean, nothing's actually decided at the moment. I think things are marginally in place, but I think we've got to get past a certain something that's going on at the moment, and then things will fly. And you know, it's got to be a good, uplifting situation for everyone. It can't be a worrying time, and I think lots of things have to be crossed off, and then we'll get to a point where we can really seriously think through things. But you know, I'm absolutely happy, and I'm sure Ian as well, to cover lots of things. But it's always such a busy time. I mean, you know, if I could clone myself, if Ian could clone himself, then we could put ourselves in all these different positions and cover everything. But let's see. I'm excited. I'm excited.
I think, you know, the probably, in fact, you know, I marvel at you, JACALYN, a lot of the time, because I know how many hours a day you do this. And
Standing, by the way, standing.
You're standing as well. I know. You know, I had to be an anchor on the funeral for the Sky Channel that I work with, and that was 6 hours 40 minutes. We were flagging even after the first hour, you know, because this is constant television, constant updating. Our feeds were being taken up to other channels. We got in the end of 2 billion audience from our actual broadcast that we put out as well on the funeral. And in the end, the people in the studio were crawling on their hands and knees and handing underneath the table orange juice and chocolate biscuits just to keep us going, you know. And 6 hours 40 minutes. I thought, in fact, it's 6 hours 46 minutes. You know, I always forget the last 6 minutes, but thank goodness there was a break in transmission about halfway through, and we all managed to rush to the bathroom to you know, catch up with anything we needed to catch up with, and then rush back again. So I take my hat off to you, JACALYN, because the amount of hours you do each day, stood up as well. At least we were sat down. It is amazing.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I just want to show you, I did something. I did a little nice thing for myself that I went and bought a new pair of sneakers because I'm always in sneakers. I have all these beautiful heels and I don't have any place to do because I'm always working. So this is what I bought for myself yesterday. Let me see if I can spotlight myself. This is what I'm wearing today. Can you see these sneakers? They have jewels, all like sparkles all over them. I don't think you can see that part of it, but this is how I'm doing it today.
Beautiful.
Love that. So, Big Scott, are you going to give us something to listen to that we can just take a few minutes? Anybody who needs a quick break? I know I do. We'll hear some music for a couple of minutes. All right, Big Scott, you're on mute.
Unmute. Yes, I've quite happily got some music. This is another one of your choices, JACALYN, and this is Down to Love Town by The Original.
Hey, you in the mirror, test. You look here, she has lost a jewel. That girl's a fool. I just realized I'm wasting my time. Although my baby is gone, I'm moving on. I'm gonna dust off my heart and my happy shoes. Find someone to help me lose the blues. I'm taking my party down, 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 down. Outside my door, there's a candy store filled with sweetness of life, so very nice. Bags, I'm gonna pack that, no turning back, and consider the rest repossessed. I'm gonna dust off my heart and my happy shoes. Find someone to help me lose and lose. I'm going down to love down, 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 down.
Oh, yeah. You're on USA Global TV with Big Scott from UNI Radio. Streaming 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. You'll discover something new. Got a nice long musical intro now, so big up to everybody tuned in. Big up to everybody on USA Global TV, doing your bit to share the word, share your wealth and knowledge to the world. So let's get back to meeting some nice and lovely people. So hopefully they will all appear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. That was the originals, Down to Lovetown.
Very good.
Thank you, Big Scott. Ian, we can't hear you. Hold on. Sorry.
I was just going to say, it's wonderful. Everybody's rushed off.
I actually didn't leave my post. I just ordered a pizza, truth be told. So. I was debating. No, I shouldn't eat it. I'm going to.
I have two guests in the room this afternoon as well, who were working on another project. And as soon as you gave them the opportunity to, they just rushed out and they're rushing back in again.
Okay.
On the last break, Big Scott played something written by Burt Bacharach, I think.
Yeah, Burt Bacharach.
And this time I indulged my favorite composer, Burt Blatterback, during that.
You know, I know it's probably not proper etiquette. Philip Sykes might call me out on this, but what do you do as a professional when you're out in the field and you need to take a break? What do you do then?
Find the nearest bush.
You know,
There's no way if you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah.
If you're
Anything with Buckingham Palace in it, you know that in reality there are no toilets anywhere around. So the rule is that, well, my rule, I mean, Helena's many years younger than me, so I'm of an age now where, you know, so you know, I may need to sort of have a, you know, relieve myself. And so the rule is that if I know I'm going to work at Buckingham Palace, you just don't drink beforehand. You literally, you know, you just do not drink, you know, because I'm trying to think of an occasion. It might have been when Philip died. I can't remember, but they asked me. Some of the channels asked me to come down to Buckingham Palace, and I was outside for 4.5 hours, and it was biting cold day as well. You know, and just, men will probably understand this more than anyone else. Is, you know, sometimes you can feel, you know, just like you need to sort of go to the toilet as well, and 4.5 hours. So eventually, you know, I hit the nearest restaurant I could. And the one good thing about wearing this type of clothing is that I can go anywhere. So I went into the Savoy to use their bathroom.
Thanks for sharing that. Helena, would you like to add anything?
Well, I have to say it depends on what job you're doing, and it depends where you're working, because saying working at Buckingham Palace, it's slightly ambiguous. What Ian is referring to is if you're working outside and you are in a situation where you can't leave your post, then you're not going to be able to run off and use the loo. So you have to be mindful. It's one of the top tips really when you're getting things ready, whether it be your photographic equipment, etc., is really not to eat and drink too much, and just have some boiled sweets or something that will keep you going, to, you know, to something that will give you something. That's what you do. So it can be that when we've been on location as such, and it's been like
such long hours, because it can be. You just have to be ready. You have to be prepared. It's always in the preparation, as we always say.
Helena, really quickly, I stopped listening when you said it depends.
Can I ask a quick question?
That was the solution to the problem.
Has there ever been a time where you've had to nip off and do something and you've missed the moment, a really important moment? Or have you been quite lucky?
I would say I've been very lucky, because basically time. You learn. I have had the odd occasion, but much earlier in my career, where I've missed a shot that I wanted to get, and this is down to me and my wanting to get a certain shot and then not getting it. I'm just talking about photography at this moment. I mean, there's a lot more to obviously what we do, but yes, so there's that time where like, oh no, missed it.
You framed it and then you looked away and it's gone. Yeah, split second later.
You learn how to battle that.
Maybe you can offer us a brief preview of the coronation. I know it'll be a long process, which is kind of back on our original subject, but what is it that we have to look forward to, let's say, as viewers from here in the United States?
Well, for me, the whole thing about the coronation, it takes me back to Her Majesty the Queen, and I've got this huge call coming in. I don't know whether anyone can hear it, and it's, apologies, can someone just take over? I've got this huge call coming in and it's taken over my.
Sure.
Okay. So I think there'll be things like the celebration, there'll be the ceremony, there'll be the procession, there'll be all the pomp and ceremony. I mean, there's so many stories about the coronation with Queen Elizabeth, and the crown that is actually placed on their head weighs, I think it's something like about 12-15 pounds. It is a really, really heavy crown. And so when then Queen Elizabeth knew that she was going to have to wear the crown as part of the coronation itself. So she used to bathe the children at night, Charles and Anne, and whilst they were in the bath, she would wear the crown as well. So I would have loved to have seen a picture like that, but it was never sort of shown. And then on the actual day of the coronation itself, the Queen was very petite, but the gowns that she wore and everything that she wore, it was so heavy. The whole garb, the whole dress sense was so heavy. She told her ladies in waiting that when she stood up, for them to give her a little push just to get her going, because it was, the weight of everything was quite extraordinary. And I think, when you look at something like this, bearing in mind, it's been 70 years since we last saw a coronation. So these things only happen, probably in anybody's lifetime, once in a lifetime. I obviously I was only 1 year old, so I really wasn't aware of the coronation in 1952 itself. But I think that the reality with a lot of these things is that it'll be interesting to see if there's any changes being made these days. I know Charles probably wants to set his own protocol over what is necessary. There's really interesting things, because part of the ceremony is when the Archbishop of Canterbury actually places the crown on the head of the royal personage. It's virtually covered over for that particular moment, so that you can't actually virtually see it, because apparently this is a moment when the royal family connect to God through the crown. And so it's actually a moment of privacy, only split second, but it's a moment of privacy where the royal family are supposed to give their faith to God as well, and they are the protectors of the faith at the same time. And really, you know, there's always been a row going on with the actual crown itself, in the coronation, because the crown actually has the Koh-i-Noor diamond, which is a diamond that India has wanted back forever, and it's one of the largest diamonds in the world, and it's the centerpiece of the crown at the same time. So, you know, there's so much history involved into something like this. You know, what will be the music they will choose? I think, you know, when you look back at 1952, and obviously most of it was in black and white, and of course, it was one of the first televised projects for the royal family. It took a lot of persuasion to actually persuade the Queen and the royal family that this whole thing should be televised. That they didn't really want it televised at all at one stage, and they were convinced in the end to actually allow this to be televised as well. And I think that I think there were 42 TV cameras in Westminster Abbey to actually really set the scene and show everything that was going on to the world.
Wow, thanks for sharing that, Ian. I was wondering, in terms of the crown, oh, Helena's back. In terms of the crown, what if you have thin hair? Like, how do they get that kind of weight to stay on the head? Because it's even hard to have hats stay on sometimes. So I'm just wondering, something that's that heavy,
Nails.
how do they attach
Put
it?
some nails in it.
Nails.
Actually, you know, I would think the sheer weight of it, you know, I mean, I would imagine they're practicing even right now, because you know, I've noticed recently that Charles used to be quite sprightly, and I've noticed recently that even he is just what, you know, age comes to all of us, you know, and I've just noticed even recently that even he's starting to walk slightly slower than he used to, and you know, but he managed when recently someone started throwing eggs at him, you know, to his walkabouts, he managed still to sidestep the eggs. So there's still some movement in those joints, and I'd like to know what his formula of, you know, because, you know, but it'll be interesting to see how this whole thing, you know, really sort of sets the tone.
You know, Ian, by some accounts, Charles has been practicing for 35 years.
Yeah, absolutely.
I bet you he's got to take it slow and steady, like the egg and spoon race, and just don't move your head. You know what I mean? 'Cause that's probably what he's being taught now. Just slow, steady step. You know, like when you have the book on your head. You know, just don't look left, don't look right. You know.
And it'll be interesting as well for our Canadian colleague as well, that I wonder whether the Mounties will come back again, because the Mounties were part of the procession in 1952, and they gained, they tried to get as many of the Commonwealth countries representing in the procession coming back from Westminster Abbey to the palace, and it was wonderful to watch during the Queen's celebration that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and the Mounties had come back into London as well. And it used to be one of my favourite shows many years ago now, the RCMP, it was called, and it was Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And this show used to fascinate me. And one of my favourite companies to work with as well as CBC Canada. But it is one of the hardest channels to work with because the studio in London is in a broom cupboard, you know, for CBC in London, and they turn this light on, and it's like the Inquisition when you work with the CBC.
Lots of experience there. Helena, I couldn't help but notice you making some kind of facial expression about the king or Ian. I'm not sure which it was. Do you want to share?
I know. It's just that it makes me laugh because Ian's sort of saying that King Charles is, maybe not as mobile as he used to be. King Charles is not in his 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. He's in his 70s. And Ian, you are also in your 70s. And it was just so funny the way that he made this, it was like this amazing, profound kind of comment. And it's like, of course he's not going to be mobile like he used to be. Come on. It's like madness. It just made me laugh. I don't know. I maybe have misread what you were saying, Ian, but it was very funny.
I think the reality is I've noticed he's not quite as sprightly as he used to be, and even a few months ago. I suppose it's like anything, I mean, he's obviously all his life he's been extremely healthy, but he has a strange lifestyle anyway, apparently, because he has a very light breakfast, from what I'm told, and then he'll have a meal at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and then he'll work all the way through to about 11 o'clock at night, and so he has this sort of work regime that is very different to everyone else. And of course, whenever he had royal engagements of a night time, he would come back. And especially at a time when he had a lot of things to talk about, and try to persuade politicians to do whatever, or the government to do whatever he would like to see. He started writing these very fast, scrawly messages on pieces of paper that were then sent off to these different ministers. And it became known as Spidergate, because it looked like some spider had actually written these messages in the first place. So I take it, he's a different type of character, as well, and it'll be interesting to see, what the coronation is going to be like. I'm sure we'll be, working our sock tops off again, working with the different channels at the same time. And especially USA Global TV as well. Who knows? We might even do a live broadcast for you.
I live for that. I'm super excited. That is fantastic. We have somebody backstage who's going to join us. I'm going to take a brief break to go get my pizza, but I'll still be producing here. So let us welcome Dr. Madalene Chan, who is a dear friend. She is like my soul sister. She really is. She's such a beautiful person inside and out. She's an international award-winning singer, songwriter. She's a novelist. She's on our show here, A Woman's Prerogative. She's also the star of the film and music show. She's an elevated listener. She's one of our expert presenters on Talking Heads. She has written a fabulous book. I can't reach it. It's up there. It's Star Child. She's going to be talking about that today. And she's just somebody who leads her life with her heart, as well as everybody here. She's also the creator of the Power of Listening courses after the certification course. So for any of you who don't know, we have 6 or 7 courses that you can take to learn how to listen and communicate with plants, with flowers, to create your own shrine, to get in touch with your masculine and feminine energies, to learn how to sing your affirmations through nursery rhymes, and I could go on and on. Let's bring her out. Welcome, Dr. Chan.
Hi. I'm choked. I'm choked. Thank you for that introduction, Dr. JACALYN. I really am choked.
You are welcome.
Hi, everyone, and happy first year anniversary.
Yes.
Yay!
It's a pleasure to have you here, Dr. Chan. And I can't remember, was it Ian and Helena who introduced you? Was it Philip Chan?
No, yes, I met the beautiful professor, Dr. Philip Chan, and Dr. Philip Chan introduced me to the charismatic Ian. And I was being interviewed by Ian on can I say ALB UK TV? I was interviewed on the channel, and through Ian, I then met the lovely Helena. And before Helena, actually, no. Dr. Philip Chan introduced me. Well, actually, he didn't introduce me. Oh my goodness. Let's get facts here. Let's get truth. Let's get truth coming through. Okay. The real story was Philip said to me, here's the link that you need to go watch Dr. JACALYN. So I watched a rapping with Dr. JACALYN, and when I watched the trailer for it, I was like, oh my God, she's big as opera. She's big. She's massive. Oh my God, how am I even going to even approach this woman? There's no way. And so I was umming and ahhing about it. And Philip said, listen, you need to do this. You know, you have to go on to the next level. I said, I'm not the next level for you. The next level was Ian. Then with Ian on the same plateau was Dr. JACALYN. So he explained it in that way. And, oh, hello, little fly. And and so that's how I finally did meet Dr. JACALYN. And I went on the show for, was it Rapping with Dr. JACALYN? I was, oh no, it wasn't. It was the UK. It was the London show with Helena and Ian, and I went on there as a guest because Helena said, would you like to go on as a guest? I said, wow, I'd love that. I really would. So that's it.
I did wonder then, Madeleine, whether you're going to bring it up. I did wonder then. We spoke at length about your coming on the show.
I eventually get there. It takes me a while, but I do eventually, assert myself and action my thoughts.
It was the Celebrate Great Britain show that we had for years, for a long time.
Yes, Celebrate Great Britain,
which was such a successful show, and we were very happy to have you on the show.
Thank you. Oh, I love it. I can't wait to be invited back.
In her introduction of you, Dr. JACALYN overlooked your miracle worker capabilities. You taught me to sing.
I taught you to sing. Oh yes,
you
I
taught
did.
Me to sing. That's
that's right.
That's like a magic trick you do.
But like with everybody else, when you've been practicing your craft for years and years, like I could have had a choice. I could have done a proper 9-to-5 job, proper logic civil servant, and there's nothing wrong with that. Don't get me wrong, but my journey wasn't about that. Mine was about just being a creative artist and living off the pittance of being a creative artist as well.
I was amazed. I was amazed at your ability to spin other people up on the whole idea of singing. And I'm wondering if you ever got Ian to sing.
No.
Funny enough,
I
wanted to.
Guys, unfortunately, I've got to go. I've got another appointment.
Already? Is it because I've got here? It's this flowers, isn't it? It's too much for you. You need to go back to the 1970s, the flower power.
I want to and all of you as well. So it was great to be on. Sorry, I've just got another appointment to go to as well. So have a great night, guys, and it's a pleasure knowing you and working with you all. So I'll talk to JACALYN privately sometime this week as well. Have a great one. Take care now.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Ian.
Wonderful seeing you, as always.
Bye.
And Dr. Madeleine Chan, your work is cut out for you. Somewhere between now and the next time we have Ian on, you've got to teach him to sing. And Helena, how much of a chore do you expect that'll be?
To teach Ian to sing. I don't think it's his forte, really, but you never know with the right songs from the past.
Yes, exactly, Helena.
It will filter in. I think he'll enjoy that. I'm sure it's something different that will give him a bit of a bounce.
But I think that you're more resonated for singing and performance. Maybe it's something you did when you were younger.
I agree.
You were a stage school.
Not
Something.
stage school, but yeah, I
But
used to.
you were
perform
singing.
Lots of things.
You're singing.
I'm sort of been involved in the arts all my life.
Yeah.
I guess. But
You need to
something look
reconnect
forward
to that. The singing.
Okay.
Maybe you and Dr. JACALYN can do a duet.
Maybe.
Yeah, you
Why
could
not?
pick
Why
a Queen
not?
song.
I'm open.
Absolutely. And
I'm open.
we'll have Big Scott doing the lower tones.
What, the baby bass bit?
The baby.
Yeah, guys,
And
I'm gonna say goodbye. Actually,
you're
if that's
gonna go
okay.
as
I'm gonna
well?
say I am gonna go because I wasn't sure how long I was on for, but I have to go. But do you know what? It's been absolute privilege. I'm so excited that I've been invited onto the show, and I just want everybody to continue shining a light, and that's so important. That's what will just, make everything super. How I see it. Thank you so much, and see you very soon.
Thank
See
you,
you, Helena. Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Helena and Ian always add so much. I noticed it backstage. I think Dr. JACALYN is in the process of eating pizza.
Yeah, she's not sharing it, though, is
she
she?
prefers to do
She's
privately.
hidden away in the corner eating it herself.
Yeah, she looks like she's having a good time of it too. But she'll be back on in a bit. She'll push the buttons when it's time for her to come back on. But Caroline Heward, let's bring you on.
Hey, Caroline.
Yeah, we haven't seen each other.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Lovely to be here.
Caroline.
So,
Tell us a little bit about what it's like being the Harley Street stress expert.
well, I do a lot of calls. So people call me and tell me that they're in strife. They're having a very stressful time. Usually I get calls where they're highly anxious or about to end their life or self-harm, which can be, that's very alarming when somebody calls me in that way, or a high level of anxiety or depression. So I offer a free 30-minute consultation. Some people can't wait for a setup on Zoom, so they just call. And I help them feel calmer. And the other side of that is that I look at more of what's causing their problems, because we are in a space of extraordinary times in our world, and our extraordinary times have made changes to our life, our work, our relationships, and it's whatever is affecting you, whether it's physical, emotional, mental, behavioral. I work with chakra psychology, so how the mind and body connects and what happens to the person physically, emotionally, mentally, behaviorally, and behaviorally. It's a symptom. It's whatever you're complaining about that's causing you a problem. And I help them identify root cause, which alleviates the symptom, the paranoia, the depression, the anxiety, and it brings them to a place of inner peace. It reconnects them back to the heart and back to the emotions and clears the mind of the mental stress.
That's wonderful. We have your contact information. No More Stress at Live. But the best way to reach you, Caroline, maybe you can tell all of our viewers and listeners.
Of course, yes. You can reach me on email, nomorestress@live.co.uk. And let me know what the problem is in terms of what symptoms, what it is that you would like help with for free, because I do a free 30-minute Zoom or Skype or call. Or you can call me on, if you're international, +44. If you're local, 07523 120 189.
Oh, that's wonderful. Great. It's great having you on the program. And Madeline, I'm going to come back to you just for a second, because you strike me as somebody who's never been stressed out even an hour in her life. Am I wrong about that?
I have. When I get stressed out, I kind of I have to be on my own. So I don't let people know I'm stressed. I have to just remove myself from the situation or the place or the event. I just remove myself and then I vent out in my own way. But I don't think so. Not like stressed where I did harm to myself or anything. No, I think that I'm kind of child essence, and yeah, I think that if I do get stressed out, it means that I need to check in with the guys upstairs, the cosmic beings and the angels and my guardians. And once I've done this, the stress does not exist anymore. It's gone from my auric field. It's disappeared completely. It's dissipated. The discordant energy has been alchemized and removed.
Oh, so Carolyn, I guess there are degrees of this problem then, right? I mean, some people are experiencing debilitating stress. Other people have it occasionally.
Yes.
You work with the whole range?
Absolutely. So if there's relationship issues, for instance, your stress shows up in your external world. So it's whatever you're complaining about. So it might be a neighbor, it might be a friend, it might be a relationship, an intimate relationship issue. So it's whatever your conversation is of complaint is the stress that you're not handling. And when we don't handle it, it affects us physically or emotionally. It can be where we might be angry at something, but we're suppressing it. And so that affects then our body. So our mind and body is connected. So if we have anger issues, for instance, there might be angry people coming to us and complaining to us. Whereas if we're suppressing our stress, then it appears in our external environment through other people, through things. So for instance, if we are suppressing emotions, then it can affect things in our environment that are water related. So the boiler, the plumbing. So if we're not expressing the emotions, it can actually block up drains, boilers, and taps. If we're overly expressing, I know this sounds really crazy, but it is, we are interconnected with everything and everyone. And if we are overly expressing our emotions, then we'll have leaking taps, for instance, because water is the element of the second chakra, which is related to the emotions and feelings. And so, yes, it depends on the person and where they're at. Some people say, oh, I don't have stress, everything's fine, but they don't sleep well. Or they have aches and pains, and they go, oh, I really handle stress. But actually, it is about expressing the feelings and emotions of the situations that we're not handling.
Okay, Doug, we haven't had a chance to talk yet. I really haven't had a chance to get to know you. Here, now that you've got Carolyn here as an expert in helping you relieve stress, but I have no idea where the stress in your life comes from, Doug. Why don't you maybe share a little bit of that? What is it you do?
So it was interesting that I can't remember if it was Ian or who it was had mentioned the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Well, I'm a retired Royal Canadian Mounted Police officer, having served 25 years and ending up with post-traumatic stress as a result of my service. And just when I thought I was kind of getting it under control, or managing it is probably a better word, I lost my wife to cancer in 2021. So now into that pot, I've now added the aspect of having to sort out in my mind, how am I going to process and deal with grief? Well, I'm still helping others who are going through much the same process. So I get asked quite often is, how can you help me with my grief when you're still dealing with your own? And it's a challenge. I have to be honest, it is a challenge, but I'm also of that mindset that I won't leave anyone on the island by themselves, and I'll do whatever I possibly can to help them work through that. And what's interesting is that by doing that, by helping others, I also find that to be therapeutic in my own healing process.
That's, you mentioned that you're a veteran of the RCMP, and I don't think anybody outside of Canada really understands it. There's this kind of, a general impression that somehow it's primarily a ceremonial organization, and that you wear nice outfits and you ride horses, and it seems like a lot of fun. I don't think we really understand your background the way we need to in order to know where all of your current offerings come from. Talk a little bit about what it's like to be somebody on the RCMP. What's the day-to-day like? Where does the stress come from? And where did the PTSD come from, if you don't mind sharing that?
I certainly can. One of the examples that I can use, and I sometimes share that when I'm on podcasts or speaking opportunities, is the aspect of being stationed in the northern part of the province of British Columbia in a small community, and for the most part being the only police officer that was there. So I was by myself for quite a bit of the time. I did have a partner who, we'll say for sake of argument, was not invested as much as, say, I was in providing a service to the community. But we had a small little community of, I don't know what there'd be, maybe 150 people, but we had formed a hockey team, and it was a hockey team of, it was primarily adults is what it was supposed to be, but we had this one young lad who was 16 or 17 years of age, and he had showed well and ended up making the male hockey team, and we were going to journey down the highway a little ways, and we were going to play the neighboring community. So he was so excited about making the team that he rushed home as quickly as he could to tell his parents that, Mom, Dad, gee, I just made the men's hockey team, and we're going to be playing in the community and down the road and all of that, only to find that both of his parents were absolutely wasted, totally inebriated, and could really, truly care less about their son's moment of glory and success. And so he ended up, he took his own life. He went into the bedroom and found the rifle and shot himself. And so because it was a sudden death, a death by suicide, we had to transport his body to the nearest morgue so that an autopsy could be done. And so the nearest morgue, the nearest hospital where there was a morgue, was about 8 hours by vehicle in -40 weather on not some of the most desirable roads. And so I ended up having to load his body in the back of our vehicle and make that journey. And I went through a number of different things. I still, to this very day, I still have those images of that whole story of packing him out. And there were other stories as well where I was in places where I was primarily, my last northern posting was in a community called Hull Beach in the Eastern Arctic. And for the most part, I was there with my wife and 2 children, and we were by ourselves. The closest backup I could expect to get was 30 minutes by aircraft. And so you had all of this stuff on, that you were dealing with it. You had to learn how to manage that stress, because if you didn't, it would take over your life as a whole. And I now had a wife and 2 children that I needed to try to distance from all of that stuff as much as I possibly could.
And Doug, you're now working with others with similar problems, and that's how you're helping them?
I am, and what I'm trying to, so I've done a bunch of research. I've written a book, and the book is You Are Not Alone is what the title of the book, and what it's about is how can mental mentoring be part of the support group for mental health. So we have, where we have, I know here in Canada that we have people go to say a psychologist or a psychiatrist or a social worker or a counselor, and they need to have a fairly frequent visitation schedule set up, but we don't have the bodies to be able to make that happen. So we sometimes have a gap of 4 to 6 months before they can go back for a follow-up visit. My philosophy is, and it's been working for the people that I'm working with, is that that's the role of a mentor, because a mentor is somebody who can listen and hear, so it has those elevated listening skills. And so there's somebody that can plug into and help or walk with that individual who is in between professional treatments, professional help.
Caroline, have you ever worked? You know, I do want to point out, Doug, that I've done some work in Canada, and sometimes extensive projects in places like Alberta. And when you go far north in provinces like that, things get cold and dark and very lonely in a hurry, especially during the winter months, and that's most months in Canada. So I want everybody who might be watching and listening to understand that the climate in which you operated, the circumstances under which you operated, were forbidding, difficult circumstances day in and day out. On top of which, if you're the only police officer around, you're dealing with every strange thing that happens, and plenty of strange things happen. So over a period of time, I can see how that could affect you. And I think the work you're doing today is wonderful. You're to be congratulated for that.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. The one, just because that was all kind of doom and gloom, and this is supposed to be a time of celebration, but the one thing that I will share was, you know, you had all kinds of different trying things and that tested your patience and all of that, but probably the one I know when I was in northern British Columbia, we got hit with 70 degrees below zero was the temperature. And nothing, absolutely nothing, not even my police vehicle would start or move. And so you had to figure out how, okay, now if I get a call, how am I going to deal with that? And how am I going to be of service to somebody when I have no idea how I'm going to get around?
Boy, really? And that, I mean, you know, I'm sure you've got plenty of funny stories to share too, because I'm sure a fair number of funny things happen, but overall, I can understand where that PTSD came from, and helping other people overcome that, I think that's quite a mission. And Dr. JACALYN has finished eating pizza. and
yes,
in the stream. Welcome back, Dr. JACALYN.
Thank you. Thanks for covering for while I was gone. Hi, welcome, Caroline.
Hello.
Nice
Good to be here.
It's nice to have you. And Big Scott is back in the house. Big Scott, can you take us into some music for just to set the mood as we start with some other presentations? Nice job, Doug. I saw your presentation halfway into it, so I look forward to watching it later.
Thanks for sharing all that. Wonderful.
Yeah, sure. We can play some music. This is another one that you requested. This is Fox's Let's Go for Tonight. So enjoy.
Great.
Fell from the sky, started walking, leaving our footprints on the ground. Might be a prayer, maybe a piece of conversation. Wherever we go, we make a sound. So I call your name, the only thing I know is I need you here, or you'll be gone forever. All that I know is we're here tonight.
Let it go, let it go. Turn out the light, baby. I want to dive into the ocean, looking for reasons I can't find. So call your name, the only thing I know is I need you here, or you'll be gone forever. All that I know is we're here tonight.
So call your name, the only thing I know. Need you here, you'll be gone forever. All that I know is I need you here, you'll be gone forever.
Yeah. That's boys. Don't let the ladies win.
Great. That was pretty impressive.
Hooray! Raise
Yeah,
the
I have a question.
vibration.
Can I ask a quick question of Big Scott? Because it was something I've been wondering about the whole program, actually, Dr. Jack.
Obviously, he doesn't like dancing.
Big Scott, you mentioned that you're are you a BMI associate? Is that what you
I
said?
am now, as of today. I've just got the contract through. I've got to read through all the terms and conditions. But yeah, I've got a few things in the pipeline, shall we say.
You know, congratulations. That's great.
Dr. JACALYN, you make me so. I love this playlist. Oh my God, Big Scott, who chose this playlist? It's fabulous.
It's a mutual thing, shall we say?
Ooh, well, I love it.
I play that song over and over and over again.
But this
Is it when you're doing solid core?
That's what we were saying earlier on. The power of music, you know, it can invigorate you and it can put you in all sorts of different moods. I bet you've got a piece of music for every mood that you can think of.
Yes.
And we're all completely different. We're all completely different. But there's ones that are universal, that it doesn't matter where you are in the world, what language you speak, you all know it, you know, so.
Yeah, absolutely. While Dr. Chan is here and Caroline, I'm going to play Listening Lazies again because Dr. Chan wrote this with myself and with Mariska, and she was really involved with getting the video put together. We were going back and forth and back and forth. We actually have another video that's, we don't have the voiceover yet for the power of listening, but I just want to honor you for all of your work on this wonderful piece. I think it's very catchy. Caroline, I don't know if you've seen it yet or not. Al's probably sick of it at this point. But Al, you have to indulge me one more time. This is Listening Lazies, again, written by Dr. Chan, Mariska Duprier, myself, and it's sung by La La Music. And it is part of the new book, Lady Ella's ABCs of Listening, that features Mr. Al CINI as well as Dr. Chan. Caroline was in our first book, which was also #1 Amazon new release. This book, the second book, is a #1 Amazon release in 3 categories, which is unbelievable.
Oh no, I'm going to be in your book, aren't I, Maddie? Yeah.
So in the book is the sheet music for this song so that you can actually play it on the piano or your keyboard. And in the book, there's a talent show that features the animal characters, and Mr. CINI has a big part in that. And Dr. Chan is the music teacher at the School of Joy. So you can add that to your resume. All right, let's take a look at this clip. Hopefully it's at the end.
When we speak, we don't hear. It's abundantly clear. Listening laces creeping, and nobody's gonna win. Look someone in the eye. If you don't, they surely will cry. You don't hear a word I say, 'cause you always look straight away. Listening laces drive people crazy. Listening laces making us blue. Listening laces, communication goes hazy. Listening laces, listening laces. Da 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 da. Listening laces drive people crazy. Listening laces making us blue. Listening laces communication goes hazy. Listening laces, listening laces. When you interrupt your friend, you will surely have to make amends. Lady Ella knows the way to help you listen better every day. And what's that?
It's listening lazy.
Ba-da-ba-ba. Listening laces drive people crazy. Listening laces making us blue. Listening laces communication goes hazy. Listening laces, listening laces. Listening laces drive people crazy. Listening laces making us blue. Listening laces communication goes hazy. Listening laces, listening laces, listening laces.
Excellent. Excellent.
Woohoo!
So, Madeline, that's the second time we played that today. So, how much money do you think we earned? 2 cents, maybe?
Probably. Yes. Yes.
We have to
Without
split
a
it
doubt.
3 ways. Very exciting. And just to give our audience some information, I'm just going to put this up because everybody here, except Big Scott, for the moment, is in one of the 3 books that we have. So, oh, sorry, this is the wrong slide. This is our book that's out right now. Al, who are you on this book cover?
And on the cover there, I'm the hard-headed donkey. That's me.
And your name?
My name is Testadura.
How did you come up with that?
That's Italian for hard-headed.
And Dr. Chan, you are who on this book cover?
I'm the beautiful butterfly, Crystal, and I'm a music teacher.
Yes, you are.
Very nice.
And this is our new book that's coming out March 26th. And Caroline is the main character. Who are you, Caroline?
I'm the royal swan and aptly named princess.
Absolutely. I love it. And Mr. CINI, who are you in this book cover?
I got promoted. Instead of being a hard-headed donkey, I'm a kind of an affable, lovable, playful dog, a corgi.
Oh,
And your name?
I'm in the middle, and his name is Britannia.
Oh, that's very apt.
The third book takes place at the British School of Excellence. So Lady Ella goes from the first book. Here it is. She goes from the first book, A Gentle Farm. Caroline is the main character in this one too. Caroline, who are you here?
I'm Tara the owl, the white owl who's in the trees.
In the trees. And I'm the butterfly, Lady Ella, and I travel from Gentle Farm over to the School of Joy. And from the School of Joy, I go to have afternoon tea in London. And after this, I'm going to Paris to tour the Louvre and the Eiffel Tower. And at some point, I'm going to end up on a safari in Africa. And I'm also going to end up on a boat, on a cruise. Why not? Because I'm behind the green screen. I can go anywhere I want.
Yes.
Yay.
What a great way.
So much fun, really, such joy. So, Caroline, we're going to spotlight you. So, for you to share with our audience, you do so much here as well. I have to say, the loyalty that I have here is unprecedented, unbelievable. And the growth that we've had together over the last year is amazing. So, Caroline is the star of the Listening Mentor Show. The Listening Mentor Show is on Fridays at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 7 p.m. British Summer Time or Greenwich Mean Time. And Caroline spends every Friday night with me. So thank you for doing that, Caroline. She's also one of our expert presenters on Talking Heads. She was recently on the Spelling Bee show, which I had so much fun. And she, as a result of her commitment to excellence, she is now on our panel for A Woman's Prerogative. And she's an elevated listener. And as I mentioned, she's the star of our first book, which was a #1 Amazon new release. And I'm sure the third one will be as well. Yay. All right. And when she's not doing all that, she is the Harley Street stress expert, helping people bust their stress. So tell us about what you offer, the value you bring, and how people can reach out to you.
Thank you. Whoa, how do I follow that, Dr. JACALYN? It does look like I don't have any time to work, which is really interesting. I want to have a really big, before I say anything about me, is to say thank you. Because if it wasn't for you, Dr. JACALYN, and this platform, I wouldn't be doing the things that I'm doing and reaching the amount of people that I reach now. And that was really important to me. My whole premise in life, my whole driver is to create world peace. And it starts with each and every one of us. It starts with me, and then it extends to each person. And I was only really doing one by one. That was my main work. And the world changed, and we've had to adapt with it in this last 3 years. And Philip Chan, who was an extraordinary friend, a very, very dear friend and mentor that looked after me all the way through my speaking career, right from 2014, when it started, 2015, when I started doing some stage work. And he kept pressurizing me to come on USA Global TV, told me he'd presented me and I was to book, and I really held back because I didn't feel that I was good enough. And I'm going to get very honest about that. I really didn't feel that I was good enough to be on a global channel. And he kept pushing and pushing to the point that in the end I said, okay, all right. And I booked, and the rest is history, because it should have been a 20-minute presentation. I was there 1 hour later, and I was still there. And at the end of the show, Dr. JACALYN said, wow, that was amazing. I'd like you to become part of our team. And now I'm here in all sorts of guises. And I didn't know what it was to have a green screen, to have lights. And it's because of Dr. JACALYN's continued support, because that's how I feel it's been, continued support and encouragement and unbelievable support in terms of telling me it's okay, you can do it, you're good enough. Because this is what's translated me from being one-to-one and only seeing people in that space, or one to a few in a group, to one to literally thousands of people. That's the possibility. Millions of people, maybe, you know, if people check out the YouTube video presentations that have been in past weeks and the past year. So it's a huge, huge shout out. Thank you, Dr. JACALYN. And thank you to my dear and wonderful friend, Philip Chan, who passed away suddenly in October 21. And if it, you know, I do feel very privileged that I had his mentorship and his incredible friendship, because he was there to watch me be on USA Global TV almost like 3 times a week at that point before he died. Now, I started my journey on 7/7/21. That's when I joined USA Global TV as my first interview. And I can't believe how much I've grown. We all have inside us this not feeling good enough on some level. And because the world changed, I had to change with it. I had to up my game, change what I was doing, and to reach more people, because there was much more of a mental health pandemic, I felt, and much more of a challenge with stress, with anxiety, with fear, you know, panic, and people losing their livelihoods, losing their businesses, losing the way that they were living, the way that they were socializing. It was a huge, huge challenge. And I really needed to find a way to help more people more productively and easily. And USA Global TV and Radio offered me that platform. Huge, huge thank you, Dr. JACALYN, because I've been able to document a lot of my work on this platform that I didn't have the technical skills to do previously. So what else do? I work with chakra psychology, and that's how the mind and body connects and what happens to the person when there's an imbalance. And the imbalance is whatever they're complaining about, whatever's going wrong in their life, whatever the thing that's happening, whether it's mental, that's anxiety, stress, depression, whether it's physical ache and pain, migraine, headaches, sleep problems, ache and pain in the body, back pain, knee pain, skin problems, eczema, psoriasis, digestive disorders. I work with root cause therapy using chakra psychology. And essentially, it's whatever the symptom is that we're complaining about has a root cause. I spoke to one of my promoters just earlier on today, and he said that a friend of his has complained about having an abscess. And I says, oh, that's anger, and dealt with anger. And he says, oh, right. So immediately just a boil, an abscess, because abscesses are anger. And he says, gosh, that was amazing that you just did that. And I said, well, there will be something there that the person will be angry about. And he says, yeah, I know her, and you're right. There's some unexpressed anger that they're carrying on. And this is what we have to do in our society, in our culture, in our world, especially in the Western world. We have to kind of go through things and kind of brush ourselves down and carry on. But the emotional body doesn't always cope with brushing ourselves down and carry on. And so it has an impact and an effect on how we feel and experience life, whether it's physical, whether it's coming out in our relationships, whether it's coming out in our anxiety about future things that may or may not happen, or past stuff where our mind just plays out over and over again on things that have happened, conversations, events. Working with root cause therapy means that it's not just looking at the specificity of what's going on right there and then. It's actually backtracking as to when it first started. What's the earliest recollection that person has? And usually a lot of symptoms, whether they're emotional, physical, behavioral, or mental, reside and they come back from childhood. Unexpressed emotions and feelings from things that have happened that they've never handled, never dealt with. They've just had to carry on. We have a saying in England, keep calm and carry on. Actually, we've had a lot that we've had to cope with in our time, especially in our current times, our young children have had a lot to handle. And one of the other things that I've been doing an extensive and an intensive training on is suicide and self-harm. And I've actually recently been helping people that have attempted to end their life. And what's extraordinary is that I've been able to move them from a place of despair that they just couldn't see a way forward to a place of being well and feeling much better in themselves and much more able to cope. That to me is a huge, huge accolade, because if I can say that I've saved a young person's life, or even somebody that's mature, it it's the legacy, it's the footprint that I'm leaving behind. The first place to contact me, reach out if you feel that you've got any symptoms of stress that you're not handling. Sometimes we say, I've got no stress, but then the sleep problem is there. We don't sleep properly. Or there's noise and we're complaining about neighbours. So whatever it is that's going on for you, look at a newborn baby. The newborn baby goos and ga's. There is no mind, there is no physical or emotional or mental stress. They are pure and innocent. And that's how we all are when we are feeling in our emotions and feelings, and when we're feeling at source, when we're feeling comfortable and pure. And when we're like that, that's how we create world peace. And that's my driver. My driver is to create world peace. And I'm here on this platform to spread, to encourage, to share, to spread awareness, insight, understanding about our everyday occurrences that we don't handle, or we handle, or we can't handle. To give insight and awareness is the first step in terms of solving the problem. Or for a free consultation, reach out to me on my email, nomorestress@live.co.uk, or call me on +44 if you're international, 0 if you're local, 7523 120 189. I offer you in-service help to help you with your stress. Please allow me to help you so that you have a peaceful and restful sleep and you move into a place of inner peace.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Big Scott, were you going to make a comment?
No, sorry. I just.
Okay, fantastic. Caroline, I love what you shared. And I have to say that you have grown so much in terms of being open to things. So with the technology, I remember that you were almost in tears in the beginning because it was so overwhelming. And you went from that to being able to set up your studio, take your studio down, set your studio. You had to and then you were open to being on the spelling bee. And I know initially you were kind of like, well, I'm not really sure. And then it just became like it was fun. It was a fun thing to do. So I really want to congratulate you on the tremendous growth that I've seen in you personally and professionally. And I love you and I thank you for your friendship.
Oh, thank you. And this feeling's so mutual. I feel that without you, it's almost like Philip left and you took over. You know, you helped me grow in the place that I needed to grow. And, you know, bless him. If it wasn't for him, I just would never have been here. If it wasn't for him, like hounding me and encouraging me and saying, look, you've got to do this, you know, I would never have shown up, you know, and look what's happened, you know, and I do feel I've grown light years. I mean, my living room is a studio.
It's amazing. You know, I do want to give a shout out to Philip Chan. He is such an incredible person. He actually came onto this platform literally 2 days before he passed away. He had something wrong with his eye. I think he had eye surgery, and he did the show with his eye and half his face wrapped up. That's the kind of person he was, because he made a commitment to do something.
A trooper.
He wasn't. He brought so many people to this platform. It's unbelievable. Can we have a celebration song, Big Scott, in honor of Philip Chan?
Oh.
Do we? Which one have you selected?
You tell anything that says an upbeat, something that's.
All right, then just give me 2 seconds. I love it off the cuff.
I know.
Usually you give me a warning. Let me think now, because I am. While I'm just talking through this, I am. Maddie introduced me to Dr. Chan, and I only had the chance to speak with him briefly, and then I was due to have another call with him. But from the chat that I had with him, he was going to really help me. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
I think I've got a song for you. This is a brilliant song. So it's called The Piper's Song from a band in Wales called the Brwmys. They're a fantastic band. It's quite folky. It's quite uplifting. Listen to the lyrics, and I think you'll really enjoy it. Oh, yes. Yeah, this is uplifting. So this is the Brwmys, The Piper's Song.
To the spotlights, shining through the crack on his cardboard home. Next came the sound of shining black boots, were kicking his world around. Pulled out by the hair, he was interrogated there. Oh, got the answers wrong. He couldn't sing the piper's song. Blame it on the weak, blame it on the easy lifers. Blame it on the power of man and the giddy strivers. Blame it on the weak, blame it on the strong. Blame it on the writers of the piper's song. What times are getting hard? Threatening letters, they're falling on his mats. Next came the bailiffs, sick bastards squirming outside his flat. They took his life away for the price of 3 months' pay. Now where did it go wrong? He couldn't sing the piper's song. Blame it on the weak, blame it on the easy lifers. Blame it on the power mad and the giddy strivers. Blame it on the weak, blame it on the strong.
Blame it on the riders of the Piper's song. Blame it on the weak, blame it on the easy lifers. Yeah, blame it on the power man and the giddy strivers. Blame it on the weak, blame it on the strong. Blame it on the riders of the Piper's song. Blame it on the riders of the Piper's song. Blame it on the riders of the Piper's song. Blame it on the riders of the Piper's.
Was that uplifting enough for you? Hello.
Woohoo!
Was that uplifting enough for you?
Very much so, yes.
Yes, that was excellent. Thank you. Just what we
That's
needed.
fun. They're called the Brwmys. They're from Wales. Awesome band. And the violinist in that, she does a lot with music therapy for people with mental disabilities and disadvantages and stuff. So in their spare time, that's what they perform. But in their daytime, they do like what we do, share our love and our skills to the community. So I thought you might like that.
Very much.
Very nice.
Good selection. Very nice. Thank you. All right, we are going to go over to the creator of Star Child, among so many other things, Dr. Madeline Chan. It's now your 15 minutes in the spotlight to tell us about everything that you've created. I know you're going to focus on Star Child, but feel free to tell our audience all the ways that you bring value, not just here on this platform, but also inside your world. You live in a world that's filled with hope and inspiration and messages from beyond. So take it away, Madeline.
Thank you, Dr. JACALYN. And may I say thank you so much for inviting me to the anniversary of USA Global TV and Radio. I feel so honored, and I've grown so much from the day one when I was a guest on your show, to be part of the elevated listening courses, to take the foundational course, to then learn about becoming a co-host and eventually becoming a presenter on Talking Heads. So I honor you and I'm very humbled, and I just love you, USA Global TV Radio, and I really want it to be mega, and it will, because it'll become galactic, it'll become universal, big time. Okay. Oh yeah, me, right. Okay. I am a lover of creativity, creative hearts. I really am. I feel that I have been born on this world, in this world, to bring out people's creativity, their hearts, and even to the point to help them manifest what they wish to accomplish in their life, what their heart's calling is. I do believe, and I know now, and I can say it with confidence, I am a soul voice awakener. And what I do is I help people to connect to their inner voice. And there's also the external voice as well, but their inner voice, to help them to cope and kind of live their life within, rather than taking decisions because of the outside reality. I also help people to, I do feel that there's so much emotional pain and suffering, and even to the point of cellular memory as well. Not only are we dealing with our lives in our current embodiment, we're dealing with our previous lives as well. And guess what? 2023 is all coming up. Absolutely. And the one thing is that we need to go back to masks off and be in contact with our authentic self. And I've always been my authentic self. Totally crazy. some people would say, but I've always stayed within my my own persona. And that's why throughout my life, I either put my stress and all my pain, I put it into expression of voice and songwriting. And especially when I felt this world was too much, I started to be visited by, well, I mean, in my consciousness, in my higher consciousness, Star Child came to see me. Here she was. But Star Child, to be honest, was like this. Yeah, she was like this. And that was in Malta in 2008. And during COVID, a little voice, it's like the universe said, little one, they always call me little one, you're going to go back to her. And I said, you must be joking. I'm not going back to her. It took me ages to do Star Child in Malta. No. You need to revisit her. So I revisited her. If I put it there you go. I revisited her and added more characters to it as well. And basically, I also, these characters, like there's Planet Zinger, the Zingarians, and these are cosmic beings from a different universe that sees that Earth is in trouble because of people, the sons and daughters of Gaia, that's what I've called them, are so destructive with their own words, their own thoughts, their own not realizing their higher potential. So I decided it's better to put it into a story. So that's what I did, a fantasy, a children's, but it's more like teenagers now, because she was about 5 years old, but something told me to revisit her and give her a bit of an edge. Although no one dies in this. They just get transported to another planet to learn their lessons and to continue their growth of their souls. And Big Scott is in here.
Yes,
You certainly are. Big Scott is on Rainbow Cloud 9, and he's the DJ that uses the crystal warp generator, and he maneuvers Cloud 9. And what Cloud 9 does, it spins records of sacred geometry set into a crystalline record. And what it does, it plays music to harmonize and create harmony. And it's music from the higher spheres. And their music goes around the universe to save many planets. And there he is. Oh, I don't think you can see him. Oh my gosh. He's got a fantastic funky suit, big platforms, if you think of like 70s, and a massive big green afro with a bit of a goatee as well. And he has this crystal wand, which he works the crystalline warped generator. And there's the goddesses as well that are in there. And there's Star Child herself. And basically, they all work together to help planet Earth because there's danger. Yeah. Not planet. She's in a 3D. And because she's in a 3D, there's a lot of lower entities that are wanting to attack her because her defenses are down. And Star Child comes along and asks her cosmic being friends, the Reazilians, which is the warriors of the rainbow, which is like what planet Earth would have been had it not fallen prey to toxicity, had it not fallen prey to a 3D. It could have just gone straight to 5D. And that's what planet Reazilla is. And this is her. This is what she's about. She's I really would like everyone to look on the website starchild-universe.com. I just believe in life now. it's more important now to be able to go with your own heart. There's going to be more people in 2023. Instead of following people, they're going to start to awaken and identify themselves. And all you have to do is, honestly, you just need the tools. That's all you need, the tools to help you open your heart and your mission. And myself and Dr. JACALYN, we've been together for a while now, and we've been creating courses on the elevated courses to help one to understand about heart language, to understand about male and female energies, to that's not gender, to also to understand about soul contracts, and to understand, to be to empower yourself to be connected to your heart and soul, and help you to overcome obstacles by singing in affirmations and singing your life story into a song, which I've now got. I'm working with a few musicians and producers called songsforyou.co.uk. We did a song for JENETTA, who was on the show earlier, for her in memory of her daughter Jenny, the resolution. And we're working with Dr. JACALYN with her song that's going to be released this year. What was I thinking back then about Dr. JACALYN's life, and how she has gone from adversity to awesome, and how she's living it. And so I feel honestly that it's important to express your story. But if you keep on talking about the story again and again, what you're doing is you're going to go back into that energy. You're never going to get rid of it. What do you do? So the best way is put it into a song. Either sing it yourself, which I can help you to bring out your voice, or you have somebody else to sing it. But then that song, you can say, okay, you would like to have lessons with me, or you would like to have therapy or healing session. Instead of you keep going along and reactivating, don't forget, when that song was created, when those words were put together, that was the magic. That was the essential source of the energy. Therefore, you give that to your client. Let them hear it. Let them hear the emotion. Let them feel connected. Because sometimes if you keep relaying the story, it depends where you've been in the previous frame. Therefore, everything needs to be is pure source at the real, at the emotion, at the energy that will then convey to the other person and go, okay, I can see you've gone through a lot. Yeah, let's talk. Then when you talk to your client, it will not be you going through the story again. It will be about you having elevated listening, not being attached to the pain anymore, but being able to bring through a solution because you're listening to them, and everybody's happy. Everyone's happy. There you go. That's me. That's me. I've run out. Okay. Yep.
It's all good.
That's me.
Can you hear me?
Oh shit! Oh geez!
Oh jeez! Oh jeez!
Oh geez! I can. Can you guys hear me? Dr. JACALYN's got a frozen computer, and I think I just inadvertently. Oh, there she is. There's Dr. Chan. I'm sorry. JACALYN's got a frozen computer. There we go.
Your green screen's dropped.
Dr. JACALYN, you're back.
Yes, I am back. I had a little technical issue, but I was listening and watching on my other device. Nice job, Dr. Chan.
Definitely,
I love how you shared the evolution from 2008 and the calling that you got to continue on with Star Child. How do you feel today about it?
I feel happy than I've ever felt before. And now I feel she's ready to go out into the world. She's ready.
She's always been ready. You've just
been, I know, Scott, but you know what? It's like
this discussion in Malta. Do you remember?
Yeah.
We talked about it. So
Yeah.
you've made it happen, you know. So time is irrelevant, you know. She is now immortal. So, and I'd like a signed copy. I think me and you should.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I
We'll
will.
do a book launch, and I can sign my page. But yeah, the images, you can't really see them on the screen. But I sent her a picture. Was it of my afro from when I went into it? She went, "Oh my God, that's him! That's him! You are Professor Carl." And you went, "You're on a cloud playing music." I was like, "Oh, this is just written for me." So yeah, well done to you.
And you know what, Scott, everything has evolved since then as well, because I was thinking everyone who I've met, I've put it into Star Child without even thinking, but I'm thinking I haven't met the goddesses yet, but I have. The goddess of light, Dr. Jacqueline, is you. The goddess of harmony is Dr. Desiree. Lapis lazuli, the mother of the crystallites, is Janetta. It came to me in a dream. It was very strong. Now, that doesn't mean to say that you have to look like her, but your essence and your energy is of that. So, yeah, because I was thinking, I've met everybody to do with the book. How come I haven't met the goddesses? And then it came through. Woo!
Yeah, ask and you shall receive. Can I just play a piece of music here now, because I think it's really appropriate to what you've just written. There's an artist called Phildel. So she was signed many years ago. Then she went away and had twins, but she's just come back. I'm waiting to hear a new material, but this is an old piece of music that she inspired my daughter. It was the first, because she came and played for me in a little pub in the middle of nowhere in Wales, and my daughter was only 5, and she sat on the floor and she fell in love with her. It was her and Rebecca James, and she just fell in love with her. And I can tell you now, it's hauntingly beautiful, but it's very mystical as well. So I think it fits into what Maddie's saying. So this is Phildel, and the track is called Moonsea.
I called it the Moonsea. It is a cruel dream. At the end of my day, your gravity reaches such a long way. Here in the Moonsea, it is a cruel dream. Don't share the past if you won't share your heart. All that we share is the view of these stars. There are diamonds on the floor you can't take back. There's an artist on the board, though she went back. I called it. All the gardens that are small, you can have that. There's red varnish on the top, I don't wear that. I called it the Moonsea. It is a cruel dream. From up so high, I can hardly decide if you're waving hello or waving goodbye. Here in the Moonsea, it is a cruel dream. Don't share the past if you won't share your heart. All that we share is the view of these stars. There are diamonds on the floor you can't take back. There's an eyelash on the board, does she wear black?
And that is Phildel, the Moonsea.
Fantastic. Thank you
love
so
that.
much.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
It's
Like Sue.
Phildel.
Yes.
Don't you think she's got a little bit like a bit of Billy? Oh, what's her name? Billy. Oh,
I don't know, but we have to go to the
Billie
next
Eilish.
hour.
Sure.
Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
We've
yeah.
got a bunch of people backstage. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn over to the new hour. Caroline and Dr. Chan, you're welcome to stay. I'm going to bring up our other guests. Let's bring them all out at the same time. Let's see if we can all be. Here we are. Hello, welcome everyone. Nice to have you with us.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, thank you for having us.
Good to see you.
Hello,
Thank you
hello.
for your flexibility and spending part of your Sunday with us. So, as you know, each of you have 15 minutes to present your value, how you help people, and how people can get in touch with you. And I'm really looking forward to hearing what you have to say. And again, everybody who's watching or listening, please reach out to these people. They're here spending their time, providing their expertise. They want to connect with you, okay? So go find them on LinkedIn. We're going to be putting up contact information. We really want you to reach out and connect. Okay, so as we change over the hour, I'm introducing you to Big Scott. He is part of our show today, a part of our platform. And Big Scott is going to be doing the hosting with me as Mr. CINI is off for the next half hour. So thank you so much, Big Scott.
I am the music man.
You are Tracy CRAM Perkins. Nice to have you with us today. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Tracy's been a guest several times. I was really impressed with her work in her book. She's going to be talking about it. I actually own a copy of the book, as does my sister. And she's had phenomenal sales, amazing reviews, but even more important, she's been helping people all over the world. So take it away, Tracy. This is your 15 minutes.
Woohoo. Oh, hi, everybody. First of all, most of you who don't know me, I want to give you a little bit of my backstory so you know where I'm coming from. In 2010, my father was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, and we ended up bringing him home after he'd gone through a series of well, basically, he'd come out of a coma. They wouldn't release him to our care. And as a result, he ended up going through a series of facilities that were like lockdown facilities, keeping him in locked in, and he became a really good escape artist. And so it took us 4.5 months before I could get power of attorney and spring him from the system. During that time, they put him on all sorts of medications. He was on up to 38 different medications. 22 of them were designed to make him compliant. And instead, they all interacted together and made him hyperactive, and he lost a lot of weight during those 4 months, basically 10 pounds a month. So we brought him home, and then we had to figure out, what the heck do we do? Because we knew absolutely nothing about Alzheimer's disease. We had set our home up in what we thought might be a dementia-friendly environment, and it wasn't. So we learned the hard way how to get people to a place where they feel safe. When my father first moved home with us, he refused to sleep in his bed because 2 of the facilities were Jerry psych wards, and they had taped him to a bed. So he slept in a chair in our living room, which was just outside of our bedroom, for 6 months. And every 30 minutes, he would come up to my bedroom door after we'd gone to bed, and he would call my name because something had scared him. And I would get up, I would walk him through whatever it was that had scared him, and then he would sit back down. I would just fall asleep, and the same thing would happen. And this would go on night after night after night, as I said, for 6 months, until he actually felt safe. We finally figured out enough to make our house seem more like a home to him rather than an institution. And after he started feeling safe, it was like a miracle. We took him in to see his doctor. We found out, I had him do a drug interaction check with the pharmacist. We took him off of the 22 medications, and he sprang back kind of like a flower on Miracle-Gro, at which point what happened is he got his cognition back to a certain degree, not all the way, but he was able to go out on walks by himself without getting lost. He was able to go out and socialize with people and not melt down or get overwhelmed by noise. There were several things that happened where he got quality of life back. And so what I set out on my mission to do, because when he came home with us, he asked me, I have Alzheimer's disease, not the plague. What does it take to be treated like a human being? And so I set out on a mission to be able to explain what that is. And that's what led me to writing the book. And what I have done, because I had over 30, well, I have over 30 different books now, but I still have over 30 different books of how to do dementia care. And what I was trying to do during that time was figure out how to de-escalate him, how to do all these different things. But I would read it and then I would need it 2 weeks later and couldn't remember what book it came from. And so I started putting stuff together to and wrote it down in my own language so that I could understand what I should be doing when he was blowing up. There were times when I didn't realize I was the one causing all of the issues. I own that now, but at the time I didn't realize that my behavior was what was triggering him. And so during that time, once I started figuring out that it was me and not the environment or not medications or any of those things, it was like, aha, the light bulb went on. And so I started to help him help himself. And once he regained a certain amount of freedom, and was able to, make up his own mind about what he did and didn't want to do, we had a much better outcome. So in the book, I started putting together things like I found out that color actually helped him eat longer. We used bright reds and bright blues so that he could see the plate, because with Alzheimer's disease, there's an issue called a chromatopsia. It means they can see black and white. They can also see bright colors like red and blue. And I found this through a researcher named Alice Cronin Golem. What she did is she was trying to figure out how to empower people with severe dementia to be able to feed themselves longer. And so I used that information, and we found out that if we put him in with either a red or a blue plate, he started eating, more towards the end. He would ate more because and we were able to get him back up to his normal weight, by the way. But to keep him going longer, also for the drinking. But we found out that if we wanted him to key in on something that he kept losing, I found that if I put it on top of a red placemat, he could find it for himself. And then we discovered things that empowered him, like a calendar clock. So when he didn't know what day, and this worked really well with my aunt as well, when he didn't know what date or day or time, or if he woke up and it was the middle of the night, he could look at that and it would orient him so he could answer his own question. Interestingly, it started reducing the repeated questions. So, the other thing that we did is we gave him a whiteboard, and I would write on it whatever his schedule was for the day, any doctor's appointments, any fun things, and just a positive note for him. And whenever he would start asking me the same questions over and over, I would just point to the board, and then he eventually figured out to look at the board first before he asked me the questions, answering his own question. So it was just simple little things that I learned how to do to make it easier for him to empower himself and help me get some downtime. He shadowed me everywhere I went. So he was with me just about 24 hours a day, every day of the week, except for Saturday mornings when my husband would take him out and they would go for a boys' day. And so he got to go out and have his play date with my husband, and I got to have downtime to go do whatever I wanted. So we figured out a way to work in respite. And then there were other things that we tried to do, like bringing in other family members so that he got to socialize with them, because we found that the more things that he did, the longer we could maintain his cognition. So after stumbling through and failing a whole bunch of times, we were able to, empower him enough that he could answer his own questions. And if he was telling us the story, I learned not to correct him. I found out that as the Alzheimer's disease was progressing, his brain was shrinking. It was also developing holes. That's part of the disease. So he couldn't cover the gap in his story anymore. And so when he would tell me a story, let's say he heard something on television or he heard me telling a story, but within 5 minutes, it would be his story. And then he would be repeating it back to me on this great adventure that he had done. And at first, I was getting frustrated, like, I just told you that. And then realized, no, 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 no. This is the way the dementia is working. And I just let him tell me the story. And I just took it as a wonderful piece of fiction that he was sharing with me, or that he was listening and understood my story and absorbed it and made it his own. So after I was able to turn that part of it around, I was able to calm down and not get so upset over things that really weren't that big of a deal. It's just that for me as his daughter, and because we were so close, it was really hard for me at first to take that step back and give him the space that he needed so that I could give myself the space I needed. So there were a lot of little things that I had to learn during this time, and I wasn't sure how to do them. We also had to get through aggressive behavior. We had times when I would do something like one day at lunch. I don't remember what I did now, but I got him upset. He started throwing his fork and his spoon at me because he was so mad at me. And then after I took ownership of what I did wrong, which again, I'm sorry, I don't remember what it was, but he was able to calm down. And then we were able to enjoy a game of cards afterwards, just something to get his mind off of it. And so just little things to empower him and to keep him calm. And then he had a much better day. Also, if I didn't let him nap too much during the day, he would sleep more at night. So, because at first I was using his napping as a respite for me, just because I needed some downtime to get some stuff done. And I also worked from home. So it was a twofer for me until I realized I was shooting myself in the foot because I wasn't getting the sleep I needed at night because he wasn't sleeping at night. So being able to figure out how to adjust his schedule. And then when it got to be around dinner time, I would have a task for him. And then one of the things I discovered later on is, and this it can work in your own home, is that we had an issue with him not knowing what to do at dinner time, and he didn't want to watch television. He thought he had to be doing something. And when I was growing up, he had this shop apron that he used for when he was doing his hobbies out in the woodshed. So I got a couple of aprons that matched, that were both the same color and similar to the one that he had. And so I would have him help me, like he would put on the apron. It meant he had a job. And then he would like set the table for me. And it didn't matter that the table wasn't artistic or that the forks and spoons were in the right place. Didn't matter. It was just that he had something to do. It had pockets. So I stuck stuff in the pockets so that he could play with it, look at it, go, oh gosh, and then find it and then put it back in his pocket and then rediscover it later. It was something to keep him busy and occupied while I cooked dinner. So he wasn't asking me at the counter, strumming his fingers on the counter going, when's dinner? When's dinner? Are we going to eat yet? Because that's enough to drive your blood pressure right through the roof. So it was finding small things that could always, help him and help me too. And then the farther we got into the disease, there got to be a point where his health got to where I couldn't help him anymore. It was beyond my capabilities because I'm not a medical professional. I am just a daughter who took care of her father. And so during that time, we got closer. We figured out how to work together. And then he gave me permission to tell other people how to do it too, which is how I ended up getting this gigantic book. I don't know if you can see this here. It's literally a toolbox. I found that I wanted something that I could literally fan my fingers through the pages and find what I needed. I have an 8-page table of contents. I know it sounds crazy, but it's literally a dementia map so that you can scan through it to find the thing that you need during that time, and take it and have practical knowledge right then and there in your hands, how to de-escalate them, how to encourage them to eat or change their clothes or whatever it is that you need to do. So that's pretty much what we did. Do you have any questions, anybody?
Well, I do, Tracy. Hi, this is Amina.
Hi, Amina.
And your timing is perfect. I have a other family member. I went through this with my father, and I understand my mom was a little bit different with her path, but my dad was the coach, the team leader, the boss of the second oldest of 7 siblings, blah, blah, blah. So it would have been great to have your book. So my question is, where do I buy it?
That's easy. It's available everywhere. You can get it on Amazon. You can get it from Barnes & Noble, Walmart, Target, your favorite independent bookseller, anywhere they sell books. I am working to get it into hardware stores. Ace Hardware in Gig Harbor, Washington will be the first store launching a dementia care center where I am teaching people how to make their home more dementia friendly. So that is coming soon. We should see it by March.
Do you have an audio?
I do not have an audio. Unfortunately, the way I wrote the book, I didn't realize this would prevent me from having an audio. I made it so that you could fan through it and find things quickly, and that doesn't quite work in an audio book.
Okay.
Good question. Good question. Thank you so much. Tracy, so proud of you. So happy for you. I've learned so much from you. You are like a light in a dark tunnel. So
Thank
a
you.
lot of amazing information. I said this before, I actually did a review of Tracy's book, but can you just open up to the page where you have the box?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, let me find one.
Look at that, how easy it is to find the information that you need.
That's great.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I have to say, because I know how challenging it is, but for you to be able to take care of 4 people with dementia and people that you love, because it is hard, because you're a daughter and you're a caregiver, and there's such a fine line that, you know, you walk that line and you just want to scream. And you and I've talked about this, just you want to cry at the same time that you want to scream, and you feel guilty at the same time that you just feel frustrated. And you've really given an incredible gift to anybody who's out there living with someone or caring for someone. You've mentioned so many times it could be from a distance. It doesn't have to be right there in the home. So thank you for what you've put out there in the world, and wishing you continued success with your book sales so that more and more people can get this amazing tool in their hands.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So I hope you'll stay around with us. You're welcome. All right. Fantastic. Okay. I'm going to go over to Big Scott for a song, and then we're going to continue on our journey for this hour. How does that sound?
Okay, cool. I got a little bit of a country one. I think you picked this one, Dr. JACALYN. So this is It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yes.
Yeehaw!
The sun is hot and that old clock is moving slow, and so am I. Workday passes like molasses in wintertime, but it's July. I'm getting paid by the hour and older by the minute. My boss just pushed me over the limit. I'd like to call him something, I think I'll just call it a day. Pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. This lunch break is gonna take all afternoon, after night. Tomorrow morning I know there'll be hell to pay. Hey, but that's alright. I ain't had a day off now in over a year. My Jamaican vacation's gonna start right here. If the phone's for me, you can tell them I just sailed away. And pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. I could pay off my tab, pour myself in a cab, and be back to work before 2. At a moment like this, I can't help but wonder, what would Jimmy Buffett do?
Funny you should ask, Alan. I'd say, pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. Pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. You don't care.
I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
What time zone am I on? What country am I in?
It doesn't matter. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's always on 5 in Margaritaville.
And that's always 5 o'clock somewhere. Alan Jackson and Jimmy Buffett. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Did you enjoy that?
Yes, I loved it. Thank you so much. I love music. All right. We are going to go on to our next person, and I'm just going to go right over to Amina, Blossom the honeybee from yesterday. So, Amina is one of our team members here. She and I host the incredible show on Fridays. We just had our 100th episode of Presenting Pet Psychic Amina. And for those of you who may watch, may not watch, Amina is much more than a pet psychic. She's more than a trainer, an educator, a speaker. She's an advocate for coexistence and sustainability. So welcome to the program, my dear, and it's your 15 minutes.
Thank you so much. Basically, that's the fast resume. I have spent my entire life, literally, I started when I was about 9 or 10, getting bit by things and stung by things and interested in things. Being the youngest child of 5, I think it's conducive to that everybody didn't want anything to do with me. So I got to do whatever I wanted. And I spent a lot of time on tennis courts. My dad was a coach, and swimming and outside. So the love of outdoors comes natural, even though I was brought up in a desert. There's not a lot. Joshua trees are lovely, but there's a lot of cactus. My mom was an avid gardener. My parents bought a house that sat on the market for 5 or 7 years, a huge, big mound of dirt in the back. And I mean, huge dirt, because there was houses up top of the dirt. And she created an oasis for us there in the desert. So I take the gardening and honor her for not only making me pull a lot of weeds, that was discipline, or at least it felt like discipline. And I learned a lot. And then I added a college education and my passion of, okay, let's see how many plants I can bring back from near death. If you know anything about the back of Lowe's or other garden stores where they have plants that are not doing well, this is my passion, is to take the struggling. It's the same with animals and the same with people. If you're struggling with something and I have the tools to help, I'm going to do my best to do that. When I was told to go public as a pet psychic was quite a career change for me. And it's scary. It's scary to be out there and say, this is what I've been through. This is, we just heard that on an Alzheimer's journey. It's terrifying, but having places like Dr. JACALYN and other things and clients saying, thank you for telling me what's going on and what's happening. So I'm privileged to not only talk to people who have passed, but animals that have passed. And the conversations are so wonderful and so healthy, because everybody lets go of whatever was the problem or the hiccup or what was happening. And I want to say that I have an incredibly safe and very healthy outlook on life, much less death. It's just another step. And I help people and their animals through that path, whatever it is. They're free to talk to me. They're free to say no. I've only been turned down once. And then later the animal told me, because it wasn't good for their owner to know. And those are the things that everybody has a choice. And I'm glad to be a part of that choosing. Any questions anybody has? I am open to it, but that's me in a nutshell.
So I would have a question. I mean, I was curious, like when you said in terms of connecting with the animals, do you also connect while they're living and potentially misbehaving and kind of help owners understand potential behavior?
Yeah. What I recommend to everybody, first and foremost, talk to your pets in English, French, German, Spanish. I don't care which language you use. Talk to them, because they are listening. And what animals do different is they're listening to not only, let me give you an example. I had a client that was a tad smelly. He drank like a fish, and I'm not talking lemonade. And he took heart medication and everything. And his dog always said, well, he smells funny, but he's mine, because he was a good man. As far as to that dog, he had an elderly dog that had been with him for 20 years. 20 years, that's quite a relationship. And they'd walk side by side. And regardless of how much alcohol he drank and how many pills he took, this dog, it was hilarious because this gentleman and I had a horse boarded at his ranch. And I didn't ask the dog what was going on. It wasn't my place. I didn't have that kind of relationship. But the dog looked at me and told me this, and I've loved it. That was like 25 years ago, but it was hilarious. Now, if you'd seen the dog, it was a not a bull mastiff, but the short version of that. And so you get this rough and tumble couple of this man and his dog, and I get to hear these conversations. The biggest one I get asked is end of life conversations. Is it time to say goodbye? It's really hard to be the ones that get to choose to put your animals down or not. And that is a really tough conversation. And most of the people want to know is, what does the animal want? What do they want me to do? Because it's a whole lot of responsibility on us answering that question when we're not sure. I don't know about you, when I've had to put an animal down, I always think, is this a selfish choice? Am I just too tired of the medication and the care and the constant urinations or whatever the problem is? We're people, we have. So what I try to do is give you that support, give you that answer as to the best of my mind. Now, I'm not going to make it up. The animals have said, no, I'm not going to tell you that. I have been turned down because it's not good for you to know. One or two out of hundreds of readings I've done, one or two have come home with me basically spiritually and said, can I tell you what's going on? I said, yes, and I can keep it to myself. But I won't ask for that because that's none of my business. That is the animal's choice. That's the person's choice to tell me something or not. But I will ask questions if there's a training issue, if there's a health issue, if the animals are going to say, hey, mom, hey, dad, I need you to know, and this is what it means. Any other questions?
Amna, this is Tracy.
Hey, Tracy.
How is there a difference between when you talk to cats and when you talk to dogs? Just out of curiosity.
The difference is the tools of recovery, fix it, don't do it, because they're totally different animals. You're dealing with, now I have a degree in animal science. So I've done this in college also and worked with lots and lots. And I worked in a wildlife sanctuary for over 10 years. And these are lions, tigers, bears, medical research chimps. That was something I walked by. I didn't know I was a reacher. Those guys really had a chip on their shoulder, I'll tell you. Anyways, an animal will say what is necessary and not elaborate, and they have free will to go with a suggestion I make or not. But I can also, as an empath, I can feel the happy, sad, mad, glad, the really strong emotions especially. And so it's to honor them and say, I need to, luckily, I spent years being a trainer because I wanted to have the classic education also. So I can give them the why, the how, and really you should do this. But you and I know with children and adults and anybody, you can't make them do it. But I got to give them a reason to. And you found this, I'm sure, dealing with Alzheimer's. I went through this with both my parents. And you have to give them a reason that makes sense to them. Let me be really clear, everybody, not to yourself. I want to put this pin right here. I want to put it right here. And everybody goes, yeah, but no, it goes in the pin bed. No. Okay, if you're dealing with an animal or a person who has different thinking than you, and you're from a different culture, you're done from a different country, or you're just from I'm in California. I'm a whole country all by myself. You go to Northern California, those people are different than the Southern California ones. I know, I've lived in the whole state. So you've got to make it relevant. And the animal is more than willing when you say, could you really stop eating your poop? Because this is gross. This is gross. But there's a medical reason there too. Animals usually eat their feces because they're trying to replace a nutrient or or they're missing something in their diet, or there's a condition of nervousness, or you need to do the research. And that's what we do. I am the detective. I'm the one who did all the reading. You come to me and say, why does he keep barking? Barking, 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 barking all the time. Well, we got to figure out why. And one animal told me is like, but she needs to know. And I said, not all the time, not every day. What this owner didn't understand is that the dog was trying to save her life because he thought, for example, tumbleweeds were deadly. And they blew by constantly, and she got tangled up in one once because she happened to be out in, if you've never been in the desert where the tumbleweeds are, we're talking about 65-mile-an-hour winds here, people, up to. So they go out, they kill the weed, the tumbleweed, and they get injured. And you're like, stop doing that. You have dogs that will chase everything, every leaf, every person that walks by. You need to start training from the moment you say hi. Have it be the same way you do your children, or a love relationship, or a business relationship, anything that matters. How you guys both get through day to day. When we all came on Dr. JACALYN's platform, we needed to find out, how do we do the links? How do we do the backgrounds? How do we do this? How do we put it all together? Because this is her vision. This is our coach. And we all want to participate because we really, really admire this coach. We really want to be in her space. So with your pet, wouldn't you want to be that? Wouldn't you want to be the coach? Wouldn't you want to be respected? Then give respect. Then give compassion and give love.
Wow, thank you, Amina. You just helped a whole lot of people there and a whole lot of animals and pets. So wonderful. Great. All right, in this hour, I'm turning it over to Mr. CINI to jump in with me here. Welcome back.
Okay. Here I am. Thank you, Dr. JACALYN. I appreciate that. And we have a couple. I want to make sure we get to everybody. And I know Joseph is new to the channel. So welcome, Joseph Stetter. And I can see from the tagline underneath you, you're a career transitions guru. Yeah, maybe you can take the next, you're on mute. Maybe you can take the next 15 minutes to tell us a little bit about yourself.
Absolutely. And thank you again for the opportunity, Dr. JACALYN. And it's an honor to be here on USA Global TV and Radio. And congratulations on the 1-year anniversary. So I'll start with the fact that I switched careers 9 times and jobs 18 times. And so I had to go through the trials of tribulations of trying to prove to employers that I have transferable skills and that what I know is relevant. I then got into recruiting, and I recruited for global companies like Deloitte & Touche, Tata Consulting Services, Apotex Pharmaceutical, and I've been in generalist recruiting for nearly 20 years. Along the way, I've kind of realized that most people that look for a job are making the same mistakes over and over again. And so when I hear people saying, I've sent out hundreds, if not thousands of resumes, I kind of look at them and go, your resume sucks and you don't know how to look for a job. And then I started writing books. So I wrote 10, 11 books. This is one of my first books. So it's fading out through the background. And I'll try to put it in front of me. It's called Congratulations, You're Hired. There's a Canadian version and an American version. And my purpose in life is to help people understand that, you can get hired faster and easier if you understand the right systems, the right tools, the right tricks, the right tips, etc. And I've had the honor and the pleasure of helping over 11,000 people so far. The fastest I found over 25 people a job is 2 days. And on average, I find anybody employment in any field in under 3 months with a 90% plus success rate. And so what I've realized is that I need to reprogram how people experience looking for a job. So the majority of the population, especially in North America, looks for a job on Indeed. Indeed is actually one of the worst places to look for a job because it has less than a 5% success rate. Now, there's a few reasons for that. Number one, if you post your resume on Indeed, let's say in October, and we're now January 15th, you're probably on page 5,000. Nobody sees your resume unless you know the tricks. Now, most job postings in North America say, don't call us, we'll call you. And most people will wait and wait and wait and never hear back. But simple little trick, call them and say, your battery just died and you're not sure if the application went through. Can HR check? The moment that they check, you now become number one. One job posting on Indeed will get between 350 and 5,000 applicants. Most employers will look at the first 100, figuring that they'll probably get somebody decent out of the first 100. So if you're 101, you're out of luck. But if you call and say, my internet just crashed, or I never got a confirmation that my application went through, can you please check? You're now number one on the list. Not only are you number one, but you have HR on the line. You have 2 minutes to kind of give your elevator pitch that says who you are and what results you produce. And then find out when they're starting to interview for the role. And if you're not one of the people selected, you can ask permission to get feedback on your resume so that you have a better chance next time. And what I've realized is that I've kind of created a system where I don't say, yes, do this, do this. I actually say, here's a mistake. So for example, on resumes, the 5 cardinal sins that most people commit on their resume, number one, they use Times New Roman, Arial, or Calibri as a font. Why? Because those are the 3 most popular fonts by default on Microsoft Word. Number 2, they use the black circles or dots, squares, or hyphens as their bullet points, because those are the most obvious and common ones, right? Number 3, they have an area called skills or career background where they say that they have 20 years of experience, and they fill the resume with fluffy words like hardworking, dedicated, committed, team player with excellent communication skills and team building or interpersonal skills. In 20 years of recruiting, I've very rarely looked for a resume that was hardworking, dedicated, committed, and team player, because everybody says that. I've met very few people that say, listen, I'm lazy, I will show up late, none of my work will be any good, and I really hate people, please hire me. Not unless you're related to them or having an affair with them can you get away with that. And so I want to kind of peel the layer of the onion and help. The statistics right now say that prior to the pandemic, there was 45 million people in North America that were unemployed. There were 45 million people that were severely underemployed, meaning have a university or college degree, but work at McDonald's. And then there's close to 30 million people going through some sort of education or retraining. That's a target market of 130 million people. And Indeed, being the largest job board out there, brags that they have only 44 million users. That means there's 100 million people that don't know. So similarly, get rid of this fluffy stuff on your resume. The next biggest mistake, and especially now with the pandemic, is more of an issue, is that people write a chronological and functional resume. And what happens is they take a temporary job, let's say at Dunkin' Donuts, because they need to pay the bills and they're being responsible, but they've worked as a mechanical engineer. Nobody will look at them as a mechanical engineer because all they see is Dunkin' Donuts. So by creating a semi-functional resume that highlights their mechanical engineering or engineering background first, they're more likely to be taken seriously for it. And the biggest mistake of them all is that people list their duties and responsibility. So a lot of people, like for example, I always use these 2 examples. If you need to hire a receptionist for your business and someone comes to you and says, I know how to answer the phone, I hope that you as the interviewer look at them in shock and go, really? A receptionist that knows how to answer the phone? I did not know that. Because unless they live in an igloo, a cave, or a Mennonite, chances are everyone on earth knows how to press the green button and go, hello, how can I help you? However, if a receptionist can quantify the results by saying, in my last job, I answered 60 calls a day with 12 different lines, I can measure whether 60 calls a day meets what my company needs versus I know how to answer the phone. And this is a massive gap that most people don't understand. And this is why even if they get an interview, they're left wondering why they're not getting hired, right? I can tell you, because I've switched careers so many times, I'm an excellent salesperson. I've done B2B, B2C, account management, relationship building, lead generation. I've worked, retail sales. I've done door-to-door. I've done street sales. I've done recruiting sales. I've done education sales, et cetera, et cetera. Great. I've babbled a lot of words, but I haven't told you whether or not I know how to sell. However, if I give you an example, it said I worked for a private college that before I joined generated $530,000 in sales for the year. In 1 month, I was able to generate $860,000 in sales for them. Your reaction should be, wow, that's a lot of sales. And if you want to check that I know how to sell, you would ask me, how did I do that? Most people do not quantify how great they are. Now, what I found interesting is that both Amina and Tracy talked about making it about them, not you. This is something that is one of the first things I teach candidates. When you're applying for a job, it's never about you. It's about them. Because let's say writing on your resume that you're looking for a challenging position is redundant or pointless because of the fact that a company or your definition of challenging might be very different than the company's. So you need to give your answers related to them. This is also where networking, most people go wrong, where they have this mindset of quantity over quality. And people go to a networking event and just go collect business cards. They don't even know who they're talking to. And I've had this happen to me lots of times where people go, oh, you sound important. Can I have your business card? And then they email me the next day, go, yeah, can I have a job? Here's my resume. I'm like, who are you? What are you? So there are certain things that when I teach people how to find a job, I say, okay, brand yourself. So my favorite color is purple. This is one of my favorite watches. I wear the and show this conversation. Why? Because when I send a follow-up email, I say, I'm the guy with the purple shirt, or I'm the guy with the watch. Usually that will trigger an emotion or connection, and there's more likely to have follow-up or conversation. So I focused and dedicated my life basically to helping people land their dream job now. And I also am a corporate culturist where I help organizations hire the right people and keep them. That's my 2 cents and my passion in giving back to this world. Any questions?
No, no questions, but I have a similar sort of scenario. You were talking earlier on about pumping yourself up to the top of the line. About 20 years ago, they used to have fax machines, and a friend of mine came to me and said, oh my God, I forgot to send my CV in for this job, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, when's the deadline? And she went, in about 2 hours. So I said, right, give me the CV. I faxed it there straight over. So when within the last 20 minutes, she was bang on the top of the pile. And she rang me an hour later saying, I got the job. So
yeah,
thinking outside the box, it's just, yeah. So some people it's common sense, but you know, I remember back in the day when I was on benefits and going to all the job workshops that they do, and it's BS. As I say, the first thing they do is they send you to Indeed, or the government over here did their own version that, you know, they tried to say, oh, we'll have our own job network, and they launched it, and I think it crashed within about 3 months because nobody really thought it up. So there is a big market, and you've got to make yourself stand out, you know, and think a little bit differently of how can I get in front of that person, especially with deadlines. Utilize today's technology.
If I can just piggyback on that, Big Scott, you're absolutely right. We've become a generation that common sense has become less and less common.
Yeah.
And we've kind of resorted to, this is the easiest. You know, I have stories where, for example, a friend of mine graduated from mechanical engineering, applied for jobs, nobody responded. So he printed about 25 copies of his resume, picked 25 companies that he wants to go, showed up at 9 a.m. to reception, said, I'd like to speak to the director. Receptionist was like, do you have an appointment? He's like, no. She's like, well, he's busy all day. And he told her he'll wait. And he waited there till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Finally, the director came out at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and said, what do you want? And he said, I'm a new graduate. I know you're not hiring, but I wanted to introduce you in person. Here's some of the projects I did in school. And I want you to know who I am because I'm really interested in working here. within 3 minutes, you basically got hired. And
Amazing.
not enough people do this. And if you have ever read Think and Grow Rich, you know, being proactive is a big part of the stories in Think and Grow Rich, and doing that little extra to stand out. And so my purpose is to try and help people understand that, you know, there's a lot of ways that you can get attention. If you ever watched the movie Legally Blonde, Elle Wood's resume when she applies to Harvard and to the internship is pink and scented. And everybody in the hiring committee goes, it's pink and it's scented, but they remember it. And
Exactly.
I'm not saying you need to have a pink scented resume every single time, but there's little things you can do.
Yeah, I got a similar, different scenario, but I get so much music sent to me, and I've got one that I still keep now. That it was from a female artist, and she'd hand drawn the cover, she'd wrapped it, put a bow on it with a little letter. So then when I went to all my mail, I got all this brown mail and whatever, and then there was this lovely, beautiful bank straight away, and a little personal note inside it. Do you know what I mean? And it's little things like that that stand out forever. Do you know what I mean? So, and again, if there's any musicians and that listening, be creative, be different. There's so many social platforms out there. As I was saying earlier on, there's 100,000 tracks being uploaded every single day. So you need to differentiate yourself. And the only difference between you and a mainstream artist making hits is £1 million in funding or marketing. So use your own marketing. There's so much technology today, you know, use metadata fields and stuff like that. I do little workshops and stuff on that. So if you ever want to book up and do a one-on-one on how to label your music and get out there and be independent, you know, it's plausible, but think outside the box. I still have that copy. I still have that CD now. In fact, I could probably grab it. It's probably just up on the shelf by there. You know what I mean?
Thank you so much, Big
Absolutely.
Scott. We do have a question for you from Russell Deasley over on YouTube. Thank you for joining us today. What are your top CV tips, Joseph?
Okay, so number one, add a little bit of personality to your CV, just like Scott said. So add a little bit of color, let's say in your headings, or change the font so it's not cookie cutter, right? Break the black and white there. Focus more on the results or the problems that you solved rather than your duties and your skills. Because if I use any profession, like an accountant, every accountant on earth should know how to make financial statements. And if you don't, why are you an accountant? But tell me kind of what you produce. So what kind of files did you handle? Like what problems did you solve? Did you make money? Did you save money? Did you increase efficiency? Those are the things that everybody assumes they're going to do in the interview, and they don't. The other thing is you should optimize your job search by doing about 15% online. And you should actually research job boards that are not Indeed, because some companies will go, everybody uses Indeed. But if you, let's say, use All-Star Jobs or Wow Jobs, which are smaller platforms, because you had to research them, we'll look at you there. Second, you should spend about 25% of your time using employment agencies and recruiters. Why? Because they already have relationships with companies that you might be wanting to work with. And generally speaking, most companies will hire a minimum of 4 recruiters to fill a position. So whoever presents first gets the commission. If all 4 recruiters are presented to this company, the same person, the company is more likely to interview. 25% of your time should be spent on LinkedIn and other social media, because nowadays most companies have a Facebook fan page, have a Twitter account, have an Instagram account. And so if you participate and give insights to some of the things that they post, they will start tracking who you are, and they will reach out to you. 25% should be networking, referrals. And there's a wide variety of places that you can network, such as the Project Management Institute, Chamber of Commerce, or Board of Trades, because usually executives go to those events. And then the last part of it, as Big Scott said, is outside the box, taking initiative, doing something different, like sending a singing telegram with your resume, finding out what newspaper the executive reads, wait at 5:30 a.m. before the newspaper gets delivered, and then put your resume in every section of the newspaper to the executive that's going to read that newspaper, for example. but on your resume, add results. Do not, if your most recent job does not have anything to do with your current job or the job that you're applying for, do not put it first. Put it lower down on your resume. And a little creativity.
Great tips there. Thank you so
Great.
much. We have your banner showing, but how can people get in touch with you for more tips and to partner with you?
So I'm on most of the social media. My name is Joseph Stetter, as in the kind of below me there. So I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram. I'm recently on TikTok. I'm very active on LinkedIn. So there's lots of places where you can find me. And my book is called "Congratulations, You're Hired. It Was Easier Thought." That's one of them. I've written 10 other books on the same or similar subject matter.
Woo, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It's outstanding. Really well done. And your books are over on Amazon?
On Amazon, yes, and on Smashwords and a few other platforms if you're using the reader versions of it.
Really excited for you. That's outstanding. And thanks for coming to our platform.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a pleasure. So nice to meet you and to hear about all of the value that you're putting out into the world. Russell writes, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for watching. Good advice indeed. Absolutely.
Great.
Okay, we're getting ready to go to our last hour. Mr. CINI, we've got Justin in the house. What do you think about that?
We do. I've been, the whole reason why I'm here is to talk to Justin Mirigliani. I've been waiting all day.
I'm sure, Al.
Justin, what do you want to talk about today? I know you're, before we talk about what you want to talk about, you're a co-host on the platform. You co-host a program with Dr. JACALYN. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So what we do is, and I'm sorry for my throat. I got a little cold that I'm fighting here. So
we all do.
Yeah, it's that time of year.
Yeah.
But yeah, the show that we do together, Dr. JACALYN and I, is called Entrepreneur and So Much More. And really what that show is all about is to try to talk about how to be an entrepreneur, what it takes to be an entrepreneur, signs that maybe you are an entrepreneur and signs that maybe you're not an entrepreneur. And one of the things I stress on the show with Dr. JACALYN is that it's okay if you're not an entrepreneur. We need people to join companies as well. I think one of the things that happens with the word entrepreneur is everybody thinks, oh, wow, you're an entrepreneur. That means you're wildly successful. Well, that's not necessarily the case. There are many entrepreneurs who struggle for any success. And there are many people who would not be considered traditional entrepreneurs who are extremely successful. So that's part of it. And, from what Joseph said earlier, one of the things that happens with resumes is that people will say, I'm an expert in this, or I'm an expert in that. Many times with programs like Word or Excel or PowerPoint or Microsoft Project, whatever it is. And what I do for a living is train people on these applications. The research actually tells us right now in the US, now I'm not sure if this is the same abroad, but I'm assuming it's probably close. Only 5% of the US workforce can complete high-level computer tasks. That's an astonishingly low number. And part of what I do is train people to be better, more productive in these programs. So I train up to the expert level in Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Visio. I do other courses like Adobe, Acrobat. And I think it's important that we start moving in that direction where people really are proficient. One of the last things you want to do is lie on a resume and say, yeah, I'm an expert in this. I'm an expert, let's say, in Excel. And then your supervisor gives you a pivot table to create. And you say, what's a pivot table? Well, if you don't know what a pivot table is, then you're not an expert in Excel. And again, that's not a knock on anyone. That doesn't mean that you're not a good employee, but it does mean that if you say you're an expert on the resume, you have to be an expert in real life. So I try to train people in these applications. And more recently, I've started training people on soft skills training. Some people don't like that term, soft skills, but soft skills would be things like time management, project management, communication skills, leading for results, coaching for leadership, titles like that. And we've had discussions right here on USA Global TV and Radio about, is that term the right term? Soft skills, right? It doesn't sound like the right term. And we say that they are essential skills. And I think that's the truth. I think that we've gotten away from the skill of picking up a telephone and actually calling somebody. You know, we're so ready to text or to email. And it's a mindset of, gee, I really don't want to have a conversation. It would be much quicker for me just to text them and let them get back to me when they can, as opposed to taking the time to pick up the phone and having a conversation. As far as talking about how to stand out, one of the things that I've done throughout my entire life, really, even before I was an entrepreneur, is I sit down and write letters to people who I want to know better. Whether they're famous or not doesn't make a difference. If it's somebody who I think can make a difference in my life and I can make a difference in their life, I sit down and literally write a letter. I don't send an email. I don't text. I don't look for their number. I don't look for their agent or whatever that is. I'll sit down and I'll write a letter to that person. But the key is this, and this is the most important key. It has to be sincere. I don't write letters and just, it's all rainbows and sunshine. I want the person on the other end of that to know why I want to connect with them, why I want to know them better. An example I could give you was back in 2015. I had just finished my 12th year with ulcerative colitis, and it's an inflammatory bowel disease. And it was just getting worse and worse. And there were ups and downs, of course, over the 12 years. But in any event, in 2015, I was told that I needed to have my entire large intestine removed, and I would live the rest of my life with a permanent ileostomy bag. And you can imagine, as a 40-year-old, hearing that news was not something that was easy to take. It was really, really difficult. And my surgeon, when I told him I thought my life was over, I would never be able to lift weights again, I would never be able to play hockey again, I would never be able to ski again, I talked to the surgeon and he said, why do you think that? And I said, well, I've scoured the internet and I've looked on YouTube and tried to find anything affirming that I would be able to do these things, and there was very little. And he said, well, did you know that Rolf Benirschke kicked in the NFL for 6 or 7 years with an ostomy? I said, no, I had no idea. And I barely remember Rolf because he had kicked in the 70s and I was born in 74. He retired in 87. So I had some knowledge of who he was, but I didn't know his story. I was too young at the time to really know exactly what he went through. And the night before surgery, I remember saying to my family, I need to, not that I want to, I need to work someday with Rolf Benirschke. I need to connect with him. And the only thing that I could think to do was write him a letter and to thank him for giving me some hope. Because when my surgeon told me that this man played in the NFL for 5 or 6 years or whatever it was with an ostomy, that literally was the first time that I said to myself, maybe there is a life after the bag. And that's what I held on to really from about June of 2015 right up to September 24th of 2015, which was surgery day. And I wrote Rolf the letter and I just said, thank you. I said, you don't know me. You have no idea who I am, but you've made a difference. And I don't know how I could help you. I don't know how I could be a part of what you do, because he's an advocate for people with ostomy. I said, but please, if there's any way, please let me know, what it could be. And just a few years later, now in 2023, Rolf is a pretty close personal friend of mine. And while we don't really work together, I do help him out with some projects and he helps me with some of my projects. But, it's the putting yourself out there and taking the time. We talk about doing something different. I think that's the difference. Is we're lacking today sincerity. I think we're lacking vulnerability. It wasn't always easy for me to reach out to people and say, look, I'm desperate to be, I didn't use the word desperate, but in essence, I have a need to be connected to you because we share this. And Ralph is just the biggest example, but there are other examples throughout my life and up till right now. And I think that's the biggest key. And I think if you're an entrepreneur, part of what you need to do is make connections. It's not just the resume. It's not the business card. Everybody has one. It's the relationship. And I've joined a networking club around here, this area. I'm in New Jersey, right outside of Philadelphia. It's called Jersey Man, the Legacy Club. And it's run by a former Philadelphia Eagle, Ken Dunnick. And I go to these events not just because I want to hand out a business card to everybody. I want to get to know them. I want to know how I can help them as well, not just how they can help me. I want it to be mutual. I hate to be the person who's always receiving but never giving. And I don't mind giving and giving more, and then hopefully be on the receiving end at some time. I think we all want that. I don't think anybody would deny that. We're hopeful that these relationships, these connections lead to the betterment of our lives as well. I think that's okay to have that. And then the other thing that I do is I run a charity for people with Crohn's and colitis, and also with an ostomy. And unfortunately, COVID really put a bite into this, but we play yearly NHL celebrity hockey games. And again, it's another example. The only way that I made these connections to get these NHL players to be a part of the events were literally through letters that I wrote to them, and to other events that I went to where I talked to them and I sat down with them and explained the situation. And boy, I've been so blessed to have them say, hey, yeah, we want to help you out. And they come out to these events and we play these hockey games with former NHL stars. And then afterwards we have a big dinner with all those players, and they sign autographs and they sit and talk hockey, and you just can't beat it. But unfortunately, that's been on hold since 2019. But we're going to start up, I think, in 2024. So I'm excited about that as well.
Awesome.
Justin, that is just great stuff. The people that are watching and listening then have two reasons to call you. One is if they're looking for somebody to provide them with technical training, computer skills training, you can do that through your TC company.
I can, and we do it remotely, so you don't have to go anywhere. We can do it right from your home. We do all of the Microsoft applications.
Even the dreaded and horrifying Microsoft Excel, you can help people learn how to use that.
Al, that's my biggest seller.
I got to figure that's your biggest seller. That's
my biggest one.
There's the most people.
I'm a Google man. I'm a Google convert. So
are you, Big Scott?
Yeah. I'm a trustee for a charity, and I'm just helping. I've just got a workspace for them because they're a non-for-profit. So I've just been learning how to set up the separate files and stuff like that. But the stuff that it provides for free is phenomenal. I've only just started scratching the surface, but organization, and we were discussing earlier on, Jacqueline, with somebody saying about non-for-profits, they've got to get their house in order, or your soft skills, as you were saying, in order before you can progress. It's long, it's laborious, but once it's in, life is so much easier, So I was doing something the other day. It's all on my phone now. Do you know what I mean? So I don't have to physically sit in front of my computer. If they're right next to me, I can go, right, there you go. I've sent it to you. Look on their phone. And the thing that I'm doing, I've just been linked with an organization. There's an organization in Wales that are going to teach everybody the basic soft skills of technology, because there's people that don't know how to send an email. They don't even know how to log on and stuff. And so many people are missing out on the way the world is right now. So yeah, the skills are amazing.
Yeah, I'd like to also add, in addition to Justin being an incredible business person, entrepreneur, host, he was on QVC for a long time. He's done a documentary. Is your book out yet? I don't know, but we can find out. But he is really involved in helping people, as he mentioned, with the Crohn's Colitis Foundation. That's how the two of us met. And he's been a really loyal team member, helping me raise money over the years. So I just want to take my hat off to you and thank you for your friendship and for your partnership in so many ways, Justin.
Wow, the feeling's mutual, Dr. Jacqueline. I appreciate it. And what a platform you set up here. Just an amazing thing.
Great job.
Thank you. Welcome, Diann Floyd Babe, to the show. Nice to have you with us.
It's great to be here. It's so wonderful to listen to all these incredible people.
We have had an amazing day. It's hard to believe we started it earlier today, 5
We've
hours
got
ago.
a full
Yeah,
screen as well. It's the first
full
time.
screen.
Yeah, full
Yeah.
screen.
Mr.
Dr.
CINI, I
Jacqueline,
share.
you have
Yeah, go ahead.
you have some news about numbers on YouTube?
Yes, I was looking at the numbers on YouTube, and over the last 28 days only, we've had over 57,000 views. So the numbers keep going up, and it's just
pretty amazing.
I just wanted to share that for, I had posted some numbers, and I'm not going to get them right in the exact order, but this is the first year we were USA Global TV and Radio. Before this, we were rapping with Dr. Jacqueline. We were nothing like what.
Oh, seems like her computer's just frozen. Technology today. Yeah. Anybody else had any gremlins? My music computer decided to have a wobbler earlier on, so I've had to switch out computers. So,
Scott, that's 58,001 views, and Diann, while Dr. Jacqueline is getting restored there, maybe we can talk a little bit about you, because I know you've got a book publisher deal just worked out, and you've got news. Why don't you share it with everyone?
Sure. Welcome back, Dr. Jacqueline, and congratulations, the 58,000 views.
Oh.
So yes, I just signed a contract with Nord's Triad Publishing Company here in the United States, and I'm so thrilled. It's absolutely 100%. You know, I work with hybrid publishing companies, OC Publishing, I'm so grateful for, out of Canada, and Texas Sister Press in Texas. But this is my very first 100% full-fledged publishing company. So it's exciting, moving up in the world.
That's really exciting. And you're also, are you moving to Virginia, or are you going to be co-located Texas and Virginia?
Co-located, that's right. So our main home is in Texas. I'm a Texas girl. It's where I grew up, in Texas. But our kids, two of them, 2 out of 3, are in Virginia, and I miss them. And so we have been blessed enough to get a home close by, so I can also enjoy being a grandma.
Oh, that's great. And Texas is where your story garden is.
That's exactly right. But I'm starting a story garden here as well. So it'll be in 2 locations.
Good.
So,
tell everybody a little bit about that. And I know you've got a couple of new titles you want to tell everybody about too.
Sure. So the story garden is all about reading stories to young children. It provides a safe place for parents to know that the books are going to be books of inspiration, love, and happiness. And it also gives an opportunity for young children authors to read their story and to have an interview. And I think that's really important, because there's so many authors out there, and it's hard to figure out where on earth they can get their name going. So luckily, with Dr. Jacqueline, we have the corner bookstore. So that's phenomenal, and authors can be there as well. But mine concentrates, the story garden concentrates on young children book authors. So that's what that one's all about.
And A Time to Fly, we just put up your banner for A Time to Fly. Maybe you can talk a little bit about your new book.
Sure. Thank you so much. A Time to Fly. I'm so excited. I get excited about each book. It's like having a baby. But A Time to Fly, it was inspired by actually watching these 3 little eggs and the mom and daddy taking care of them. And so after I saw this one little bird not wanting to fly, and the mom and dad saying, come on now, you need to go. And so I thought, there is a story there. So that's actually where A Time to Fly comes from, because everyone in our life, no matter what age, we've had those moments of, I don't know, can I really do it? And I wanted a book that children would love, and everybody loves birds, I'd like to think. And by the time they finish this book, I've inspired people, whether they're young children or grown-ups, that you can do it. Just take off and go for it. So that's A Time to Fly.
Listen, I think everything you do is terrific. There's no question about that. Does anybody else on the panel have anything they want to ask of Diann Floyd BOEHM? Great friend of the network, great person to get to know.
Thank you. Don't jump out on once. Red, you know me. Why aren't you asking me a question? No,
yeah,
just teasing.
How do you ride on the road?
I'm sorry, what?
You're on the road a lot. How much
I
riding
am
do
on
you
the
get done on the road?
I've thought about it. If I could figure out how to do things on the road, I'd be stopping and saying, oh my gosh, everyone, eat at this restaurant. Oh my gosh, everyone, check out this new movie.
That's
Anyway,
amazing. It's
thanks.
amazing. It's every one of your books is an amazing story, but you are a story in yourself. And I think people really need to go and visit your website. It's DiannFloydBOEHM.com.
That's right.
Yeah,
I didn't know that was a question. Sorry, no. DiannFloydBOEHM.com.
And because some people are listening and not watching, you might want to spell that out for them.
Yes, because of course my mama made it difficult for everybody. So it's Diann, DIANN, my maiden name, FLOYD, and BOEHM.com, DiannFloydBOEHM.com. And when you go on the website, it immediately asks you to join the newsletter, and I invite everyone to do so. It's a great way to interact with me as well and share ideas. And I love answering questions and inspiring people because we all have a story to share. And I want people to get their stories out, even if they don't want to be, big publishers or whatever. Just write a story that can be within your own family for them to read. And I'm a big believer in family history and family stories. I think those are the most important ones to pass down.
I know those connections matter to you. And there are two reasons why you want to visit Diann Floyd BOEHM's website. One is to learn her story. Another is to learn about the books that she's written and how they could be books for people, by the way, of all ages, not just children's books, but also books for grown-ups. And every one of those stories is a great story, and you've done a great job. And it's great to have you here. And I want to pivot now to Red O'Loughlin, also a friend of USA Global TV, been around for a while. And I know you've been helpful to Dr. JACALYN. And here's my question. Does everybody have a book in them? They just need you to help them get it out of them?
Well, it's an interesting question, Al, and let me put it this way. 80% of the people at some point in time in their life, according to a number of different polls, want to write a book. Somebody's telling, hey, that's a great story. You ought to capture that, whatever it may happen to be. Maybe it's a memoir. Maybe it's a story about this. It doesn't matter what the story is about. Some people can be very, very easy about writing a family history or about what you do in the war, Daddy, those kind of things. But sometimes people have a difficult time getting a concise and consistent message across for their business. And maybe a 40 or 50 page ebook is something that's all that's needed to get their business going a little bit further. When I was a sophomore in high school, I fell in love with chemistry. I got a degree in it, never got a chance to practice it because I got an invitation to Vietnam. Came back, it kind of went by the wayside for a while several years ago. My wife came down with breast cancer, and in the process of looking up things and trying to figure out, well, what can I do? I kind of redeveloped my love for chemistry and started researching the human body at the cellular level, chemically speaking. I look for cause and effect relationships. Treat a cause, fix a problem. Treat a symptom, you'll always be treating symptoms. I specialize in longevity, aging, age-related diseases, and those things. But if I were talking to you, Al, as a first-time potential client to write a book, one of the first questions I'd ask is, who's your audience? You have to know who your reader is going to be. And if you didn't have you're not writing a novel, a cookbook, a romance, but if you're just writing a basic book, then I would say consider an interview method. That's something that I would ask you a question such as, Al, tell me about the first car you ever had. There's some questions we can answer without even thinking. So if you set up yourself with about 20 questions, pick the best 12, and with each one of those questions, have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bullets. And about every third bullet have a little story. So the bullets are there to remind you as to what to say when. The question is your chapter, and you record it between you and another person, eyeball to eyeball. You look at their facial expressions. You look at their body language. You can tell when they're kind of not interested in your story. You can tell when they're really interested. And you're basically having a conversation. That conversation is recorded and then converted back into text. And when you have an interview, literally 95% of the editing goes away because it's a conversation. You're answering a question that you know so well, you can just give them the answer. If you were doing a more, let's say you were a motivational speaker and you had 3 particular topics, or let's say I'm speaking on brain health, body, gut health, and heart health. Okay, I would use probably what I consider the 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 method. I have one topic, health. I have 3 bullet points. I wanted to talk about brain health, gut health, and heart health. So for brain health, those are my 3. For brain health, one of those 3, I talk about 5 things about brain health you need to know about. Of each one of those 5, I would pick 7 items that relate to that particular item. So what you're doing is you're taking almost like an upside down pyramid, like a organizational chart, and you're spreading your book across that. And when you do that, when you have something that's very complicated, you can take and break it down into a third, and then each third has its section, each fifth has its section, and it makes it very easy to get something very complex put together. You can't copyright a book title, so if you find a really good book title out that you like, steal it. It's not a problem because they're not copyrightable. But there's a lot of things that when people start writing a book, they don't think about. Who's your competitor? What kind of books do they have out there? What's in their table of contents? How big are their books? How many pages are in their books? What kind of prices are they charging? What are the covers of the top 20 books in that particular category that you want to write in? What do they look like? Are they mostly text? Are they mostly orange and green, yellow and blue? What are the colors? There's a lot of things you can do on the front part of your book. But with any kind of endeavor with book writing, you need to start your train down one track as you're writing. You need to start your marketing end of things down a similar track parallel, because you don't want to get to the very end and say, okay, now I got to start marketing my book. That's just puts you way far behind the power curve. And so those are things that when I talk to a new author and start to strategize about how are we going to get this thing done, most of the time, if it's a simple interview kind of situation, you can think about all the different questions you can have in about a month, 3 weeks, and in 1 weekend, you can have the book written, because all you're doing is conducting an interview. If you sit down there with your fingers tapping along the way, unless you're a really fast typist, you're going to have difficulty. Your mind's going to go in and out. There's no consistency. I type 85 words a minute, and a lot of this goes straight to the fingertips, and boom, it's on the paper. But that's not the norm for most people. So when they start typing, they get all lost. But if you're interviewing, you're speaking, it's the subject you know about, it becomes very easy now. Okay, well, that's what I said. Okay, well, let me just add this extra little part in there. And so it becomes very easy to edit. So I'm going to throw it back to you, Al. Since you asked the question, did I answer it right? Earth to Al.
You did answer it right.
I think he's muted.
He's muted.
Al, you're muted.
There we go. There we go. How's that?
Yeah,
I was thinking while you were talking, Red, that if you took my life as an example, my best coach would probably be Stephen King. But here's my question for you. My life is a horror story, but let's not just talk about that. Let's talk about you, Red. If I wanted to write a book, first of all, I guess the question is, there are people out there who would want to connect with you and maybe get your help to do that. What good does it do me? What's the advantage to me of writing a book? That's my first question.
Okay, let me answer a question you didn't ask before, because do you know who Stephen King wrote to, what his audience was? His wife. One person.
Wow.
He wrote to his wife. That's what all his books are directed at. But to get back to your second question, the more stated one, what does it gain you? If you're a public speaker, it gains you credibility. If you're a business owner, it gains you consistency. If I have 3 or 4 authors, all they wanted to be was just called a published author. They didn't have any intention on selling a bunch of their books. It was mainly just to have that credibility, just like that BS degree or whatever it may happen to be that they need in their lives. But sometimes people have some really good stories and you can capture something. I listened earlier to the story about dementia and taking care of her father. And that was just almost heartbreaking because I've had several of those experiences where people in our family have had that. The closest I ever came to a caregiver was taking care of my wife with cancer. And so those kinds of things, we have value we can add to society. So if you capture what you've learned, what works, what doesn't work, and give that back to the world, then that's another good reason to write a book. Sometimes because of your business, a book might be another source of income. along with anything else that's going on. So there's a lot of good reasons to write books.
Now, and one last question from me, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. JACALYN, who I'm sure is going to be a huge proponent and fan of yours. But if I don't use you and I want to write a book, it's going to take me a year and I'll probably never really get it done. But if I do use you, how much faster can I get the job done?
Generally speaking, depends on the type of book. If it's a romance novel, sorry, I can't help you. If it's a horror story, sorry, I can't help you.
That would be Stephen King. That would be Stephen King, yes.
But if it's a how-to book, if it's a legacy, I just finished up with a guy. He did a 6-month honeymoon back in 1964, visited 16 countries in Europe and North Africa. And basically it was a memoir. And so it's a different kind, but if it's a book that you can talk back and forth as an interview, Al, tell me where you went to school. What was your first job? What college you go to? The kinds of questions that we need to know about Al. Or if I wanted to talk about business, why do businesses fail? What are the 3 real reasons why they fail? What can they do about it? I mean, there's a lot of things that can be structured as an interview. In that particular case, you can probably get a book done and published within 3 months.
Wow.
Absolutely. I just want to say I've been working with Red for, I think it's a year and a half now on books. And so far we have 4 books that are published, and every one of them was either an Amazon #1 bestseller or Amazon #1 new release. And I just have to, just because how often does it happen? This is an old graphic, but the book on the right was released on the 14th, what is today? I think that was yesterday, actually. Seems like so long ago. And it's actually an Amazon #1 new release in 3 categories, which are spiders and insects, performing arts, and children's music. Because in this book, we have a song, which we've been playing that during the day today, listening lazies. I feel inclined to play it again, but I'm not going to. I'm going to control myself. So it's all because of the work that Red has done with me. And of course, a big shout out to Mariska Dupree, who has co-written the children's books. But thank you, Red. He is, I mentioned this yesterday during our book launch party TV show. He's very structured, very disciplined, and that's what I like. That's what I need. I need somebody to keep me on point because I'm all over doing a million projects. Somebody says, "Hey, you want to think?" Yeah, why don't I? And then, so thank you for that, Red. It's just so rewarding. Especially
if you are going to undertake writing a book, get an accountability partner, somebody that you either respond to every other day, every third day. Say, "Hey, I'm on target, on schedule, behind 2 days, whatever." Because if not, that one day can end up being a weekend, end up being a month, and boom, your 3-month project is now a year and a half and it's still not done.
Absolutely. I do want to mention we have another guest who's not here. His name is Joe Del Campo, and he's a photographer. And he came on for an interview, and then he booked on for the show, but he's not here right now. So I just want to give a shout out to him for his beautiful work. He actually, this is a piece of his, and he sent it to me, which I love. What a wonderful gift.
That is beautiful.
So we'll put his contact information up, and I would love for you to reach out to him. He is here in the United States. He does great work. So if you're local and you need to have a photo shoot, or if you're just interested in his artwork, you can go to his website. And again, we'll put that up so that you can reach out to him. So it's amazing. We have run through 5.5 hours of show today, and from the very beginning to the very end now, my heart is just full. It's just such an incredible experience to think that 1 year has gone by, and all the people who have been here since the beginning and all the people who have joined us, just like Joseph, it's wonderful to meet you and have you come to the platform. Tracy, such an honor for the work that you're doing that's so near and dear to me, and also Big Scott jumping in to give us some music and lift our spirits. And then, of course, Al CINI, the voice of this wonderful platform and a very dear friend. I asked for a voiceover. He gave me a voiceover. I said, I need another voiceover. Another voiceover. He from the very beginning, this is the kind of man that he is. He's right there, and he's very supportive. I'm getting choked up, so stop. Okay, and on to Diann and Amina and Red. It's like we're a family, and I love the fact that you're reaching out to each other and that this team keeps growing and growing as a community. And Joseph, you're part of that community. Tracy, you're part of that community. Big Scott, you're part of that community. So please do connect with each other, whether it's on LinkedIn or some other way, and find out, hey, how can we do something together? Or hey, have you ever had this experience? Just chat with people and get different perspectives, as we are a global channel. So that's the end of my speech. And I want to thank you all for being here today. If anybody would like to say something before we close out, and then we'll have Big Scott with some music for us.
I want to congratulate you. I've been with you for a while, and I feel so honored to be growing with you. Al, what you've done for me and the commercials you design, but USA Global TV and Radio, man, those other networks better watch out because you're taking over. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Persistence and creativity. Persistence and creativity. And a constant rolling mass of persistence and creativity. You're a machine, Dr. JACALYN. We're so impressed.
Well, I have to say a couple things, because this is really the truth. If it weren't for the pandemic and I hadn't left my career and I was going to focus full time on being a life coach, because I'm a certified coach, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. And if a phone call didn't come from a radio station in New York asking me to do an 8-minute interview to see about having a regular show and then paying them for the show, I wouldn't have been doing this. And if it weren't for the TV station where Al also has some shows and me going there and getting a show and working with you, none of this would have happened. And if it weren't for Zane Carson Carruth, who called into RVN Television to do an interview, and her book was right there, and she couldn't make it. So I had her on my show, Rapping with Dr. JACALYN, and she said, I can't make it. I said, who can you send? Diann Floyd Boehm, Diann Hyde, and Peter Red, and on and on and on and on. So what I want people to remember is there's so much opportunity out there, but you have to take action. You have to walk through the door, open the window, pick up the phone, contact somebody, and you never know where it's going to lead. So I promise you that is the end of my diatribe.
That is what you just said is exactly what Joseph and Scott said a little while ago. Don't do the routine, ordinary things. Step outside of the routine and stand out. Make an effort to stand out, and don't be afraid. Overcome the fear. And I think you're a real role model when it comes to that, Doc.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you.
And I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of this 1-year anniversary. I do appreciate it. It's been an honor and a pleasure.
Well, thank you, Joseph. And please do come and book in on our other shows, and please get involved with us, because I think we have 40 some team members now, and people, again, from all over the world bringing different things. So thank you. Thank you. Big Scott, you want to say something? Then I'll go to Red.
Yeah, there's 3 rules I use whenever there's something coming up into my head. Is it worth worrying about? Can you do something about it? Do something about it. No, and it's just ask those 3. Am I going to be worrying about it in 5 years' time? No, I'm not. But it's a simple thing that you can learn. Is it worth worrying about? If it's not, drop it. Let the energy go. If it is worth worrying about, can you do something about it? If you can, do it. If not, drop it. So life's hard enough as it is. So try and take it easy on yourself.
Give yourself grace. I love that. I have to tell myself, hello. Yes, Red, over to you.
Yeah. He's got unmute, right? You're muted.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
There you go.
The technology we have today is amazing. Dr. Google and Dr. YouTube have more information out there that, yes, we can do things, but sometimes we're scared to do it. Go watch 3 or 4 videos. Figure out what other people have done to succeed. You can write and publish your own book literally for $0 yourself. There's absolutely no reason you have to get anybody else involved. But it's like changing the oil. Well, maybe we don't feel like changing the oil in our car anymore. So we hire somebody to do it. And that's how we have more time rather than spend that hour there. We spend it doing something. It's a trade-off. But sometimes formatting a book, I can write, but that formatting the way they want it, I can't do that. Well, Fiverr.com will do it for you for $5. There's a lot of people out there will do things inexpensively. But again, is it worth a $5 quality, or do you want something, $5,000 quality? You probably don't want the $5,000. Even though it'll be whatever you, but there's trade-offs all the way around, and you just need to talk to somebody. You talk to Tracy, Amina, Diann. There's a lot of people we talk to. I've called Diann because I wanted to know something about children's books before Dr. JACALYN was doing her children's book, and I've talked to a couple other people. children's books, not something I do, but now I'm doing them. And
you love doing them, Red. We have 5 more to do, Red.
And one of our other, Ricky McKelvey, she has a cookbook, but she wanted spiral bound. Well, spiral binding on a book is expensive. But we went through about 3 or 4 different processes and found a simple, easy way for her to get it done for literally almost a third of what people were going to charge us to do that. But we have problems. There are solutions out there. And as Al talked about earlier and Dr. JACALYN, there are ways of going. You just have to get yourself wet and make things happen.
Absolutely. We always look for the solution. So
you make your own luck. But you've got to be in it. You've got to be on that path. Otherwise, the doors aren't going to open.
True. Yes, for sure. Well, it's been a great year, and this year is looking quite good as well. So thank you not only to the people here, the team members who presented earlier today, the guests who presented earlier today, the people who are watching day in and day out. Those 57,000 views in 28 days, that represents people out there. We know that you are watching, that you care, and that's what we do here. We provide education, entertainment, hope, and inspiration. So I look forward to seeing you all next year. And in the meantime, please keep watching our shows. Please keep telling people about us. You know where to find us, wherever you're watching us right now. I really love when people go to our YouTube channel because we get real numbers from there. I know who's watching, where, what country, how long they watch. So please go over to our YouTube channel, USA Global TV, and subscribe so that you can be aware of all of our programming. And finally, please reach out to the people here on the screen. They want to hear from you. They have nothing else to do on a Sunday but be here. I don't think so. Okay. So reach out to them, and I look forward to having you reach out to me as well. Thank you, Mr. CINI, and thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Big Scott. Thank you, Amina. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Red. And thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Are we going to finish off some music? Because I've got a song that I think is quite appropriate. This is from Nellie Tiger Travis, and the track is called Superwoman, and I think we'll all agree.
I love this. I love this is great.
This is for you, JACALYN.
I watch my man get dressed in the morning, then I start my day. I fix breakfast and get the kids on their way. I got to do something to this house. Oh, it's such a mess. I wish I could go back to bed and get me some rest. Oh, I'm so tired of the same old routine. It seems like all I do is wash, cook, and clean. I know I'm only human. No cape in the closet, no magic wand. I know, woman, I'm human. I'm only human. A woman's work is never done. Now it's time for the kids to come home. The house is clean and the dinner's on. I hear keys running in the door. It's the man of this house. Ooh, he got this look in his eyes, and I know what that's all about. He wants to make love, but I don't have the strength. He gets upset. No, it's an argument. I know I'm always no cake in the closet, no magic wand. I know I'm always a woman's work is never done. I know there's a lot of women out there who can identify with me. You know, between the kids, cooking, and a man, it's a full-time job plus overtime. Day in and day out, it never ends. I know I need me a break. I just can't do everything. Who do they think I am? I show woman, I'm no cake in the closet, no magic wand. I know I did everything. Oh, it's never got the children. I was in a crooked clean for you to turn around and be so mean. But I need time. I need time right now for myself. I know I'm so tired.
Thank you, Big Scott, and thanks again, everybody. And that's it for this anniversary episode of Dr. JACALYN.
Bye, everyone.